Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another stream. This is your host, Kibs, the guy you know and stuff. What? Oh no, organ failure. No. It was so sudden. It was so abrupt. We weren't prepared for such tidings. Now it's time for us to play the last of the Lord of the Rings RTS games. Actually, no, there's actually one other one, but that's not in this franchise. Almost sad. It's the last game. Listen to the sad music. There will never be another Battle for Middle-earth game. It hits, doesn't it? Oh. Screams. What did I eat? A burger. I have a burger next to me. I haven't finished eating it. It's a garlic burger. I have a ton of hamburger meat. Today's garlic burger. Tomorrow is a... I don't know what kind of burger I'll make. But it's a hamburger. This is definitely the expansion that takes a lot of fucking liberties. Still good. Just not, you know, canon in the slightest. Not even to the movies. Are you ready to carry the banner for the Witch King? Yes, I do know where to get this game. And it is modded. This one is. Mostly because the mods fix some of the issues in the game. Running patch 2.02, I believe that's the unofficial patch. That game replay thing, which fixed some stuff. And Train donates $5 saying, hey Kibs, do you know where to get this game? Thank you for the donation. I might have read that. I don't know, my brain just had a lapse in memory. Startling. Did I? I don't... Whatever. So, you can get this game on Amazon if you go buy it, like, as used or something like that. I wouldn't recommend that. That's about like $300 to $200 last I checked. Which is outrageous. And that's to get the collection. Actually, no, the Rise of the Witch King might be cheaper. Now, because the deal between EA and the Tolkien Estate or whatever is over, there is no more Lord of the Rings games from EA, and they can't even sell them, which is a tragedy for the sake of just gaming as a whole, because these games can't be reprinted. So, the only way you can actually obtain this game is either through paying an outrageous amount of money, or by using, what's it called? Abandonware. If you go to Abandonware or myabandonware.com or something like that, you can find the entire Battle for Middle-earth trilogy there. 1, 2, and Rise of the Witch King. It's the only place to acquire it. Which is tragic. Because I'd love to pay the people that supported or made this game, but they aren't around anymore. And I can't even give money to EA for the fact that they made this game either. Because they don't sell it. Because there's no way to actually support the official release anymore. Whatsoever. And that is a tragedy. Also tragic still that the studio that made this game is dead. I mean, I do have to acknowledge Amazon, AWL. I live out in the middle of nowhere. The only way I get access to anything that is like electronics is by going onto Amazon store, which is the only reason why I have Prime. Do I recommend people get Prime? I use Prime services for audiobooks. I do not use it for music. I use it for streaming movies and stuff like that. TV shows. It's one of the few places that I can go and buy stuff that I still like. Or watch stuff. just because I'm in an apartment, I stopped collecting movies because I have a limited amount of space. When I move out, eventually, when I get my own place, if I ever do, and get more space, I'm going to get my own movie collection and stuff, physical, because I don't recommend digital. Just because digital is not very safe. The only reason why I have a digital collection is purely because I have no alternative. I have it all backed up on hard drives, too. But I personally prefer hard copies and physical things. But unfortunately, with the space constraints, it's already crowded in here. And my wall's already covered in video games and a couple of movies. And I didn't even bring my books. Because if I brought my books, there would be no walls. It would just be shelves. And God forbid something happens to this apartment, and that will be tragic. Tragic, tragic, tragic. So we'll be doing the Angmar campaign. Now, if I remember right, Bubs did a campaign. Now, this is set like 1,000 years ago, before Battle for Middle-earth took place, or the War for the Ring. I believe this is the Second Age, I think? I don't remember off the top of my head. So we're gonna go back, chat. We're gonna travel back in time. Or is this right after the Second War? Or the Alliance of Men. Last Alliance of Elves.
1,000 years of peace after the ring was lost, and the death of Isildur.
Be quiet.
But Sauron was not dead, only cast to the shadows.
Okay, so this is after the Second Alliance?
Evil once more began to move. Arnor, the North Kingdom of Men, ruled by the heirs of Isildur. This land of passion and promise is waylaid by men's inability to set aside petty differences. And so it was that civil strife weakened the Dunedain and broke the land into 3 realms. Rudor, the smallest and weakest of the Dunedain kingships. Cardolan, guardian of the ancient Barrow Downs, where the forefathers of the Dunedain lay entombed. And Arthedain, the most powerful of the northern realms, still ruled by Isildur's heirs from its capital at Fornost. It was during the reign of the 8th king of Arthedain that evil began to multiply in Angmar, a twisted, frozen land that lay north beyond the Ettenmoors and home of the Black Númenóreans. Among them, a sorcerer of great power arose, known only as the Witch King.
My God.
He has taken up his iron crown for a single purpose: to destroy the Dunedain and their kingdom of Arnor.
Load. Load.
Before Arnor can be invaded, the Witch King needs a symbol to unite Angmar's proud and willful denizens. Legends say that here in ages past loomed a great fortress of the ancient darkness, its ruins dark and silent in the mountains. Rebuilding this bastion will secure the Iron Crown's dominion over the Black Númenóreans and the northern troll tribes.
Ah, the Black Númenóreans. Now, people might ask, why are they black? Well, because,
among these dark peaks,
well, reasons. But they aren't actually black.
to bring ruin to the North Kingdom.
Like, pigment-wise.
There is great
I wonder
evil
if,
in this place,
you know what? Let's not date the
especially
stream.
the
That will date it really badly.
men
Let's just
whose
not.
dark loyalties
Not today.
are for dominion. We must rekindle. What's this? A warrior troll who fights like a trained swordsman. He would make a useful servant, indeed.
Witch King's gonna talk a lot in this. Not particularly canon, but it is a fun little game. A spin-off, if you will. Settings. Let's see. Kinda just quiet.
I am the Dark Lord's heir.
There we go. That's better.
The destruction of Amansul and its Palantir crippled the army of Arthedain, but Fornost still stands. The army and the people are prepared to defend the city to the bitter end. But the Witch King cannot commit his army.
Okay, sounds good.
I am the Dark Lord's heir.
There. Oh, I think my supers aren't refreshing. Time to minimize. Oh boy. Tonkatsu donates 50 pesos to say, I got some KFC. Time to eat. Enjoy your KFC. Be sure to wipe up the fingies. You know, that is greasy food. Oh, for God's sake. When I minimize one thing, another thing overlaps over another element of the stream. There. There's literally less windows open now. It's literally impossible for them to overlap now.
The end has come.
The end has come, chat. Get used to hearing that. Alright, time to kill. They are weak, chat. They are weak to keep. How about you freeze? Now, I have no idea who that character is supposed to be. Morgomir? He might be made up. Just like, Rogush. I don't know who those are.
The West is at hand. Rogush, take green land.
Morgomir's kind of got a wheezy voice.
Of the North, what brings you to this place?
Come to kill iron-faced men who live in old ruins to north. Keep trolls fighting trolls. Rogash bring trolls together. Take gold and meat from men in green lands.
Your destiny is at my side, Rogash, not scrabbling for scraps. Bring your brethren to my banner, and there will be gold to grasp, meat to devour, and blood to stain your blades without end.
Down deal.
Power has come. Victory will be mine.
Yeah, they didn't do a bad job with the Witch King.
Fight stop now! New master speaks!
Men goad you to battle amongst yourselves, but if it is the blood of men you thirst for, then it is the blood of men you shall have.
Thirsty. That a lad.
The end has come.
Ah, the resolution.
We've seen the enemy.
So much better. I don't know why I'm copying. Ow.
Now we must build our fortresses. We must reach the 3 building sites and clear them of any opposition.
Good, good. The Rise of Angmar.
The darkness waits.
See, if they ever remaster Battle or Medieval 2, you need to do a massive push to get Medieval 2 cooperative multiplayer support. More than we did for Rome 1. Because if somebody was brave enough, Chad enough, to port the Third Age plus the Divide and Conquer submod to a Medieval 2 remaster, that's the only thing CA is going to make that I would buy. And it wouldn't be even CA. You know who it would be? It'd probably be that Feral Interactive. I'm not gonna lie, I'd buy that. I'm not gonna buy the new trash, but I'd buy that in a heartbeat. Oh man, Lord of the Rings is such a cool IP.
The captive snow trolls here have joined us.
Victory will be mine.
Oh man, what I wouldn't give, like it would be really cool. It to actually talk to Tolkien. You like ask him questions, like how did you find the time to write as much as you did. It's incredible. Kill the black Numenorians. These are the black Numenorians. They're basically just Numenorians, but evil. Oh yeah, the timer thing is from that mod. You can ignore that. I forgot how to turn that off. But the mod adds a bunch of nice quality of life stuff. Or not quality of life, but it just helps rebalance the game, make it a little bit better.
We have cleared a building site and started building a fortress.
Gotta really get those 5 bits to say. Just wait for the new Lord of the Rings crossover event with woke hobbits to ruin everything about Tolkien's legacy. I'm not interested in the new Lord of the Rings, and I don't even want to. I don't care. Like, I just don't care about it.
These lands.
You know what I do care about? The old video games. We're gonna do... Oh, you know what we're gonna do? We should do another playthrough of Return of the King. Oh, speaking of, now that some of you are here, it's not as many as I would like. No, I'm kidding. I only say that because I have to retell the same thing to other people later. But I'll tell you guys now. So you guys get to know... Actually consider yourself privileged. You get to know stuff before other people. Wow. We'll be doing the Fortnite stream as soon as the art for it's done. I've commissioned a special thumbnail. So as soon as it's done, I will then let you guys know, and we'll schedule it then. So it has been commissioned. It's in development. Need to wait for it to get done. I couldn't not commission a thumbnail for that, because number one, it raised a ridiculous amount of money. It gives me an excuse to give Jake some work, which I love giving people work. I just wish I had, had more money to do that. And so I don't mind, helping out an artist friend, giving him some months, giving him a job. Everybody needs commission here and there. If I ever make a big channel, the amount of art we're going to produce, the amount of works we're going to produce will be incredible. I'll keep those artists. I would hire them all full-time, actually. I'm not even kidding. That'd be so awesome. A full-time art team that I could just have them draw anything I want. Like anything. They would create so many works, it's not even funny. There's a bit to say, will you do a playthrough for your game once upon a time? That's finished. I might. I mean, I really do want to play it, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, chat. Buildings are a thing now. In our game.
We have cleared a building site.
There are buildings in it! Like, not just art assets. This music's so fucking good. It's not even fair. I've listened to the Lord of the Rings OST like 18 times in like the last couple of days while working. I swear to God. That and the Nier playlist, like, these are just like the top Squeak playlists. They're just top of the line. Every streamer's got to have their cringy saying, top Squeak is ours. It's really bad. It makes me want to vomit every time I do it. But that's kind of what makes it great.
We have completed a new fortress. Get ready to build. Build it strong. Angmar must grow stronger. Here's more work for you lazy
Should probably take another bite of that burger before it gets cold. Took me a little longer to make my food, so. Normally if we have food on stream, it's normally just a snack, something small, and you can't even notice. But a big, chunky burger, well, it's a little hard to cover up.
Our new building is complete.
Where man to cut?
The fire's burning our new dark iron forge. Look, a den of hill trolls is under attack. It might be useful. Don't let it fall.
Might be useful. I don't know if it's useful, but there's a good chance it could be, my lord.
Build it strong.
You better fucking hope you're right.
We've defeated these black Numenorians, and this den is ours. We can use it to recruit new trolls and wolves.
I, Rogash.
Men of Angmar!
And a bing bah. So yeah, apparently the Morgamir, he'll become a Nazgul at some point.
The shadows fall!
Makes
Men
sense.
of Angmar!
All shall
And the Witch King, well,
kneel
he's the
before
Witch King.
Iron Crown.
We're done with that one. You'll build for the Iron Crown.
Already have one of those.
The Dark Iron Forge has been expanded.
I go there. Rogash take green land.
You know what's kind of funny? In our universe, the Luminarians
Fire Drake!
sound
Keep your
exactly,
distance.
in my mind, like the Numenorians now.
Fighting has
And it
begun.
bothers the ever-living shit out of me. I'll get over it. But now that I've made that connection, it's gonna be very annoying for me to unmake it. No.
We finished that one.
This is why I detoxed myself from working on or reading other IPs. Like, I stopped reading as many fantasy books and stuff like that. Because I needed to break away from other influences. Because it's fine to take influence and inspiration for certain things, but to be influenced and inspired by everything is absolutely repulsive to me. And boring.
Our wolves can wear spiked collars now.
Absolutely repulsive. I can't wait till we get the Sunken King song. The Sunken King is about the Luminorian King. Luminarian. Oh god, I'm picking up the fucking pronunciation from by accident. Luminarian. There we go. Now I can't undo it. Now I can't unsee it. Oh, it's gonna take a while to undo that.
Spotted enemy troops.
That's to Kibs' morale, Chad. Kibs' morale, bro. Always get hard copies if you can. We'll get him, we'll get him. We need to get rid of those orcs, though. Rogash never falls! Oh good. When you die later in the campaign, I'll fucking remind you said that. What?
The blood is starting to spill.
The blood is starting to spill. He's all fucking excited about it.
Cleared a building site and started building a fortress. Get ready to build. Here's more work for you lazy worms.
There's more work for you lazy worms. Get some upgrades for our dude bros.
We have finished building one of
Excuse
our
me.
fortresses.
But yeah, no, I do want to play my own game.
The Witch King's
I'm
new
fucking excited.
fortress is
I've
complete.
got these ideas. I've got these great ideas. When you see the Sunken King of Luminar, oh, can't wait.
Our new
The
building is
battle
ready.
track for Rhea is coming along.
The Dark Iron weapons
Or
are
it's
ready.
so good. Talon sent me a concept for the cover art for it. It looks. I'm so excited.
Battle is
Actually,
yours.
fucking grinning like a shit-eating grin. Like I'm fucking stoked.
The captive snow trolls here have
I've got
joined
so
us.
many ideas.
Ready to kill.
I can't even describe it. I'm trying to think of how to describe what I want to say. Oh god, we didn't kill that thing. It's still there. That's right. They respawn at those nests. Counterattack in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Bitch, please. I'll deal with those things at that time, I hope.
I have stone and iron to use for Angmar.
Squeals.
You'll build for the Iron Crown.
You'll build for the Iron Crown, and if you don't, you'll be tickled.
Fighting has begun.
It's not that intimidating. I do like how they run around and burn like, "Arr!" They burn. Oh, beautiful.
Trolls of the north
Got it.
come splinters.
Is there anywhere we can see stuff for the game? Heard about it. Have no idea what it is actually about or anything. Oh yeah, you can. If you take a look at our Discord server, link is in the description. There's a channel called #Mixers-Legends of Terrestria. Now, what the Mixers thing is that's just the project name.
Rogash take green.
We might end up removing that at some point. Just because it's kind of a weird name and it doesn't make a lot of sense with what actually the game's about. That's just the project name. Project names generally shift. Legend of Terrestria is finally the name. Problem is I need to supplant that with a different name if we did change it with a franchise name, because there's actually a name for the universe. Except that I don't know what to call the universe because the universe is so broad scope and encompassing, I don't even know where to start. Calling it something like that's like calling it the Elder Scrolls, you know? Like, there's an Elder Scroll in the game, you know, and when you play the, not our game, but in like the Elder Scrolls series, and it's like just the throwaway thing, like, oh, it's an Elder Scroll, okay. Like 90% of the game, you never even see it, hear it, or talk about it.
Dark King strong.
Our forces are under attack.
It is a sci-fantasy setting, but the game is a tactical turn-based role-playing game. It could be called Tactics, I suppose, but I call it Tactical Role-Playing Game because, oh god, there's a lot of bad guys. Because it just sounds nicer. A tactics game is going to make people think about fantasy tactics, and I don't want them to misconstrue our project with someone else's. That was not the buff, that was the attack thing. I meant to put that on there. Do your ability yet? Fuck, anybody level enough to use their fucking abilities? No, we leveled up. Dude, you need to kill them. You need to kill them like now. Let's go. Kill it. Yeah. Fuck him. Song of Peaches and Pencils. That sounds like a cancerous fan pickup of George R. R. Martin's works. I'm not a personal big fan of George R. R. Martin, but that just stems from the fact that I distaste the way he talks down about Tolkien all the time.
Dark King mighty.
It annoys me.
I serve shadow now.
Especially when he's clearly trying to follow in his footsteps.
Either your lives or your will.
But that is a personal bias.
Choose now.
Your will is ours, Dreadlord, now and forever.
You are broken, but I will reforge you into a blade worthy of the Iron Crown. A chill wind blows across the lands of the West.
Good.
Now
That
all
guy's
of
fucking
Angmar is
stoked.
united under the Iron Crown. Legions of orcs fight under the command of the Thrall Masters of Angmar. The great fortress at Khan Dûm continues to rise. It will make an ideal sanctum for the Witch King to work his fell sorcery. The hammer is forged at last, ready to smite the heirs of Elendil and lay their kingdoms low.
Okay. Time for a Dr. Pepper. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Sugary goodness. Oh, it dribbled onto my belly. How unfortunate. Never drink leaning back like that, champ. I was just kind of like lounging. And now it ran down my chin. Got a napkin. I actually hate when that happens. Never hardly happens, but still. Gonna shirt in the wash now. That later. Tragedy. How annoying. At least it didn't get on anything else. Oh, fuck. Only a little bit. It's literally just a drop, and I'm just overreacting about it. I'm just annoyed now. Anyway, says, alright, I found Thessa's art. You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Ah, Thessa is from a different era. She's from 1,000 years before the game takes place. So, she's not around anymore. She's from the Kanara series, which is a mini series of lore that we're preparing. But the Sunken King will be done first. The Sunken King kind of sounds like Numenorians. Yeah, because they sank, didn't they? Technically, Luminar didn't sink. In fact, we'll go into that when we get to the video. He's called the Sunken King, but not for that reason. My fear is that the Luminarians kind of give a
King Argaleb of
Atlantean vibe, and that's
reclaims the throne of all Arnor. Cardolan does not oppose him,
by Atlantis,
but one faction of the Hillmen of Rodar begin to rebel. They are led by Hualdar, a hill chief in secret league with Angmar. Moving to crush this resistance, Argaleb has Hualdar seized and moves into Rudar. But Angmar, its power ready, advances into the weakest of the Dunedain realms. Thus, one man's lust for power has given the Witch King an opportunity, and he will seize it with both hands.
Before Hualdar was captured, he secretly gathered supporters in the hills. Even now, our agents walk among them. There are 4 villages of Rudar Hillmen in this area. We must find them and kill all who do not join us.
If we free Hualdar from Arnor's outpost in the south before raising rebellion in the villages, more of the Hillmen will join us.
The Witch King is here, and we stand with him. The darkness shall triumph.
Yay. Ah, but Thessa. Yes. Her daughter is... What's her name? Who wears the mask? Oh my god, what is her name?
We move.
Cat, what the frick is the daughter of Thessa's name? I know, remember Taros. But that's not daughter. That's not. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm spacing her name right now. He looks like a psychopath. She takes off her mask. He definitely looks a little unhinged. Oh my god, the map I'm working on. To my left is the new terrestrial map, based on Sandro's drawing. And that new terrestrial map, it's enlarged. I can finally add little details, like different little tiny things. Because before, if you look at the world map, like there's Astria, the Agorial, well, those are the major regions. Those that's like continental references for them. They don't refer to them as they should, like, you know. In Lord of the Rings, they got, you know, the rune and all that. I can't remember. They're different sub-regions. And I finally am writing again. There's the River of Osos, the Tekenos, and then there's the mountain range, which I can never remember its name. It's the mountain range that shields Astria, mostly northern Astria, from the Nefir Cord. And then the River of Osos is the last, like, major land body that actually prevents any sort of major crossing by the Nefir Cord. Because God forbid they cross the River of Osos, it's all over. GG, no re. Oh, let's just say Astrian heavy infantry are just not very good at fighting cavalry. Especially when the cavalry just like goes around them and deals with their supply trains. Like, oh, today's the biggest of sads. In a one-on-one fight, they could probably kick their ass, but the problem is you gotta get them to go in a one-on-one fight. I said quiet faggots there. I was like, whoa, dude, that's so mean. That's quiet faggots. Yikes, bro. You just posted meanery. That's funny. Quiet faggots. Quiet faggots. Love it. Give it a 10 out of 10. Top squeak. Nesri? Nesri, that's Kanar's little sister. No, no, no. That's his daughter. He's an oracle. Nesri's not an oracle.
You'll do as you're told.
Man, I've always talked about. I've been complaining about this a lot on the dev team. One thing I wish I had time for is to write our own language for the game. Like proper. Like actually good luck. I do like how the models are the Arnorians, what they're called. The old dudes. But in the picture, they're Gondorians. It's only a campaign thing that they're this way. Alright, get real, give us 5 bits of no charge of the light brigade with all the all that cavalry. What are you talking about? What cavalry? What are you talking about? Or do you mean the horsemen actually use their cavalry properly? Stares at disgust to Game of Thrones.
Death to the Dunedain!
Yeah. The biggest danger with specifically the Nephir. Because the Nephiric horde is a culmination of several tribes, like the Rakiri, oh god, I forgot all their names now. The Rakiri and the other dudes. It's been so long since I've worked on their lore after I did their gods. Well, they're ethereal entities. Their spirits, I guess, is a more apt word, I guess. Because their religion's weird. They have the Onagdor.
We spotted enemies at the
Or is it Onagdor? I can't remember the pronunciation. I have a pronunciation sheet somewhere. I've had to make that because it's getting a little bit difficult with all the different nations and cultures. They all have their different enunciations. The problem is I can't do the Southern Astrian, like, way of speaking. Like, how you say Rhea is weird. But it sounds cuter. That's all I remember. Now here's why I want to write my own language for those factions, though. Is because I want songs in the game to have words to tell of tales and legends of old. Because Legends of Terrestria, they're very much in a world that has its own history. It has 1,000 years plus of relatively well-documented history. I say relatively well because I haven't finished writing it. Work in progress. But I want songs for different tales.
Now that the Hillmen have risen against Arnor, it is time for the final conquest of Rudour. The 2 strongholds to the west are all that remain in our way.
When I was talking with the team, basically when you see the Sunken King of Luminar video, and that's one day done, after the Wrath of the Firstborn. Wrath of the Firstborn is just a music vid, just sort of like Celeste Lost.
We have Thrall Masters to summon hordes of rebel hillmen to our ranks. Now
Just pull a
build an
token
outpost
and translate
raise
their
an
language
army to
into
lay
our
waste to
equivalents.
this land.
We could. I was talking with our composer, because our composer is based in Hungary. We might... One solution that was suggested was to temporarily just use the Hungarian language as either a base or just use the Hungarian tongue for, like, the songs itself, and then worry about fixing that down the road when we have more time. Then we can patch in 2 versions of the song. Game volume's a bit too loud? Okie doke. But it's so good, though, isn't it? It's so good. It's 10 out of 10. I'm gonna keep the cutscene relatively loud. Thank you for pointing that out, Music Ninja. Appreciate it. It's not a terrible solution. It'll also be helpful because not very many people will know Hungarian, but I still would prefer to have our own tongues for stuff. Unfortunately, though, it's unnecessary. Adding that now would just be slowing down everything else for that, which would be tragic. Which bums me out a little bit, to be honest. But it doesn't bum me out that much, because it just means I can do it, and when I do it, I'll be smarter at it, because I'll have more experience. So it's not like it's all bad, but it's kind of one of those things where, you know, you just kind of want to do it, like, now.
We finished that one. They're bombarding us.
It will sound different. For example, Syra's Lullaby. It's very much supposed to be, you know, in their tongue. Songs for different nations, for different places. Neon, you're adorable, and I hope you burn. No. He's like, wow, burning. He says, when I am reincarnated in about 150 years, I will become a hipster and play Legends of Terrestrial, which will be released in about 140 years. You guys joke, but you're making me sad now. To be fair, good. Good to joke. I hope to God that doesn't happen. I'd like to see it finished, you know? But we must be patient. The programmers are working as hard as they can with the free time they have. Can't be... Like, they're already working hard. They're trying their best. And I know they can do it. But they are fucking skilled as hell. Damn, if you guys have been watching Robin's been streaming every Tuesday and Thursday. He normally did his streams working on sprite works for a game on DL Live now, because he switched over because he doesn't like Twitch. And he also streams the programming of our game. So if you're curious about actually seeing it be developed, you guys can take a look and watch it. Sometimes I'm there, and I'm learning shit I don't even know, because I'm not a programmer. I'm like, what?
Build it for the
and he's like, nothing's working, and I'm like, I would help you, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Get ready to build. That place is no good for building.
That price is no good for building,
Build
chat.
it strong.
Build it nice and strong, we will.
No backtalk, worms.
Wow, rude. Oh my god, Raskism. Tell them to work harder, maggots. Yeah, I still like the part where I thought he said Vegas, though, because that's just so spicy.
I await the Witch King's command.
I like spicy food, and I also like spicy memes.
Build it for the Witch
They
King.
have a little bit of a kick. Shadowway gives 4 bits. A horde of horsemen cross the mountains and the river. Astro pulls out their secret constructs that look like machine guns and Panzer IVs. How did you call that plot point? No kidding.
Get ready to build.
Oh, he's so dangerously close, you have no idea. It's like, wait, am I? Big Thinkies. Puts on Big Thinkies hat.
Toil for the Iron Crown.
Toil for the Iron Crown.
I await the Witch King's command.
I'll have to start upgrading stuff, because we're going to have to get ready to tech up and whatnot. Actually, temporarily, I'll build another builder to help expedite the construction process here. I am going way slower than I really have to. But I kind of like turtling. It's just my thing I like to do when I play RTSs. Because then you can build really silly things, or like overpower the ever-living crap out of everything, which makes it funnier.
The Hall of the King's Men is greater than ever. Build it for the Witch King. You'll build for the Iron Crown. Stone and iron. Toil for the Iron Crown.
Finish that guy? Yes, there it is.
I have stone and iron to use for Angmar. Build it strong. Our new building is ready. You'll build for the Iron Crown. Banner carriers now.
You'll build for the Iron Crown.
Build it for the Witch King.
That's Panzer IVs, Kibs, not Panzer IVs. Oh my god, I don't know. I thought you said like IFV. Listen. I'm glad Bubbles isn't here, okay? That's good. That's a good thing to say. Bubbles would never shut the fuck up about that.
There are trolls and wolves in our new deck. I await the Witch King's command. Building is ready.
Build fortress, build wall hub, build tower.
Collars now.
Wolves can wear spike collars. That just sounds so stupid. Like he's talking about it like it's a big deal. Like they can wear spiky collars. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Toil for the Iron Crown. Must grow stronger. The Hall of the King's
Kibs, if you manage to make your own language, be sure to add in some good, strong insults. That is just essential. We all know. Actually, the thing is, like, how Terrestria or Legend of Terrestria was originally like scripted to be has changed quite a bit. There was a lot more vulgarity and what's the word? Obscenity? Even actually a lot more nudity and things like that. But I actually just didn't like the way that felt, and it felt kind of just dirty. And I was like, so actually remove some of it. There's still curses. Mark my words, chat. And obscenities, but they're not as on the nose, if that makes sense. Because I think that detracts away from quite a bit. And that actually came from a little bit of inspiration I got from actual Game of Thrones. Like, it has inspired me. I saw what it looked like when a universe had that, and realized that that just looked cheap and fashy. And so that's why I was like, I knew. Maybe we'll try to use our brain a little bit more. Wittier remarks.
Our new building is ready.
Like when Gandalf tells people off. That kind of wit.
Our new building is complete. Angmar must grow stronger.
But what if it doesn't? He's like, fuck, we're sucking, fuck. He's just mad about it. He just gives up on life. He commits suicide. We gotta continue to upgrade all our cramp.
Get ready to build. Angmar must grow stronger.
But what if it doesn't? He's like, then
The
it's
Dark
over.
Iron Forge has been expanded.
Unfortunately, our wall can only go. Wait, if I just build another fortress, we can.
The den is deeper. Build it
Put it there.
strong.
Then my walls can go up there. The den is deeper. These are the biggest thinkies, chat.
Our army can't get any bigger.
Oh, we're overpopped.
You'll build
Sad.
for the Iron Crown.
Oh, we can't get any bigger. The more Rhea drank, the more she shat. Yeah, no,
The
that
Dark
scenes
Iron
like that,
weapons are ready.
those were never gonna be a part of Legends of Terrestria. That was just really cringy. I don't even know why he did that, actually. I would be curious to know the reasoning behind that. Is it some, you know, writer's fetish or something? Like, did that just slip in there? Like, it's just kind of out of place and kind of out of touch.
The ice munitions are cold enough now.
The ice munitions are cold enough. I've turned up the refrigerator. It's quite cold in here, sir. Sir, I've locked myself in the refrigerator. So, Kibs, is there any magical or fictional food in Terrastria? Well, a lot of the animals in bestiary aren't actually Terran. Because Terrastria is not Terra. If you go to Terra, I'm sure there will be little cows and chickens. Now, we will have things like chickens and cows, because honestly, I didn't want to remake every single animal in existence, because that would take forever. There are horses, there are, you know, cows and chickens, but there are different types of animals, quite a bit. One such creature is actually a work in progress, though his horns were designed wrong, which made it unoptimal for actually defending itself as a creature. Get these upgrades real quick. Almost there. Oh, we should construct a wall here. Or gate.
Our forces are under attack. The Witch King's new fortress is complete. The Dark Iron armor is ready.
Oh my god, you haven't killed them all yet? Christ. That's all the upgrades, I believe.
Fighting has begun.
There we go. Remember, Kibs, when it comes to world building, a deep pond is better than a shallow ocean. Indeed. Why do you think I've only been working on Terrastria and nations surrounding or immediately affecting Terrastria's history or past? Because I can't work on anything else. That's why the Chi Empire was called the Chi Empire for friggin' ages, and I hate that name. You know why I called it Chi Empire? Because it was like, China. Just China. I don't know what to do with you yet. You're China for now. Until I can figure out something more original. Their lore is about as shallow as a potato. A potato that's been dug up, mind you. Oh my god. And I'll work on them more later. I had worked on them a little bit, mostly because I was actually offended by how Chinese they were. I was like, that's so fucking disgusting. It's boring. And so I actually went over and actually fixed that. Now they're just called 5 Kingdoms until I can figure out what the hell to call them. And I changed the lore a little bit more so that the system and how they govern is very different. And that they're actually 5 kingdoms united under a single crown. I'm liking the direction they're going in, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done on them. A lot of work needs to be done on them. Honestly, the designification of Terrastria was one of the most important things I've done in recent years. Recent days. No, not ways. I'm trying to remember how long it's been. About a month ago. Okay. About a month or two. No, not last month. This year for sure, though. Oh, God, I don't remember when I did that, though. The designification is important, just like I removed any sort of Japanese influences and any sort of, yeah, Japan and, like, China were the two things that I needed to absolutely cut out of Terrastria because it's just too sterile and soulless. Not the culture, it's just the fact that it's like, there's not a lot to do. I need a different base template for inspiration. And until I can come up with something more creative and more unique and fun, they're just gonna remain that way. This is gonna suck.
Reach the crawl holes for you. I must flee. We have our orders. Move.
I think they're dead.
The Witch King has been slain. Morgamir is fallen.
Yeah, I kind of figured they'd die. It's fine. I got over their losses or casualties.
Get ready to build.
Unfortunately, I don't possess a lot of resources. But the one reason why I didn't do very well there is there's this one unit in this game for this faction that, in my opinion, is absolute garbage. And that's because you can't upgrade them.
Look, the enemy.
This is going to suck, no matter how we slice it. Pikemen get absolutely plastered. Can I upgrade those? And there you can see why these guys are better, because they can actually be upgraded. Where the hell is the gate? Oh, whatever. Oh my god. Better hope we can come up with something faster.
We are the Black Rangers.
Hanse's under attack.
Oh,
Rangers ready.
we're going to pull back. What we do need to do is kite them over here.
Forces are under attack.
Because that fortification should be strong enough to repel them. Ching, ching, ching.
The human spirit cannot be so
Oh yeah,
easily
in
crushed.
crafting out Terrestrial World, I had
We
4
are the
principal
elite.
concepts of nations that I wanted, and those helped determine each of the 4 major continents.
Fighting has
And then I
begun.
had other minor principal concepts of what to do after that.
We are ready to strike.
And I was like, okay,
We
and then it
rule
came
the
together.
forest.
Lots of bubbles.
Never know. I serve the Witch King now.
I served a Witch King now. I switched sides real quick, you see? It's a goddamn.
I know the hills. Men of Angmar. Chief of Chiefs. The hills
They went
rise
for that
warrior.
one first.
Our builder is under attack.
Now I'm gonna get something.
Killed. The blood has started to
We
spill.
bring silent death.
There we go. Now we'll mop them up. Now that we have actual troops.
Our buildings are being attacked.
No living man may hinder me.
I know the hills.
It's snowing here, and what up? Welcome to the stream, Strato. I like snow. I like to look at it. I hate driving in it, though. Absolutely love winter, but I hate driving in snow.
We are under attack.
How common are mercenaries within your setting? Fairly. Especially in the current era. The year 1022, mercenaries and hired swords and stuff like that are very common. That's due to the fact that the Astrian Empire also even has mercenaries in its own borders, because the proper Imperial legions were disbanded because they couldn't afford to keep them running. Any legions that do remain, or legacies, were adopted by the great houses that formed within the Empire. The great houses were prominent generals or lords that were able to basically put in charge of a system or a region of territory, and they were tasked with protecting that area. It was more economical for each region to have its own defender. They have actual names. I just forget the names of all the ranks are off the top of my head. This is also actually fairly old lore, as in, I wrote it and was pretty satisfied with how it worked, so I just didn't need to change it. Good. Oh yeah. They operate under sort of a theme system in terms of defenses. That's why you have House Lanium, House Torius, House Vala. Now, some of these houses actually existed before then, like House Torius. and always had predominant power, but they didn't have that much. The Astrian Senate, which still exists, used to also have a lot more power too in the olden days, but a lot of the power has shifted to the Great House Lords. Because, well, let's just say that they have a lot more influence than they've ever had. And each house normally is under a different greater house. So there's, like, Lanium falls under Torius. Helvest is on its own, because it's the last province or territory in Karinos. Every other Astrian territory has been lost, except for Nataclisius, which still holds on to a sliver of land on their side, which controls the Golden Strait. Sala still has its own House Legions as well, but House Legions are much smaller. And the Legion's ability or weapons or gear and equipment is heavily based on the region they're from. Some have even reverted back to old traditions and customs. Like in the case of Concordia, Concordia has returned to its very heavy spear formations and stuff like that. Even adopting some of its older armor traditions back. Concordia has always been fairly independent in terms of its own sort of style and stuff like that. It always has its style, but it's much heavier. Lanium favors lighter infantry. They have lots of great bowmen and ranged units. Sala has excellent cavalry. They also have access to the Celestial Templars, which are incredible. Absolute little spurg monkeys.
You'll build for the Iron
But that's because of the Celestial Order and how they treat their Illumine-born. They're like, you have Illumine genes, you come to Celestial Order Temple. You live here now.
Angmar must grow stronger.
The centralization of their mage core was actually a really good thing for them. Not a lot of nations do that because they're afraid of that.
You'll build for the Iron Crown.
It's also why they're so few and they are so dangerous. But because they centralized it and they have such a good bureaucratic organization for finding them, like, they're pretty good at it. So they have a decent sized core. What was it? At the low point of the Republic, there was 30 oracles left, or 20. That was during the Kanar Civil War thingy. It was pretty bad. Or no, wait, no, is that their height? I think they had like 6 left. Because even then there was even more, less. Like, in terms of mages, they're not common. That's why it didn't affect the technology. That's actually specifically one of the reasons why I decided that, because I hate the idea of magic affecting technological progression. Because when you look into what it does, it just ruins everything. It makes things too easy to explain. Like, oh, their food problems are solved because of magic. It's like, meh, boring, boring. Now, if you look in the case of the Illuminarians, that's a very different case because they all had Illumine genes. They were pretty on an individual basis, they weren't that powerful, but compared to others like the Astrians, but having a general populace that can use some form of Illumine is really good. I'm gonna get a pie, says AWL. Pie's pretty good. Shadow Warrior donates 3 bits. Say, don't know if you ever answered this. Set main playable character or custom? Set main playable. It was originally a custom character until I realized that I absolutely loathed the custom character. So now it's a single character. Or no, it's not single. It's a series of set main characters. Prescript. The reason for this was simply put that the writing isn't as strong if a character doesn't have a pre-established history in the world. If everything in this universe is designed with the idea that they're based on historical events, built on layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of history, you know, steeped in mysticism and other things, and, you know, lies or, you know, whatever, hidden truths, and it's been layered upon for 1,000 years or so. And that vibe is really lost when you introduce a custom character that has no background or description. And the problem with the custom character is, like, you introduce a custom character, now they have, okay, you can only have like 2 or 3 presets because you're gonna have to write that distinctly to make that valuable. So the problem that ran into is that it had no value intrinsic to the story, and it just felt like a self-insert from the player side of the view, rather than actually good storytelling. And to focus on character centrism and character interactions, having a pre-script character is superior every time. Because a pre-script character will be better than a Revan. It'll be better than a Shepherd. Because Revan and a Shepherd, like, they can flip on a dime 180. Versus if I write Rhea or Waylon or Nezra, I can be like, okay, what would they realistically say? What were some of the things they could say? What's believable based on their personality and who they are as a person? And based on the circumstances and the, you know, established prejudices of that group or whatever. With that bit of information, all of a sudden, so much more becomes so much clearer. I really thought I built a gate there, but it just didn't seem like there's a gate there, chat. There's the middle one. Now I gotta click the middle one. Whatever, we'll put a squeaker entrance in. Do these things not refill? Okay, they do. But they cost a little bit of one month. But my OC Kibs, keep it for the fan art, friend. I'm not opposed to player custom creations. There's an entire continent I made off to the side that has no contact and hasn't been discovered by any nations. And its currently placeholder name is Newfoundland because I found it funny. But outside of the joke of that, that region exists for purely role-playing purposes. For the pen and paper I want to eventually create for this universe as well. That continent, you know, it's kind of small compared to the others. The idea is that players can make whatever they want over there, do whatever they want over there. GMs can host their own little campaigns and have something unique that isn't in lore. They can make up their own fanfic stuff over there. In canon, that continent, for all intents and purposes, doesn't exist. Because it kinda doesn't. But it's just a place I introduced for the idea that, you know, people wanted to make stuff up with their own homebrew stuff. They could. Ah, Jundland. I do like Jundland. But the pronunciation. Yes, but I already know how they pronounce it. I already know. Ow. South of the Boreal, but the mountain range is called something. It's one of the world's biggest mountain ranges. It's what shielded the nations of Vinici and Dabunia and Thornburg from all the hordes and the migratory movements that took place a couple hundred years ago, after or during the crisis of the 5 emperors succession. Because the Astrian Empire went through this nice little civil war right in the middle of a massive fucking migration period. Very nice, very nice. Impeccable timing. One of the first times and one of the only times that the Volans have ever killed each other. Or tried to kill each other. Save for one other instance. And that's with the War of the Father. Which Grondrius, the current reigning emperor, along with his brother Nidus, who was the firstborn, who was supposed to actually be the king, or not the king, the emperor of Astria, killed their father because he was driven mad from the Battle of Broken Storms. A battle in which saw all of his siblings killed and his father killed. A battle so terrific, or terrific, yay! So horrific that it absolutely changed the course of a lot of stuff in terms of how things were perceived in Astria. It was also a significant point because it was the one turning point where the Nephira Court was finally fucking stopped. Over the Nephira Court is, they're mostly cavalry and light infantry, when the Astrian military was very heavy, which is why the Astrian army switched to more lighter builds later. But the problem is when there's just that many different tribes moving through you, there's not a lot of room for movement. So Kibs, what are your thoughts on Victoria 2? I don't have any thoughts on it because I haven't looked at it. I feel like I should have more PopCap than this. You know?
All shall kneel before
Just
me.
feels like it's only a couple of dudes. Kibs rambling about this history like and professor that spent too much time in the vaults. A little bit. I mean, think about it. I've spent a long time writing this stuff, so yeah. Like, I know a lot about the history, and the worst part about it all, chat, is there's not nearly enough of it, like, written down. In the sense that there's so much history in what I have, but there is so little of what there should be. It should be 10 times as much. Most of the history is well written for Novaria, Astria, Cardovia, the Nephir, but not all the Nephiric sub-tribes. And for Cardovia, it's only specifically for the United Kingdoms of Cardovia, not for the individual kingdoms. It's to do with the whole uprising against the Olnir Empire. Goddamn Olnir. Savages. But I tell you, that Concordian pussy must be pretty good. Because the Koninger of the Olnir Empire fell in love with the Concordian... I don't remember what she was. I think she was either a princess or like a maiden or something. Fell in love with... And his wife found out about that. Sailed with an armada. Basically bringing almost their entire nation to bear. It was kind of a spectacle. There have been incidents, let's say, where lover quarrels cause problems. Big whoopsie doopsie. Oh man. To be fair, that's one of the biggest naval engagements in our history, though. Because they had the Olnir Civil War, you had the remnants of Concordia, the remnants of the Astrian Empire's armada, basically fighting against this big fuck-all navy, one of the largest navies ever assembled. It was quite large. I believe it took place... what sea did it take place in? Not in Mariam. It would have been... Let's look at the map. The Ionia Sea, if I remember right. Yeah, it took place on the Ionia Sea, which is between Halastra, Korinos, and southern Aspria. Because the enemy crossed, or the enemy, they crossed from the Sea of Woes to North Mariam Ocean to the Ionia Sea, and the King of Olnir, or the Koninger, had basically taken Concordia, which was in the Adrian Sea and the Apollonia Sea, and forget the island's name. I always call it Concordia, but that's actually the house's name. I forget their name all the time. Oh, it's terrible. There was a point when I could remember everyone's name, but there are so many names now that I have to like reference it frequently. And I should actually be remembering them more, but it's because I'm not writing nearly as much as I should. Like that's the real reason in my mind. Like I should remember all of their names by heart. Yes, there's like 1,000+ names, but that doesn't change the fact that there's, you know, they should be remembered. Gives in the game, he'll be in the Grand Library. No self-inserts. No Kib in game. Not the map. Halastro is really cool. Man, I'm kind of annoyed that Halastro doesn't play a bigger role in the story. I'm kind of annoyed that some of the stuff like aren't super directly related to the game, like because it wouldn't make sense. Like, why would you go to Halastro?
They're attacking it.
Because they wanted to. Because they...
The enemy. For Angmar and Khan.
They're killing Kib.
Men of Angmar. We are one with the blade.
Calm down, Morgamir. You're too excited again.
To live. Move.
I'm super tired of this game. Hurry up and destroy it.
Rangers ready.
So we can expect to be able to play this game to 2030?
We cannot build any more.
Oh, by 2030? Or is this 2035 more realistic? I hope not that long. Honestly, development speeds are picking up.
To the Iron Crown.
But one of the biggest bottlenecks is programmer development time. We need to get more stuff done. We can't get more programmers. That's not going to fix the problem. We need the programmers we have to work more. The only way to do that is to pay them more. Or to start paying them. Technically, they're not even paid at all. They work on their free time. I'm able to pay the artists. Speaking of, I gotta tell the co-founder to send me the money stuff. Because I keep forgetting that. I keep paying for all of it by myself, but he's actually helping me do it too. Gotta remember.
The Iron Crown calls. The darkness waits.
My God. The worst part about, I think, all of writing the lower Legends of Terrestria is realizing that this is just a footnote. I think that's the worst part still.
Men of the North Kingdom, this day we shatter the upstart of Angmar and restore the glory of the Dunedain. To battle and victory!
Your polygonal shield will not protect you. He's like, "Mrrr."
The Iron Crown calls.
King Argaleb of Arthedain has arrived to help the men of Arnor. Let the ravens feast on his flesh.
Flesh.
Enemy troops are near. We move to strike. We go to war. We march. For Angmar and Khan Doom.
Kill them all. Good, let them divide their forces. Divide and conquer, as the saying goes.
We must fight them off again. Our camp is under attack.
Why do they have the white tree? Dang it, game. Don't worry about it. They have some of the models right. Those are actually just the Gondorian models for the cavalry.
Our forces are under
It's like these guys are literally just the power guard.
For the Witch King.
Oh.
Witch King's command. Build now. Battle is joy. I enemy done not build for Angmar.
He murdered him. Oh no.
First of the king's men, we go to war. Do not hesitate.
There we go. Perfect. Today Dune will be out in my country. Hope it will be good. Oh god, I have no interest in watching that. I have no doubt they're gonna absolutely butcher Frank Herbert's Dune.
Our forces are under attack.
I have no confidence in modern cinema. I thought I ordered you an attack move. You fucking monkeys.
We march.
Now we gotta take out the last
We
castle.
go to war.
Boop, boop, boop. Small country in Asia. There's so many though. There are so many tiny countries over there.
We spotted enemy troops.
Oh no.
The enemy is attacking our forces.
Men of Angmar, we have to track. Shadows fall. We go to war.
Oh my god, did they only have catapults? Fuck. Well, we tried.
I am first of the king's men.
We found an enemy camp. Our forces have spotted the enemy.
All
The blood has started to
kneel
spill.
before the
Men
Iron
of Angmar,
Cloud.
These need to be neutralized.
the Iron Crown.
Alright, we're overrunning them, which is good.
They shall not stand.
They cannot bear my might.
Waiting for orders. We fight for the Iron Crown. Our forces are under attack. I am wounded.
Ah, fuck.
Kill is to live. This fight continues without me.
If we can evacuate, that'd be great. I don't think we can, though. I think they'll be dead. I forgot to bring a few units with. God damn it. What's your repeat?
The enemy is attacking our forces.
Leave something behind?
We serve the Iron Crown.
Awkward to be running through the enemy, but you know,
Men
whatever.
of Angmar, move.
We are the Black Ring.
Fighting has begun.
We are ready to strike.
There's an auto upgrade everything button.
Only the strong survive. Legions march.
Kibs, you muted. What? Eh? Did I mute? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, boy?
Our army can't get any bigger.
I don't think I muted. I don't think I muted, Chant. Now you have me paranoid. Okay. Blaming YouTube, Chant. I see how it is. That's the coward way out. Let's see.
I await the Witch King's command. I am first of the king's men. Move.
Alright, they shouldn't have the defenses to stop us this time. We'll see, though.
We spotted the enemy's camp. Stone to dust.
Our forces are under attack.
The enemy. Battle cleanses. Endless destruction. Stone to dust. Men to battle.
We wait for battle.
Battle is joy.
I can bring any anti-buildings built units. That means it's gonna take a while to tear this shit down.
Endless destruction. I move to better ground.
Oh my god, unit pathing here is so wonk. Get in there, come on, let's go. Stick.
Our forces are under attack.
We rule the forest.
They fall around.
We are the elite.
Battle is joy.
We are ready to strike.
There, we should have this in the bag now. Actually, we can deal with that, that'll be faster. Press that there, that'll silence that for a little bit on it. No? I still see it shooting. No. I guess it's silence production, not actual production of arrows.
The blood is starting to spill.
Crown will prevail.
There we go. Destroying buildings. Kibs is in game. He'll be in the Grand Library, but that don't know. Could answer that, but
They're
that.
bombarding us.
Random and guess at plot points per Kibs game. Kibs freaks out after stream. Has to rewrite it. No. If people call the plot points or whatever, like, there's no point rewriting it.
The darkness waits.
That's dumb.
We wait for battle.
That's stupid. That's something somebody who's super insecure about their story would do. The only thing I would actually change is certain things if I didn't like the way they sounded or if they sounded a little too gimmicky. But the things I already know I like is like the Chi Empires, the stuff like the Neketut or whatever.
King
Like those are
Argalad
all going to
is
be
slain.
renamed later down the road.
His hope for a unified North Kingdom shattered with his pride in the ruins of Rudar. Waldar takes his place as a leading commander serving the Iron Crown, while his people provide more minions for the Thrall Masters. But despite their wounds, the Dunedain are not without power. The fortified Weather Hills and fortress at Amansul stand as a shield protecting Fornost and the heart of Arnor.
Yeah. Did it. Beat the goodies. Chiroy's heading to bed. Good night, Chiroy. Spell system for a game is nothing too crazy, but I thought it was fun. We made. I think it'll be fun in game too. Amonsul. We building. You remember Fornost, don't you, Kibs? It's familiar.
The new king, Arvaleg, son of Argaleb, with the help of Cardolan and the elves, has checked Angmar's advance. For many years they have held the frontier along the Weather Hills. Using the power of the Palantir of Amonsul, Arvaleg has foiled every attack and stratagem. The Witch King must now undertake a daring and dangerous strategy. A direct assault on the fortress of Amansul. Diversionary attacks draw off the forces of Cardolan and the elves, while the main army strikes the fortress. Although not the largest bastion in Middle-earth, Amansul is host to a mighty power.
Yeah.
The Master Palantir of the North.
While this fortress stands, the lands to the west are safe from my vengeance.
And it will stand no longer, Dreadlord.
We must strike without mercy. The pretenders guard the walls of Amansul with more than sinew and steel.
Yeah.
It seems they know how to use their trinket. But they channel its might through accursed malon trees.
My God. And heals their buildings. Adam Lukeman says we're gonna be the one to ruin it. Somebody has to.
Stop the blockade.
Game is implying that this level is gonna be very hard. This tree summons Dunedain reinforcements. That's bullshit.
Splinter the trees, and its power will wane. Follow.
Angmar must grow stronger. Build it
If
for
it
the
doesn't
Witch
go
King.
stronger,
Awaits the
we'll
Witch
die.
King's command. I have stone and iron to use for Angmar.
Only one of the Malorn trees is outside. Tragedy, to be sure.
We're done with that one.
The gate's over there.
I await the Witch King's command. We finished that one. Our new building is ready. Strong. I have stone and iron to use for Angmar. Build it for the Witch King. Get ready to build. You'll build for the Iron Crown.
That's it. There we go. Welcome to stream, freaking epic sauce. Oh no.
We finished that one. Our new building is ready. The building belongs to the Witch King now. I await the Witch King's command. We've got a new den. You'll build for the Iron Crown. Our wolves can wear spiked collars now.
Well, good for the wolves, I guess.
Toil for the Iron Crown. I have stone and iron to use for Angmar. Build it for the Witch King.
Power has come.
We gotta build up our buildings. Now this Amon's Soul fucking fiery attack thing. In 4 minutes, so we gotta build up fast. I might have put those buildings a little too close together.
The fire's burning our new dark iron forge.
Close.
We finished that one. We've built a new work for you lazy men. Must grow stronger. Build it for the Witch King.
Time to upgrade stuff. Oh boy, these missions are a bit annoying, but that's okay.
Our new building is ready.
Tell me the ones
Our
after that.
builder is under attack. Our builder
The real
is
build power
falling.
needs to be done.
The Hall of the King's Men is greater than ever. I have stone and iron to use for anger. You'll build for the Iron
A bit
Crown.
annoyed about how that guy died, but he died.
The Dark Iron Forge has been expanded.
Gotta get all the upgrades before that fiery attack happens and then destroys all my stuff. At least the primary upgrades. If I research those, then I don't have to worry about that later. Because they'll be done for good. We need to knock out the tree there, though.
The Dark Iron weapons are ready. The banner carriers are here.
Summons might actually do some damage here. Well, that's got some bullshit abilities if I do say so myself. Now if I can get more summons somehow.
I have stone and iron to use for Angmar.
Command center is not going to be available for a whale. I do need that though. Need the bow upgrade as well, and then that should be good for upgrades. Come on, let's go.
The Dark Iron Forge has been expanded.
And the ice arrows, and then that should be all the upgrades I need, and then the command building. I need to replace workers if they die, because if I lose a certain amount of workers, I'm absolutely boned.
The Dark Iron armor is ready.
There we go. Should be able to get all the things I need. Unfortunately, I don't think we can repair buildings
Get
still.
back to work or you'll be thrown to the wolves. We have freezing arrows now.
A fear of reprisal.
I am first of the King's men.
I am the Dark
Chief of Kibs.
I ready.
Spread out.
Get back to work. Don't let the trolls see you slacking.
16 seconds before Bernie time. Seven. Prepare yourself, chat, for burns.
They focus the very rays of the sun itself against us through one of their malon trees.
Quickly now!
Lamau, pathetic. That IZ upgrade. Oh,
They are wheat for the scythe.
I figured they might as well come attack soon.
Lie strong.
They have no hope.
The forge is under attack. Our buildings are being attacked. The ice munitions are cold
There's
enough
people
now.
in those
We are the
trees.
true Dunedain,
Our forces are under
I
attack.
serve Iron Crown.
waiting for orders.
Waiting for orders.
They create
await
elven
the Witch
forests
King's
in this
command.
place with one of their malon trees.
Trolls of the North.
All shall kneel
They
before
speak to their Dunedain allies through one of the malon trees.
The West will bleed.
Battle is joined. They killed off with iron.
Yeah, it's gonna get wiped.
I Rogash.
That's bad.
Get back to work.
I
or
need
you'll
to
be
get that
thrown to
building.
the wolves.
Got too strong.
The darkness.
How many troops are
shall
defending?
triumph.
There's not that many, but I don't want to run the risk. If I lose a hero, I don't get a hero back.
The enemy is attacking our forces.
But at the same time, we're very close to getting enough Palantir powers to be able to get more ability. Which another summon would be preferable.
The end of
Because the
the
summons
West
would just solve that
is
problem
at
real quick.
I bring death to the West. These lands shall
Lie
survive.
strong.
The darkness waits.
I know the hills.
My hour has come.
Whispery. Hey, time to build, 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 build. Come on, build, baby, build. Let's see. Many things need to be done, chat. Such as winning. Imagine, chat. Imagine all the things we can do. Once we're further into life.
The den is deeper.
Good. Mucho depot. How much resources was
You'll
it?
build for the
5,000?
Iron Crown.
Not cheap. Not cheap. Come on.
Angmar must grow stronger.
Almost there, chat. Almost there. I knew this was going to be a bit turtly. I want some base troops to defend the base. Come on. The boredom of waiting for resources to get in. Come on. Come on. You, Star Wars Squadron? Merlin, you're being judged.
Toil for the Iron Crown.
There we go. Build, build, build.
Our forces are under attack.
Jesus Christ. So it has a recharge on that ability. So the first wave that hits is going to get hit by that. Level designers were aware that you tried to cheese that. Smart little fucks.
Where
The Iron Crown calls. We have completed a new fortress. Fighting has begun.
They have no hope.
Come on.
They are
I Rogash.
Right. We will be able to attack next. Need to get that upgrade, and that should be good, actually.
the darkness.
Spread out a bit more. And we should be golden.
I await the Witch King's command. You'll build for the Iron Crown.
They really don't like Walder.
By fire.
The end of the West is at hand. Angmar shall prevail.
Alright, now we send out some dudes.
The Hall of the King's Men is greater than ever.
I am the Dark Lord's heir. Obey.
The enemy is attacking our
We
forces.
move.
Did draw a little bit of aggro.
The battle draws me.
I said iron.
They cannot bear my
Clear the Black Rangers. Battle cleanses. Stone to dust.
They cannot bear my might. Now, die.
Battle is joy.
Beat. Fuck. They're gonna kill him. Oh, damn. About time to start building new guys.
We are the elite.
Get the tree leased? Good. They can't repair anymore.
This fight continues without me.
If we can disengage, that'll be good.
They're using one of the Malon trees to part the clouds and blind our forces.
That's super overpowered.
Morgamir has been slain. The blood is starting to spill.
Yeah, that kind of attrition is gonna take a while. Oh, how agitating.
Our mills are under attack.
What the hell? Why are they doing so much damage? Fuck.
Star is fallen. Build it strong.
Actually, just cancer.
Ingmar must prevail.
We are ready to strike.
Right, so the repair ability is fucking gone. Thank God for that.
Fighting has begun. We don't have enough resources for that.
We bring silent death.
Still getting. There we go. I think those forts are bullshit in terms of how much damage they probably end up doing. I shouldn't need to get that anymore, I'm afraid.
I await the Witch King's command.
Rangers ready.
We're too low on resources. Angmar must grow stronger. Toil for the Iron Crown. Our new building is complete.
There we go. Now it's time to start lobbing rocks for a century or two.
We don't have enough resources for that.
silent.
Spread the fuck out. Walder's not alive, so he's not gonna soak up that sunfire. No. Tower's very damaging. Hopefully it's gone soon, TM.
We wait for battle. Work, or it's the thrall hordes for you. Build it strong.
Rogash's wounds have healed. I serve Shadow now.
I serve Shadow now. No one said he was very smart. Interesting choice. Welcome to the stream, Javik. There we go. That should be gone very, very soon.
The brigand is back. There are trolls closing on you dead. Let's get moving.
Dark King Mighty.
Alright, we need to knock out that tree. Then we need to knock out that one, because that's the reinforcements. Oh, no, that's the tree ability, which is super buffy.
Battle is joined.
Okay, they call them fiery arrows from the gods. Okay, I was waiting for that.
Send them back.
Slay them all. I go. Dark King Mighty.
The fighting has begun.
I ready to kill.
Now we'll get that forest tree, and that'll be the end of their bullshit, basically. Cloud break, and then that's the summon
We are
one.
the Black Rangers.
Perfect shit, perfect. I'm that
Battle is
emptily.
joined.
Because then they can get rid of that stupid ability. Iciness, icy goodness.
Our forces are under attack.
That'll be the end of the tree ability, which will be good.
I serve
Sergeant Ted says, hey, you actually made it to the stream. Welcome aboard. Glad you made it. Not every day everyone can make it. Sometimes people can't. Killed them. Now, they killed all our stuff, didn't they? Stupid fucks. Wonder if we can snipe the back thing there. If I could, that'd be hilarious. I would love to. Unfortunately, I think that's not traversable. I think the developers are being a little cheaty here. Oh, I can not move much of that water. Uh-oh, that's a bit of a shame. Wait.
I go there.
No, it's not possible to go there.
We will retake our homeland.
I serve Iron Crown.
Draw your swords!
Ogondo.
Let them fly!
Spreading diversity to the lands of Middle Earth, I see.
Hands. Sometimes you need to let Hands know that he's here. We're on the last campaign of the last game. Well, I think there's only one campaign in the Rise of the Witch King. It's the Witch King's campaign. Rise of
I was
Angmar.
gonna say, like, if it's gonna be anyone's campaign, I would certainly hope it's, you know, the one whose name is mentioned on the box.
You'd hope. Turns out it's some random guy you never heard of. Oh.
Here's just Bob. Here's just Bob's goal, or Bob's adventure in making a damn tavern. He fails at it, by the by. It's like, goddamn.
The Witch King is briefly mentioned by some traveler who's drunk. Random name drop.
No, better yet, Witch King actually stops there for like the night. He's like, dude, I just need a place to crash. You have no idea.
Rough night.
Some
Trying to wipe out
stupid
the
fucking
Dunedain.
hobbitses decided to steal some friend's ring and I have to fucking get it back.
That's 1,000 years from now. Or something like that. It's pretty cool.
Look, I completely forget the timeline of Lord of the Rings because it's been forever and a half since I've read anything about it.
I know because I looked up when this game was. So what the heck is this game about? It takes place, I think, after
Stream it to
the
Discord.
last Alliance of Men did their thing, and that one guy, Isildur's like, just bring mine.
Then Elrond's just like, bro. Did he hate it? Or, he not hate, but he after that he didn't trust humans for a while, if I remember right. Or was that the other Elf King?
I think that was Elrond.
So I'm pretty sure Elrond just got extremely apathetic.
Like, wow. All that work for fucking nothing.
It's an alternate universe where Elrond starts to act like Bub, so he just goes meh.
Wouldn't be surprised.
It's like, my lord, orcs are attacking the city. Meh.
They squeal every time they have to do the thing with the little ladder.
Oh no, they're shutting the gate. What will you do?
We've breached the gate!
I Roga.
Men of Angmar, the shadows fall.
Javik, I highly doubt the Witch King is a sympathetic villain, considering
The darkness
how Tolkien wrote his heroes and his villains.
Some might say big doubt. Now, they have a lot of
All
troops.
is joined.
Just a few.
Go to the buff buildings, I guess.
We are ready to strike.
I think I'm missing a building.
Don't
Nope,
let
there
the
it is.
trolls see you slacking. Let him have it, man!
Yeah,
Wheelie,
alright, Javik.
squealy forward.
For orders.
Sorry, anytime I read your name, though, I think of that terrible character from Mass Effect.
God.
We cannot build any more troops!
The den is
I go to my way never to get him.
All he does is complain.
This is really annoying.
It's like things were better way back when. It's like, I'm sure they were, old man. I'm sure they were.
Fear the iron, waiting for orders.
The sun comes out, they're like, "Ah!" They're like a bunch of neats. And they're like,
last of the king's men.
The enemy is attacking our forces.
Battle at last.
What it says, damn it, Kibs, I'm entering a new area.
What?
Sorry, I'm just no, sorry, I was just starting to read the rest of the sentence. My brain just like, wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Again, I'm entering a new area in New World. Okay, that's where my brain was getting confused, because there's a few news after each other. And your game sounds keep making me think that a mob is chasing him.
You're playing New World. A terrible game.
Might be at this.
Only the strongest will survive. Lead me to heaven when we die.
Waiting for orders.
He said it. I said, oh,
Did he know?
breeds. I'm like, bro. Gonna hurt both parties. It's gonna hurt.
I can't remember. Can you get a Balrog in this one?
And like the skirmish you can, but that's not their ultimate here. There's this avalanche and summon a shade of wolf. That's the other stupid tree.
I like how those Guardians of the White Tower are just kind of chilling there.
The enemy is attacking our forces.
The Dunedain Royal Guard didn't make a new model. The Dunedain like archers have a new model. Like
Okay,
the
no,
base
'cause, like, I
ones,
could've
and the
sworn that,
Dunedain
like, that
warriors do.
Okay,
But
so
the
it's not that I was
portrait's
crazy. I was gonna
Gondorian.
say, like those spearmen, it's like
These guys have the
pretty
wings
sure-
on their helmet. They're Dunedain soldiers, but the actual picture is Gondorian. The derp, derp.
Battle is joy.
They could only make so many new assets, I guess. But yeah, it's like I could have sworn that model for the spearman was the Guardian of the Citadel or Tower, whatever they call it, or were called. I forget exactly.
Why did the arrows whisper, Dome? What?
No, when it's just flying by, it's just like, yeah. It's like, what the fuck?
We are ready to strike.
Will not stand. We wait for battle.
You see, Jeff, if we're not talking about the orcs themselves, it's like the designers. They're all dead. You murdered them. Except those guys. They're not dead yet.
Fighting has begun.
All shall kneel before.
You got donation bits.
I'm screaming at them.
They are weak.
Alright, get rid of the last goddamn tree. Alright, Shadow Warrior gives it 3 bits like Kibs is the Messiah. Oh, this sound from heaven.
More deep.
Woody.
Rule the forest. Tear it apart.
Damn.
Is joy.
I don't think he's gonna last.
Through the shadow.
I think it might be easier just to put the old fucking bench.
The Witch King has been slain.
It's fine for the mild expense of a sum of resources. He can come back.
Walder's been slain. I return to the Iron Crown. I am first.
Morgomir. He's like, ah.
We are the heirs of Numenor.
If I remember right, don't the levels of the heroes persist throughout the campaign?
The what? Oh yeah, they're
Like, oh.
persistent.
We serve the Iron Crown.
Yeah, like you still have to like get the resources to summon them, but their levels are persistent.
Yep. In Battlefield 2, they introduced hero creation, custom heroes for multiplayer battles. You can create your own custom heroes. In this expansion, you can create custom trolls as well.
I am
Nifty.
first of the King's men.
It is actually a pretty neat function, because you can make them brutally overpowered, but if you do that, they cost a fuck ton to summon.
Fighting has begun. The Iron Crown calls.
Naughty Monkey Orad. That's a name. He says, "Hey y'all, how are things going?" How's it going? I
That's
asked.
the name. It's quite a name.
We are the Black Rangers. We wait for
Ah, Jamie Hairy Hands. He's wondering where can you get this game?
You can get it on Amazon if you really want, but honestly, you're better off picking it up from Abandonware. My Abandonware, just downloading it.
Because if I remember, you
it's
said this is
expensive.
really expensive.
I have the
You said like
collector's
in the
edition, which
hundreds of
comes-
dollars.
Well, I don't know about the individual game. This is the third. This is the third installment into the Battle for Middle-earth series, but it's an expansion pack for Battle for Middle-earth 2. If I remember right.
We are the
Battlefront 1 and 2 and Wrath of the Witch, or Rise of the Witch King, not Wrath, can be found on Abandonware.com. Can I be Lapis? This map is mildly annoying because of those fucking towers.
Almost like they designed it that way. Almost.
Our forces are under attack. The shadows fall.
And it's like if you want to destroy all the trees, you have to go out of your way to go around the final building.
Pretty much. But if I can deal with these towers, that'll mean I can just camp them so they can't just waddle over here anymore. Dude, just fucking shoot them. Christ. Take your sweet cunt in time.
Attacking our forces.
You guys just kill the tower. I don't even care. We almost got those stupid towers.
Oh, AW, I'm pretty sure there are game titles that have been longer than this one.
This title is quite long. It's Lord of the Rings, Battle for Middle-earth 2, Rise of the Witch King.
Don't get me wrong, it's a contender. I'm not disputing that. It's a contender.
What did you say?
I just don't think it's the longest one.
I mean, it's pretty long. I don't think there's a game title that's longer to my knowledge if it's not Japanese. Japanese naming schemes are generally terrible.
I was including Japanese because it's like.
But I don't know. I don't know of a title that's longer than this, though. This game is called The Lord of the Rings, Battle for Middle-earth 2, Rise of the Witch King.
Fighting has begun.
Look, it's borderline a paragraph.
No. At best, you're getting into like complex.
It's like two
sentences.
lines. The last fucking tower is gone. Fuck you. Kill your way up there.
Rangers, battle is joy.
Jaffik's also wondering how that running with rifle server is coming along.
What do you mean? That's Fairman.
We wait for battle.
Pretty sure I
probably
saw
gonna
him playing
delegate
it.
it. Also, it's not going to be running 24/7.
Yeah, that would be a big ask.
But I'm not going to do that. I don't.
I
run
mean,
the
like for
service.
whoever is going to, like, if that's what they wanted to do, like that would be a big ask.
Because the thing is, like, I've got to use my computer for streaming and other things. Like, I can't run servers for people or stuff like that. Used to do that back in the day, but not anymore. Because I need all of my resources dedicated for streaming. Stream quality takes precedence. But Fairbear, I know, generally hosts a lot of our community servers, and I've seen him play it. So shoot at Fairman.
I'm sure he's playing it right now.
Oh my god, that thing is shooting me.
Yeah, he's playing it right now.
Honestly, fuck it, the bonus objective. I never care about the bonus objective. What am I doing?
They intentionally make it to be a massive pain in the ass to get.
Okay, I don't want it. It's still on sale, so yes, it is $3.
I think it was on sale to like the 16th or something like that.
Yes, this map should look familiar because I believe from this angle. I don't know. This, I believe.
Considering
I believe this fort's in Battle for Middle Earth too, if I remember right.
I was gonna say, considering it's an expansion, I wouldn't be surprised if they reused a map.
Well, no, it's not a reused map. It's based off the same place. It's Fornost, before it fell. Because in the Lord of the Rings lore, it's ruined by the...
The enemy is attacking our forces.
We'll try to melee it. Maybe we get the bonk powers.
You'd think trolls would be good against a big building.
I mean, they are, I think.
Battle is joy.
We got some of the tower silos.
Oh yeah, you'll get it.
Tower of Amon Sul.
We've destroyed the central tower. Mighty Amon Sul is
False
falling.
part.
Are you ready to kill?
Oh, the Reholzinator. Adam Lakeman says this isn't Fornost, Kibs. This is Amon Sul.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not Fornos. This is Amon Sul. Derp, I got
He
my
says
mixed
that.
up.
Is laid to ruin.
Yeah, he
Fornost
says
is
Fornost is the
With
next
its
mission, if he
garrison
remembers right.
reduced, the great bastion of the north could not withstand Angmar's rage. But Angmar's victory is not complete. Avaleg has escaped Amon Sul with a prize that the Witch King covets over all
Ireland.
others.
He has Lord of the Rings Skype.
Does. I believe that's right.
I'm always saying Skype because, you know, kind of shitty service, at least in the movies.
What about it?
It's like, what do you mean you could be, like, mind messed with
The fall
because,
of
or from the
Amon
Dark
Sul is a
Lord?
terrible
I don't get
blow
it.
to the will of the Dunedain. However, a brave band led by Avaleg has fled the fortress with the Palantir, heading back toward Fornost. Angered by its escape, The Witch King dispatches the Lieutenant of Khan Doom with orders to retrieve the stolen orb.
Quickly! It cannot be far behind! The Palantir must reach the safety of the outpost!
We will guard the road ahead to cover your retreat, sire.
Slowly runs off screen.
They must have come this way. We must catch them before they reach the fortress just beyond the downs.
They're literally right
Their
ahead.
king cannot be allowed to reach the fortress alive.
If they didn't stop to talk, they could have caught them by now.
When did he know I had summons?
Creatures, I know what you seek, but you shall not have it! The blood is starting to spill! Return to your master and tell him you have failed! No!
Freeford asks, what do you think about the story in Middle-earth Shadow of War?
Awful.
It is a massive fan fiction, and honestly, I think it only does damage to the story of Lord of the Rings.
I feel
Yes.
a deadness in this place.
It is only bad.
The Iron Crown calls.
Pursuit force was supposed to be here.
Because it's basically saying
set up
some
camp and search the area.
random ranger is the only reason that the Dark Lord didn't invade Middle-earth until that point.
Do not hesitate.
Oh my god, is that what's left of the
We
Palantir?
go to war.
The fucking crater.
That's a pretty fucking big crater, not to mention Swiver.
I can feel the power in this object. We must take it to
And
the
the real Lieutenant, I hope that Kibs' response to that question answers your
Sir, this is where the
question
lookouts are, one
following
of the
it.
objects land.
What's the
He's
question?
basically
What is
wondering
it?
if you'll play it.
Gather it up
Oh,
and we'll take
God,
it back
I
to
don't
the
know.
outpost.
Probably not, maybe, but the thing is, it's not a very good game. It gets... The game outstays its welcome. Shadow of
The
Mordor
gimmick is
smaller and shorter
Dispatch more
than
patrols
Shadow
to
of War.
investigate
Shadow
after we
of
return
War
with the object.
is awful. It's so long and it's so fucking boring. The gameplay loop sucks. Good
The
idea
gimmick
on paper, but it's
really
actually
outstays its welcome.
garbage. Actually garbage. It's not a very good game. It's very much a product of its era. Which that was the era of cheap trash. Actually expensive trash.
High budget trash.
I don't like missions like this.
Collect X number of MacGuffin.
The fuck's my builder?
Men of Angmar,
Do I not get a builder game or what?
the darkness waits.
I'm gonna have to restart this mission because that's bullshit. Mission. It's very gimmicky. When they do gimmicky missions like that, it's normally never a good time.
Oh, damn it, Javik, you fucking reminded me. He said I cringed hard at She-Lob.
So didn't they try turning her into a woman or something?
It cannot
They
be far
did turn her
behind.
into a woman.
The Palantir must reach
Basically,
the
she
safety
just
of the
turned
outpost.
into a spider.
We will guard the road ahead to cover your retreat, sire.
Yeah, that's stupid.
And not only that, at least if I remember right, she and the Dark Lord, like, were a thing? Or something like that? I can't remember.
It's super cringe. Oh god, that's so
They
fanficky.
must have come this way. We
Yeah,
must
like I
catch
said,
them before they reach the fortress just beyond the downs.
the
Their king cannot be allowed to reach the
lore
fortress
for both
alive.
those games only does damage to Lord of the Rings.
I can bring thralls to command. Who shall I bring to our banner? Foul creatures! I know what you seek, but you shall not have it!
One thing is summons, I'll do it.
Oh, the real Hotsunator. She was not a lolly. She was a very... I think she was an elf is what she was. Or at least look like an elf.
I feel a deadness in this place. The Iron Crown calls.
The pursuit force was supposed to be here. Let's set up camp and
AWO,
search the
I could
area.
actually believe that. He says the worst part was the head writer thought of her as the quote-unquote better Galadriel.
Ooh. That's cringe. Yeah. That's bad.
Now you have a little builder right there, but he ran off map.
I have a feeling that I don't get to build stuff.
First of the king's men.
One of those unit preservation maps, huh?
Has locked me out of it, so it wants me to do something else first.
We move to strike. Do not hesitate. We march.
Apparently the real Hotsunator was actually referencing something else.
I can feel the power in this object. We must take it to the Witch King.
Sir, this is where the lookout saw one of the objects land.
Your trolls are very polite, letting them get in
Gather it up and
position.
We'll take it back to the outpost.
The fighting has begun.
Keep shooting.
Kegel says that's the era it turned off most AAA games. That's the era in which all AAA games got super high budget. Like the budget and graphics and visuals exploded. The visuals were incredible from the games made in that era. Absolutely, like groundbreaking visuals. But here's the problem.
I am first of the king's men.
All the games are bad. And visuals no longer do it for me.
Death. Our arrows whisper.
And like was mentioned in one of the other streams, graphics are going to get exponentially harder to like have it be better. So like, just focus on stylism or, you know, game mechanics.
Well, if that's a cringe game to do that.
The darkness waits. We move to strike.
Game knew you would try to do this. Yeah, you should be able to get back in time.
Our powers become ours once again.
We just died.
The enemy is here.
Wait, no, I thought I saw one builder thing at the
Oh
top.
my god, it finally activated that. The fact that it locked that for that long is so bad.
Who shall I bring to our banner?
That's actually fucking garbage.
Come to our banner.
Men of
Our
Angmar.
forces are under attack.
I hate that. That's actually terrible game design right there.
Pay attention. The forces come again. Pick it up.
Yeah, gimmicky missions like that, this are never thought through.
Our new building
Case in
is
fucking
ready.
point.
King's men. I build
Because
from
it's
stone and
running on a
iron.
lot of scripts, and if I don't play it the way the game or the developers wanted me to, this mission breaks
Build it for the witch
I
king.
stone and iron to use for Angmar.
badly. Alright, well, it is what it is, and we'll just have to endure it. Mission type is more of an endurance test than an actual, like, fun level.
Vanish now.
Punishment for doing that. Not surprised.
No back talk, worms. Morgamir's been slain.
Yeah, I got punished for playing the game and trying to play it smart, but, like, hard. Wow, that is so unforgiving. Like, that's not a game over, but that's enough to the point where I'm like, yeah, I don't want to.
That's one of those things where, sure, you can win, but do you want to hate yourself?
You sprint for those, and it triggers separate scripts for each one of those, because they won't actually take all of them. Only when you reach a certain point will there's a script activate that'll cause things to spawn. Each one of those crystals has a script running on it. That's fucking awful. Missions like this I hate. It's not a
Quickly.
stealth
They
mission
cannot be
per
far
se, but
behind.
it's one of those
The
gimmicky
Palantir
ones.
must reach the safety of the outpost.
Good game,
We will guard the road ahead to cover
but
your
not a
retreat,
good mission
sire.
to do. This intro sequence takes way too long.
They must have come this way. We must catch them before they reach the fortress just beyond the downs.
Unskippable
Their king
too.
cannot be allowed to reach the fortress
Another
alive.
thing that has aged horribly.
thralls to command. Who shall I bring to our banner? All rabble from
Foul creatures! I know what you seek, but you shall not have it! We have our orders.
As he runs into a pile of orcs. Whoa, shit.
Return to your master and tell him you have failed!
No!
Oh.
Let's see.
I feel a deadness in this place. The Iron Crown calls.
Suit Force was supposed to be here.
We
Let's
march.
set up camp and search the area.
We go to war. We move to strike. The shadows fall. We go to war.
Rangers, ready. We are the eyes of Angmar.
I can feel the power in this object. We must take it to the Witch
Oh,
King.
now it stops my guys from moving? Fucking Christ game, make up your
Sir,
mind.
this is where the lookout saw one of the objects land.
What is it? Gather it up and we'll take it back to the outpost.
Game can't fucking figure out what it wants to do. The Real Hallucinator donates $10 to say, thank you for responding to me, Hanse. You are a good condiment.
Uh-huh.
They all must die.
Keep shooting. No mercy.
The darkness waits.
What does the AI do? Just grabs the crystal and runs.
Men of Angmar. The shadows fall.
Rangers disengage.
Battle is joy.
We got hit him. Are you fucking kidding me?
I wonder if they're like having weird pathfinding things because they have the shard of the Palantir.
Oh my god.
On the bright side, the other units aren't reacting to them.
The darkness waits. We march.
We found an enemy camp.
Game, what the actual fuck are you doing? That's tilt. Like, the problem is the mission's just broken, actually. It's not that it won't work, but that it's poorly scripted. It's that not only is it poorly scripted and all those things, but it actually doesn't fucking work.
Because those trolls
Oh
should have been able to take out
God.
that unit before they got back to their area.
What the actual fuck? Oh, that's terrible. That might actually, I'm not sure if that's what a bug in the base game, if that's a result from me patching the game with the unofficial patch. But I kind of needed that in order for the game to run properly. That's super
Quickly.
annoying though.
It cannot be far behind. The
Agnes
Palantir
Warren,
must reach
the
safety
issue
of
is,
the
those are the
outpost.
units that Kibs
We will
is
guard the
given.
road ahead to cover
He's
your retreat,
given
sire.
the, it's not the Witch King, it's the other guy.
It's not even about the speed. They weren't too slow. They were too fast. They outran them and then ran past them.
Because the game didn't let the trolls actually hit them.
They must have come this way. We must
Yeah,
catch
my
them
units
before they reach the
could
fortress
catch
just
them.
beyond
My
the
units
downs.
could
Their
hit them,
king cannot be allowed
but
to
they
reach
just
the
actively
fortress
chose
alive.
not to hit them.
And I guess what you have to do is tell one of your archers to grab it, and then use the trolls to smash anyone who comes by.
Foul creatures! I know what you seek.
Problem is, it locks my camera for 90% of that. Like, that's the real issue here. Like, locking the player's camera is not something you should do. especially in a time-sensitive thing that you need to grab something, do not lock the player's camera. Do not have unskippable cutscenes. Now, this is a product of the era, the unskippable cutscenes, but like, never have a cutscene in which you can't skip. Ever. Unacceptable. Because the problem is the longer they're drawn out, and what they're going to do is going to add player tilt. Because it's stuff we discussed when working on our games. Like, okay, like everything needs to be.
Would it be possible to save the game right now?
Yeah, it will be, but the thing is, you shouldn't have to do that.
Well, yes, but like, if that's how it's going to be, this is what you got to do.
I know. Not my point, though. Oh, come on, save. But yeah, that's absolutely unacceptable. Never, ever, ever.
And search the area.
Men of Angmar.
Because that all that does is it stacks. It stacks problem after problem after problem after problem after problem after problem after problem. And all of a sudden, what you've done is you've just made everything easier to tilt. Another cutscene, which will lock my camera. Now, I know to move back there, because I know there's a bug in which my units will move there anyways. If they try to move near that Palantir crystal shard,
what is it?
It won't go there. And so I have to use a bug to get around it. My camera's still locked, my camera's still locked. There. That is fucking retarded. That was locked for way too long.
Send them back.
That was actually terrible. Terrible game design there. Whoever designed this level fucking dropped the ball.
And then don't forget about the cavalry that's going to come in and try to intercept you.
That's why I'm going to move as a group. Also, it's pointless to go and try to grab those crystals ahead of time because of the mission being so poorly designed.
The shadows fall.
That you'll just trigger separate scripts that'll just spawn stuff. So it's not like you're competing fairly. The AI is cheating. On top of it having scripts. Now the cheating AI is not bad. It's the fact that they added so many scripts to spawn them free shit. That's bad.
We are ready to strike.
Also, Rifford, the Samarillion, it's not a proper story. It's actually just a collection of notes.
Our powers become ours once again.
How did we lose our powers from that Palantir shattering? That doesn't...
I'm going to assume it's bullshit plot.
That Palantir wasn't even ours.
Yeah, because that's the northern one, right?
Yeah.
Waiting for Angmar must grow stronger.
Nothing about that makes any sense whatsoever.
I'm assuming it's just they wanted to have some reason to restrict your powers so you couldn't just blitz this entire map. That would be my guess.
Or travel from Gundabad to come to our banner. You'll do as you're told.
We're done with
You're
that one.
standing around.
I have stone and iron to use for Angmar.
Oh, I'm so dumb. So dumb.
I am first of the king's men.
It means the mission wants you to play it a certain way. Which is whatever, but still. Those little bugs coupled on top of the fact that it's such a linear mission, it's annoying.
Here's more work for you lazy workers.
Also, potentially save here, since you actually have a decent foothold.
Nah, it's fine. A lose, no big deal.
Our new building is ready. Angmar must grow stronger.
Men of Angmar.
See, they just have stuff standing there that's so shit.
Quiet, no backtalk, worms.
Send them back.
Pay attention, scum. Back to the fortress, you
All
lot.
of the king's men. I await the Witch King's command.
Good night, Merle.
Yep, everyone.
We are one with the
Our
blade.
new building is complete.
Legions, march! We march! Legions, march!
for the Iron Crown.
What the fuck? Why did they drop that?
Arnor has recovered a shard.
Yeah, that's horseshit.
The enemy is attacking our fort. The Iron Crown call. Finish that one.
All will perish.
Battle
I ordered you to attack that unit, dude. I ordered you to attack that unit, not the one in front of you.
The whole of the king's men is
We
greater
wait
than
for
ever.
battle. We herald the Iron Crown.
They actually fucking don't listen. That unit, when they grab the crystals, actually fucking bugged. That just makes that really annoying. Oh my god.
Stone and iron to
What a
use for
pile of
Angmar.
dog piss. Fun game, but fuck this mission in particular.
Toil for the Iron Crown.
Actually horseshit.
I am first of the king's men. We march.
We serve the Iron Crown.
The blood has started to spill.
I believe they fucked up that bad though. That's embarrassing.
Send them back.
Better carriers now.
Fear the Iron Crown.
Our new building is ready. Get ready to build. Build it strong.
The king's men do battle.
The enemy is attacking our builder. Our builder has been killed.
Show our strength.
Get back to work. Fighting has begun. Toil for the Iron Crown.
Alex Fahey, it's not his unit that he's losing control of per se. It's basically when the enemy picks up the shard of the Palantir, there's just something going on with how they're moving, and then Kibs' units, or some of them it seems, because the archers seem to be
The
just
archers
fine
will shoot,
targeting them.
But the melee
But it's the
units will
trolls.
not attack. No, it's any melee unit. Even the hero.
Oh, okay. Not even the hero? Alright.
Yeah, they don't attack at all. Like they just stand there. Or they'll attack a different unit, or they'll ignore it, or they'll run past it. Like the minute they pick it up, it's gone. If I can't stop it with like archers, it's gone. The worst part is they're all scripted. They're not scripted. Well, yeah, they kind of are. But they have a unit right next to each one, and so they just grab it and run. So I have to basically be in front of it before they fucking do that. Like, it's such a horseshit thing to do.
Rangers ready.
It is the smallest of brain strategies.
The darkness waits. The shadows fall.
Our new building is complete.
Move. We go to war.
We are
You'll
the elite.
build for the Iron Crown.
You really don't need to read the Silmarillion. You enjoy like Lord of the Rings and stuff.
No, like all the Silmarillion is, again,
It's just writer's
notes that Tolkien used to help him. And then, what was it, his son? Or was it someone else basically put it together? Yeah, and they put it together into a book that they called the Silmarillion.
Silmarillion.
But yeah, that's all it is.
Oh my
Our
god.
resources are in danger. The blood is starting to spill. Keep it moving.
In the name of the Witch King.
There's spawning units at the corners of the map, which are attacking everything I have. They get like free spawn everywhere. Like this is top bottom tier design. Like I don't even fucking know. Like it's the
Fire's
worst.
burning our new dark iron forge.
There's some really bad level designs. Like Generals has some really bad ones. Like when Victory Games or Westwood drops the ball, they don't just drop the ball, they fucking like drop it on their testicles. And it just crushes them like little fucking turns them to balls.
Legions march.
Because I love Westwood and Victory Games. That's also why I hate their mission design. Oh, the obsession with stealth missions.
Shadows fall.
Thankfully, this isn't a stealth mission. It's slightly better if it wasn't for all
Just
the
a
bugs.
heavily scripted mission.
We march.
The bugs really make this unbearable, though.
The mills are being attacked. The enemy's in our camp.
The darkness waits. We go to war. We move to strike. Do not
Look at that. You can see the fucking units just chilling out there.
It's almost embarrassing how bad this is.
Angmar must grow stronger.
Like it's really bad.
They're attacking the mills.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
The spikes are sharpened.
But old game. Not like I can fix it now.
Build it for the Witch King.
Remember, fixing this would just be not that good. You either turn it into a stupid like ambush mission or something that you have to ambush stuff on the way back, or you have to like guard it. I feel like
to be fair, if they also just fixed it so your melee units could attack the unit holding the Palantir shard,
that would at least fix the biggest problem. The mission, the level design is fundamentally flawed, though. Oh my god.
Battle is joined. I await the Witch King's building is ready. Angmar must grow stronger. The Dark Iron Forge has been expanded. Build it strong.
The Iron Crown calls. The darkness waits.
Papa's attrition is so fucking high.
We finished that one. Our new building is ready. Get ready to build. Build it for the Witch King. Don't let the trolls see you slacking.
See, the fact that they're just spam attacking too. Like, recover these artifacts. Also, deal with the spamming army that we're gonna say. Fucking Christ. Layered with bugs.
Yeah, I can see what they were trying to go for, but with the bugs and everything, it doesn't really
work. Forge has been expanded. We don't have enough resources for that. Our new building is complete.
Kibs, can you outrange the units with the ogres? Ask Mr. Personality.
No, I can't. Ogres don't have ranged weapons.
The Dark Iron weapons are ready.
The Iron Crown calls.
You'll build for the Iron Crown.
Mildly annoying. Can't place that there.
Build it strong. Work, or it's the thrall hordes for you.
He then says the trebuchet.
That would be a terrible idea. Because that thing fires super slow, they would outrun it. Like, they would actually just end up dodging it.
We move to strike.
Now, Omen of the West.
The darkness waits.
Battle is
They would just end up dodging it.
Waiting for orders. The mills are being attacked.
We bring silent death.
We finished that one.
Ingmar must prevail.
An annoying amount of enemies being spammed. Lovely.
The Dark Iron armor is ready.
Send them back. Pin them down.
Get ready to build.
Angus Warren says he remembers the Thrall Axeman being alright.
Yeah, of course, we're getting the axe. But honestly, the Black Numenorians are not bad. Because the Frost Arrow upgrade is kind of.
For the Witch King.
We're too low on resources.
We serve the iron.
Yes, they grabbed one. Yeah.
Keep ranks.
Odds of being able to stop them, 1 in a million.
We
Our
bring
new building is
silent
complete.
death. The shadow guides us.
The fact that they're just sending spam after spam after spam after spam after spam, like that's the part that's really doing me in, because like you need to voluntarily just throw everything at them, and then it's like fuck.
I am first of the king's men.
Yeah, we're never gonna catch them
Do
because
not hesitate.
There's no catching units. No, the wolves. Even so, the wolves are garbage. They'll just die.
We move to strike. Move. We march. We move to strike.
I have to fucking live with it.
It seems like what Mr. Personality is thinking is basically using the trebuchet's range to just barely get in range of the units, but not actually trigger them running to the crystal.
Don't have time. Like we're on a time limit because before they grab them. Like they get a trebuchet up there and then just like sit there and do that. Like firstly, that's not gonna work because they're just gonna grab it. Just trigger them by being there, and they'll be triggered by taking damage. I don't have access to hardly any of my fucking call-ins because the stupid nerf thing. The guy who designed this level had no fucking clue what he was doing. It's actually embarrassing.
Well, it's possible he did, but he had a very specific idea for how you're supposed to do the mission.
Here's the problem with that, okay? The problem is the Palantir shattered. The enemy's Palantir. Our abilities aren't linked to that. That doesn't make any sense. Why I'm cucked out of my other abilities because of that. That's just fucking contrivance.
It is. What I mean is they were just thinking about the map's mechanics. Not necessarily, okay, why is it this would happen?
Even as a map mechanic, this is still bad. This is fucking... Like, the amount of spam here is so absurd. It wouldn't be nearly as bad if they didn't block out all my stuff. Problem is my base under attack. I can't do shit about that.
You basically have to hope that your Citadel can hold out for itself.
We are one with the blade.
Like, they're just swarming. I can't even tell which unit has it because it just sort of floats around. There's terrible design after terrible design.
Freezing arrows now.
Not even just one issue. These guys have still been killing, by the way. They
Do not hesitate.
It's just, how do you fuck up this bad? Like, I think he deserves a medal. I guess, you know, maybe a medal. It's like, wow, you really made a bad level. Just gonna eat the horses because there's nothing we can do except just die.
We are under attack.
Almost over.
We wait for battle.
I think 4 was the minimum requirement in order to win.
No, you needed 9. The enemy needed 4.
Well, then I lose.
One more and we shall once again
Yeah,
be
it's
in
4.
full strength. We're on the move. The Iron Crown calls.
Our arrows whisper.
Fear the Iron Crown.
Men of Angmar. Legions, march!
We don't have enough resources for that.
I am first of the King's men.
Once you drive when token stuff becomes public domain 12 years, you'll be lucky if it makes it to 12 years. The problem
Because here's the thing.
It's
Look at
gonna-
what Disney does.
Yeah, they extend public domain. No, the thing is, it going public domain is whatever. Sure, everyone can make trash, but
Then here's the thing. That also means that other people can potentially make good stuff with it if it actually does go public.
That means those who make the good stuff can be successful. Those who make the shitty stuff will fail.
We march.
Versus what Disney does, which is like, oh, this is about to expire. Let's send lawyers to try to extend it, and also just make it like, you know, like a new edition of this movie to renew the copy, or not the copyright, but the no, it is copyright.
We serve the Iron Crown. Fear the Iron Crown.
I hate this mission
Ingmar
so
must prevail.
much. Not hard. It's actually relatively easy, but like, it's annoying. Like they're just spamming.
The Iron Crown.
I don't feel like this is remotely intense. I just feel like, oh, gotta clean up that.
The fighting has begun.
Grindy, 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 grindy. Gotta kill them. Oh, gotta kill them too. Real creative.
We are one with the blade.
That's fine. It doesn't matter if Disney exists or Amazon exists. That means nothing.
I am first of the king's men.
With the, at least what's been putting forward, if it does go public, that means at least potentially there's a possibility for good stories with it. Versus no good stories with it.
It stops them. I don't even care about stories. It stops them from basically being the monopoly on it. Sure, anybody can make a game about it. Who cares?
Do not hesitate. We go to war.
Not Javik.
I await the Witch King's command.
Oh, don't worry, Coconut Tackle. You won't have to imagine that if Disney has their way.
I can't use my abilities back here because this fucking map crashed. Like, look at that.
The darkness waits.
Oh, what a cancer.
I am first of the king's men.
Terrible, terrible.
We are the elite.
Men of Angmar. The Iron Crown will prevail.
Joy.
We are one with the blade.
This is fucking horseshit.
I cannot build any more troops. Our forces are under attack.
Oh, I fucking hate this level so much. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. For the Duke.
The enemy's return.
This fight continues without me.
How would
Legions
goddamn
march.
annoying was that
The
section right
Iron
there?
Crown calls.
I can't use any of your abilities, can't run past them, can't just have to sit there.
The one upside to that little area, if the enemy grabbed a hold of it, they would have to also go through you.
No, they wouldn't. The AI actually ignores that, as we saw earlier.
Set up the ambush.
There's no upside. Yeah.
They all must die.
They don't abide by the same rules. We've already seen that this mission.
I am first of the king's
That's what makes this mission so annoying.
I am needed at camp.
It's already not a particularly well-designed mission. You add it with bugs, and you add it with the ability that they don't abide by the same rules. Meaning if my unit gets caught in melee, it stops moving. Theirs, you just run through it. This mission's so hard. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Can grow no larger. You're built for the Iron Crown.
We are ready to strike.
Our powers are complete once again.
Arnor has recovered a shard.
Men of Angmar. Do not
Once something
hesitate.
goes public domain, I think it should be illegal
Started to spill.
to monetize any works from that IP. That's honestly my thinking.
We march. Do not hesitate.
You should not be able to monetize any Lord of the Rings. stuff. Like, if you make art, if you make fan stuff, sure, whatever. But, like, if you try to charge for that, no. Because the thing is, it's a dead IP. Like, leave it be. We do that, and we eliminate that problem. Once and for all. Okay, you want to make a movie? Go for it. It's got to be a charity. Good fucking luck. No one will do it. That'll prevent it from being raped.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
It's not about it going to happen.
Do not hesitate. Move.
Let's park our army like right about there, or whatever.
Get back to work. Build it for the Witch King.
And we resume the retarded stuff we were just doing.
Waiting for orders.
What do you think of my cool solution chat? Like, wow. Nobody will make anything. Basically, I just say fuck everyone.
That is basically what you said.
The only thing that you can do. If IP goes public domain, you want to make art, you want to make music, you want to make a movie? Sure, but you can't make any money off it.
Our new building is ready. I am ready to build stone and iron to use for Angmar.
Vera says you should be able to make money off it, just no one can claim sole rights to do so. That has its own issues.
Does.
Here's more work.
Thing is,
lazy work.
Lord of the Rings is not ours. It's not mine. It's not Disney's. It's not, you know, it's not with Warner Brothers. It belongs to no one, because the only person it belongs to is Tolkien. And Tolkien has passed on. Now, if he passed it on to his son, then it should belong to his son. And it's up to the family, or the person who owns it, to do with it as they please. If Tolkien's son wanted to sell it to Disney, that is his right. Because if he transferred the rights to it, that means he can do whatever he wants with it. That's simply how it should be. If it goes public domain and isn't transferred to any hands, then it should simply be public domain. No one can make money off it. Or if people can make money off of it, anybody can. So fine, whatever. Doesn't even matter.
Yeah, AW, I think you're right. It belongs to the estate now since Christopher died.
Yep.
If I remember, they're the ones who okayed all the new stuff, so there you go.
Work, or it's the thrall hordes for you.
Seemingly locked at the pop cap. Not good. Not good at all.
The Iron Crown calls. Battle is joy. Strike without mercy.
Oh, Archmagos, the rest of the family cares. They just care about the dollar bills. They don't necessarily care about the story of Lord of the Rings. They just want the money
I
off
have
it.
no idea what the family thinks.
Men of Angmar, we move to strike.
Our new building is ready.
The Iron Crown calls.
Oh god, this is gonna absolutely suck to attack.
We've spotted the enemy's camp.
I am first of the king's men.
Fighting has begun.
Okay, the summons with the giants are gonna be a godsend here.
Tough siege units, yeah.
The enemy's stronghold is here.
Run back.
I return to the fortress.
They did. Oh my god, why didn't you guys do anything? Fuck.
Send them back.
They're just wraiths. They just wanted to stand there.
Bring it down! Leave none alive! Destroy it!
All will perish.
The blood is starting to spill.
The blood is starting to spill. Fucking
Oh, hey,
horses.
more cavalry.
I don't think we're gonna get him in time.
Blood for the Witch King.
Through the shadow.
The darkness waits.
Get back to
Edge.
work.
The edge waits hand.
Build it
Oh,
strong. Don't let the
boy.
trolls see you slacking.
Knowing uppercase, one day attack my fortress. It will be auto upgraded. Because, fuck you, I guess.
We are the elite.
But Christopher's gone. Yeah, right there. Nah, just makes it so I can sue them for fraud. Then when they pretend to make something that's clearly stolen from J.R. Tolkien's.
The walls are frozen over.
Yeah,
finally.
music's still good, says Regula. Squealy Kitty happy.
Our arrows whisper.
Yeah, Squealy. I have rights.
To be fair, the music is like one of the most memorable things from the movies.
Well, the movies. While Tolkien probably would have hated the Lord of the Rings movies
You'll build for the
because they're
Iron Crown
actually
troops,
terrible
Althea.
when it comes to
They're
them being
not
accurate.
good adaptations.
They're
Here's more work for you lazy wolves.
But that's one of the funny things, though. Like, it's actually not a good adaptation at all. in
It's a
the
good
slightest.
movie.
Yeah, they're good movies. It's just they're not actually good Lord of the Rings. At least according to the book story.
Yeah, they're bastardizations as well.
Because, like, for example, the Siege of Minas Tirith, they never breached past the courtyard.
They reached past the courtyard. The walls weren't white; they were black.
And, like, the soldiers of Gondor, they don't have, like,
They don't have
plate
plates.
mail. It was like, what was
Mail.
it, mail?
Yeah,
Battle cleanses.
like there's hardly any plate mail or plate mail. Plate.
We move to strike.
It's mostly chain mail.
Mm-hmm.
What was Tolkien's stance on adaptations? I think he universally hated almost every single one of them. Honestly, if we really wanted to be respectful to Tolkien's work, we would probably not make anything more.
Yeah, honestly, he probably wouldn't even like these.
No, he probably wouldn't like this game either, if I had to guess. Because this
Like,
game is still not, like... I don't know
Like,
how
if it-
accurate it is. I'd have to ask some bubbles.
I think the most generous thing he would have appreciated is the fact that it drew people to his work. But even then, it's like that's like basically taking his stance to his most generous.
Didn't like it, didn't even like translations. Yeah, no, he hated... Because translations actually ruin...
It
like,
loses meaning. Is if I remember, that was his stance. It lost meaning, or something like that.
Because that's the reality thing. If you really want to enjoy a specific work, like let's say you want to enjoy manga, and you really, truly want to enjoy it, you should probably learn kanji or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Because translators
once you start
will
to-
lose the meaning of what it really means.
And here's the thing: that's not even like it's even the ones that like really like that, and it's like they want to translate it for other people to enjoy it. Sometimes like there just is no good translation, so they have to just do what they can.
It does suck for poor Tolkien Man. Tolkien Man said. Now, while I still really, really, really love the Lord of the Rings music and this stuff, they did do some weird like bullshitty SJW stuff in the Lord of the Rings movies. At least I think it is in retrospect, and that's probably the Witch King, like no man can slay him, is what it says in the book, referring to no one can slay him because he's that strong.
That has its whole
I'm not
other
a man, I'm a woman. It's like,
well, no, there was a whole other thing where it's like in the books, it wasn't even. What was it? It was more to do with the fact that the prophecy said, like, at a specific place, like with a specific, or like, and like with a dagger or something like that, and not just any dagger. And so, like, there was a dagger that was specifically used to kill him. It wasn't just the fact that it was a woman, because the thing is, and this is something that you kind of notice with Tolkien's work, like, what's the difference between an orc and a goblin?
Good question.
Functionally nothing. They're used interchangeably. So sometimes, depending on the context, when like it says no man, that could actually mean the race or the gender. So it's one of those things where it's like a lot of that was just kind of lost, because it's like, okay, well, how do we make this work? And the best thing I can think of for what they were thinking is just that was a quick, like, quippy thing that they could use, and it's like, okay, there, Witch King dead. Archmage goes, it wasn't just that Mary's sword was magical, it was a very specific dagger. At least from what I remember.
I really need to reread the books. It's been a very long time. I only read them once.
I think it's been since middle school was the last time I actually properly read all of them.
Elementary for me. I don't even remember anything.
I think Regulon, that's probably closer. It's not that it's necessarily SJW, it's just kind of the girl powery thing.
I mean,
but
that was in
the
the era of girl power.
But the thing is, like, those same people were the proto SJW types.
I still love the movies.
It's just, yeah, that's one of those scenes where it's like, in the moment, you can see, like, oh, that's kind of a, like, quippy thing to say, but it's like, no, that's not how that went down.
And the kill stuff. Look at those goddamn guys.
Yeah. Music Ninja, yeah, that's it was specifically the sword or dagger from the barrow. So it wasn't just that it was like, oh, it was a woman that killed him. Like, it was something specific about that sword. But I too forget what it was.
I am first of the king's men.
The enemy is attacking our
We should be able to
forces.
get him. There we go. Cancer level complete. Oh.
That's when they're like, surprise, motherfucker. I'll be right back. Trying it today.
His agenda says, Mary's staff made the Witch King vulnerable, which allowed Eowyn to destroy. I need to reread the books. I don't remember. I don't actually remember any of the book parts. I can remember...
The shards of the Palantir still contain great power.
I can't remember
For
the
many
Hobbit, actually.
centuries, the
I'm
Black
trying to remember,
Numenoreans have dabbled
like, the
in
Hobbit, and the
dark
movie
arts.
comes to mind, and
Now,
that makes me sad.
These sorcerers have a focus to enhance and concentrate their power, unleashing a new terror upon Arnor.
Boopity scoopity. Samuel Jackson should be a Hobbit in for Amazon. That'd be quite funny, at least. It's also based on the part in Macbeth, where Macbeth was offed by no man of woman born, and the dude was cut out of dead mom. Not to mention that Eowyn simped for Aragorn. Be nice to Eowyn. She wasn't A tier, she was B tier. She couldn't control herself. You know who would know? I wish Bubbles was here. He knows a lot more about Lord of the Rings because he's really big into it.
The destruction of Amansul and its Palantir crippled the army of Arthedain, but Fornost still stands. The army and the people are prepared to defend the city to the bitter end. But the Witch King cannot commit his army to a siege at Fornost with an enemy free to attack his rear. For the army of Cardolan was not at Amansul and is still in the field. A way must be devised to make them fight on ground of the Witch King's choosing. The Witch King orders his proven lieutenants, Waldar and Rogash, to seize the most sacred ground in Arnor, the Barrow Downs. With the hallowed graves of their ancestors and kings at risk, Cardolan will be forced to battle. On these grounds, Angmar can bleed them white, clearing the path for final victory.
Here, among the graves of Arnor's fathers, we must goad the men of Cardolan away from their walls and onto the field, where we can destroy them. The barrow of Cardolan's kings lies to the southwest. Hualdor must stand atop it. We cannot bring our entire host at once, or the prince may lose his nerve. More troops will arrive during the battle to help you hold the royal barrow.
Who shall I bring to our banner? I will lead our wolf. I can bring the Froth to command. Who shall I bring to our banner?
Are we at Fornost yet?
Nope.
Who shall I bring to our banner?
We're trying to draw out one of their armies, force them to fight us by desecrating their
We will retake our
kings.
Quickly now! The hills rise wild. Quickly now!
We gotta play more in the north, but I gotta find a day when Hanse and Bubbles are on.
Yeah, with him doing part-time and me working full-time, and him having stuff on the weekends, kind of makes that hard to line up.
Our forces are under attack!
I suppose I could potentially use PTO time, but like I would need to know ahead of time, like what parts of the week would work.
Maybe we'll do it in December. That seems like a very wintry game, don't you think?
I don't know if I would even be able to get time off in December. That's why I said it's something we'd have to talk about.
September. What's that?
September.
Month advance warning. We should talk to Bubbles about it today too, because we're gonna make sure we schedule it. Because Born in the North is 3-player co-op Lord of the Rings game. It's not very good, but we should play it because memes.
The hills rise wild.
Cat might not even know about its existence. I mean, I barely remembered it being existing. Bubbles casually mentioned it once, and I was like, oh yeah, War in the North. He's like, it's not a very good game. I was like, yeah. But we should still play it.
ARC5, if you're talking about Faramir, if I remember right, like one of the saddest things about his ending in the book is basically Arwen is basically like sighing, and it's like, oh, it's basic. You're not as good as Aragorn.
Oh my
He's
God.
just like, I forget exactly the details, but I remember something like that went down near the end.
That's quite tragic.
Because like, here's the thing, Faramir's like, he's honestly like a good character.
Mm-hmm.
He tries to do well. He tries to basically make his father proud, but he just can't because of his brother Boromir.
Yep, outclassed. Or Faramir.
To be fair, I also like Boromir's character as well.
Oh yeah, they're both good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, by and large, most of the characters in Lord of the Rings from the books, what I can remember, I don't remember disliking anybody.
I would say the biggest thing that I remember off the top of my head is that Aragorn is... what would be the way to describe it? Like, in the books, he's... or not, sorry, not in the books. In the movie, he seems kind of like the reluctant king to a certain degree. In the books, from what I remember, like, that was kind of always the plan. But again, it's been so long since I've read them. I probably should dig them out and read them again.
Yeah, is the audiobook adaptation any good? I wonder.
No idea.
The only way I'd be able to ever listen to it. I can't listen to it while I'm writing, though. And since I'm still writing some lore stuff recently. I'm not going to be doing that. Oh my god, they have like abilities and stuff.
The movies did Faramir so dirty. I think the book kind of does Faramir dirty too.
Some might say that they weren't fair to Faramir.
I mean, compared to how his father treated him, that was probably a compliment for him. There's a radio drama version with Ian Holm. Huh. Did not know that.
Radio drama's kind of cool. They're like audiobooks.
Except with a bit more effort.
Does he check their pockets? What?
Your pockets, I must. I don't know why I thought of Yoda when I heard that.
Barrow against Cardolin's first pitiful attacks. Now they will send more forces to the slaughter, just as the Witch King planned.
I bathe in their blood. We must fight them off again.
Yeah, Alex, Fahey, that's honestly one of the reasons why Tolkien really didn't like adaptation, is because a lot of those like little details, like in a movie format, it just doesn't work. Did you read what he was saying specifically? One of the changed world-building elements that bothered me the most was the smallest in the story. The Stone of Eric was used to enforce the vow on the of the Oathbreakers, and it wasn't even in the movie. Basically, the thing that explains, oh, why are the ghosts ghosts?
Let's get moving. We move to new lands.
And then, if I remember right, in
shit. I made a lot of
the
ghosts.
books, Elrond's sons were also fairly prevalent as well.
Galadriel, or not Galadriel, it's a G, isn't it? Let's get her.
It was said earlier, but I can't remember it. Don't worry, I'm sure someone in chat knows it.
The Iron Crown calls.
I'm just waiting for someone in chat to type it. Because I know you know it.
I am first of the King's men. We go to war.
Look at that Fort of Undead. That Blight ability, yeah, the enemy inspector over time. On death, briefly become whites. Yeah, that's...
That one's pretty good.
That was pretty good. That's where I got all the Zamboos from.
The shadows fall.
Chief of Chiefs. The Witch King is behind us.
Yeah, I almost want to cover the new Total War games solely so I can shit on them.
The Iron Crown.
I think Georgius Rex is trying to pull a fast one by saying Bob and Jim.
Saying what?
Because I said it's like, I was asking chat, like, what's Elrond's son or son's name? I know there's at least one, but I thought there was two. And he's saying Bob and Jim, and it's like, I think he's trying to pull a fast one.
You don't fucking say anything. I'm not sure how this is going, but it's not going well. I like how you just said, oh, because we lost the barrow downs.
Elo here and Eladan.
We have retaken the royal barrow. Hold it
Yeah, those were his 2 cents. But if I remember, they actually played a fairly prominent role in getting, or basically helping the Fellowship, and weren't even in the movies. And all the stuff that, like, big important stuff that basically they did, were given to, crap, I'm forgetting the elf chick's name. I can see her face, I just can't remember her name. Why? I'm so annoyed by this.
Who shall I bring to our banner?
We fight for the Iron Throne.
The Witch King.
Holding this hill has not been easy.
Will prevail. This fight continues without me.
Fear the Iron Throne.
Yes, Erwin. Because here's the thing, I always get Erwin and Eowyn mixed up, just because their names sound somewhat similar.
We know what we need to do in our game. We need to have an Aya and an Ia. Just to fucking confuse people.
I might actually fly over to your state and stab you.
How does Celeste say hello again? If I remember
Aloha.
right, in the old thing, back when I was like writing a language before I met you guys, like back before I did YouTube, the word for hello for Celeste was Io, and I always thought that was the dumbest thing ever.
Men of Angmar.
Io. Oh, it sounds so stupid. I'm gonna kill myself a little bit. I think I'm going to actually die. This is not looking good. What other abilities can I get? See, I kind of want to save up, but like a part of me's like, can I afford to save up? That's the real question here, Hanse.
The answer is no.
I forget how to spell EO though. Tragedy. Emrod Emros.
The Witch King's plan has worked. Goaded the troops into attacking. Kill him, and Cardinal is finished.
The Witch King will rule.
I killed him.
We march.
Music Ninja is on break at work, apparently.
No, you're not allowed to go back to work. You must stay. No. All right, man. Well, good luck at work. I'm assuming that's what he means. He's going back to work.
Oh, he said specifically, I'm glad I could catch this on my break at work. Thanks.
No problem.
Specific.
Thanks for showing up. Oh, you thanked me for appearing? It's like, yeah.
It's like, showing up is 1/4 of the battle. And he's like, but I thought it's supposed to be half. He's like, no, the other 3/4 is actually fighting. You need to see.
Because, wait, what? As they look around, realize they're in a pike formation.
Look at the screen. Orc Army's not doing too well. You gotta get in there.
Oh my god, get the other fucking reinforcements here, quick! Get over here, stat! We're getting absolutely fucking raped, bro!
Army has departed the Barrow Downs.
What are you doing?
Witch King will be most displeased.
Wait. The Witch King kind of looks like Sauron when he's on foot.
Look, Archmagus, by the rules of inbred people, she's basically safe.
Damn, we lost. That one's gonna be a doozy there.
Any map where you're like reliant on the reinforcements, you usually have to do somewhat carefully.
My one fuck up in the beginning there, for sure, was when I saw the 3 reinforcement units and then had them just walk over, and then they just died. God damn it. The barrow is lost. It was made for the dead, and the dead keep it. Yeah, sadly they did.
Ignore the few living soldiers you saw right there. Don't worry, with Blight, they'll soon be dead.
Beautiful.
Yeah, exactly, AWL. Cousin, several dozen places removed. So, I'm sure any children and offspring would not have any genetic side effects.
Here, among the graves of Arnor's fathers, we must goad the men of Cardinal away from their
You know
walls
what time it
and
is?
onto the
It's
field,
Dr. Pepper
where we
time.
can destroy them.
Kibs is
Barrow
the
of
big
Cardinal's
thirst.
Kings lies to the southwest.
What day is
Arnor
it?
must stand atop it.
We cannot bring
Oh.
our entire
What
host
day is
at
it?
once, or the prince may lose his nerve.
How much are you willing to pay
More
for that
troops
answer?
will
What day
arrive
number?
during the battle to help
I
you
asked
hold
because
the
when the
royal
chalky
barrow.
milk expired. He's like,
the
why don't you
12th.
take a nice little sip? I don't trust you anymore. We're gonna have to take a look for ourselves. Okay, it should not be chunky milk. But sometimes chunky milk surprises us and becomes chalky milk. Or chalky milk becomes chunky milk. And nobody...
With your retarded nomenclature, chalky milk because chunky chalk.
Chunky chalk. No.
Sorry, I was laughing at the punchline, so I was having a bit of a hard time doing the setup.
Listen, I don't want no chunky chalky milk. Or chalky milk or whatever. Glorfindel, yeah, that's the guy.
He's the badass that like one-on-one to Valrog, right?
Adam Lakeman says that I should stop using the sorcerers as frontline. It's not my help when I press the attack move button, they run off and kill themselves. Okay, they should just sit back and not do that.
Oh my goodness, AWL just realized he was like minutes behind.
Chunky chalky milk makes me up chunk.
No, you need to other way, down chug.
Sour and chunky.
Down chug. Then, out chug.
Oh god, there was a one time I tricked like, oh, chalky milk in the fridge, and I went, tastes funny. I just keep drinking it, and then was like,
wasn't that beer?
No, it was chocolate milk. And then I was like, got it. It is awfully sweet though. It had expired like 5 days ago. I did not feel good that night.
Yeah, Archmagos, Galadriel is ancient even by elven standards.
Yes. God damn. No, that one time I had beer, the first time I had experience with alcohol, I was a little kid, and I was, I would just come inside from playing outside in the sandbox with like little plastic Green Army Men dudes, and like, I remember I walk up to the counter and I see a can, and it's my stepdad's can, and I was like, oh, it's some soda, like he was drinking some soda or something. I'll take a sip of that because he doesn't care. Like, I just like took a big gulp, and then I was like, I put it down, and I just like go like, it was so gross. I can remember the reaction, I can remember the flavor, and I can remember like just being upset about it. Like I wasn't even happy. Like I was like, my thirst is not quenched. I feel like I'm dead inside. This tastes like AS. Oh no.
Yeah. Speaking of alcohol, I tried a White Russian for the first time yesterday.
Hold on. Hold the White Russian story and tell Chant how big your dick is to buy.
It's actually not even that interesting. It's just I drank it and I didn't like it because it was basically just taste-wise at the point where it's like at this point I would rather it's actually like tasted closer to ice cream, or not ice cream, but I guess coffee, because I could just barely taste the alcohol, and at that point it just kind of ruined the drink for me.
You disgust me with your love of alcohol. I will be RB. It's time for the Dr. Pepper. Not the Dr. Beer, because icky.
Uh-huh. ARC5, what was whose name? Archmagos, it's not that it was terrible, it's just like, for me, taste-wise, it was at the point, like, I would rather a sweet taste rather than just the hint of alcohol taste. I was fairly disappointed because a few people at the table I was at were like, oh, dude, it's going to be great, it's actually going to be delicious, and I tried it, and it's like, I mean, it's alright. Peppermint patty. Uh-huh. I don't know if I want to try something called that. Kibs drinks Dr. Pip Lamau. Yes, he has very specific tastes. We judge him for it, but, these things happen. Okay, Archimagos, I want you to be real. What drink isn't great after about 6 to 8 glasses? Because at that point, they kind of all start to bore together. And they all kind of start to lose their flavor, and it's like, delicious. Irish Car Bomb, best drink. Don't think I've had that one. To be fair, there's a lot of mixed drinks I haven't had. I typically just stick with what I like, which is typically a Moscow Mule. Relatively simple, easy to make. Jaeger bombs. I've heard of Jaeger bombs. Never personally tried them. Yeah, Alex Fahey, alcohol is... It's a taste you kind of have to get used to. I don't think I've met a single person who's off the bat said, yes, I like the taste. Yeah, Chad, I've kind of figured that something called a Jaeger bomb would not taste great. Reguline, not wanting to drink alcohol in and of itself, I would say doesn't make someone a wimp or not. Especially if you're a person who's like, look, I just want something that I enjoy drinking for the taste. Because like I said, alcohol is one of those acquired tastes. I suppose if you have like a heavily mixed drink, like if you have a Moscow Mule as it's intended, there's actually very little vodka in it. It's anywhere from like about a fifth to a third of the actual drink itself, and the rest of it's like ginger beer and lime.
I'm back. Have you entertained chat with your gay sex stories as a guest, Master King?
No, just talking about drinks I haven't had, and then who was it that was talking about the... It was... Arc 5 was talking about a drink he had called a peppermint patty, and it's like,
We will retake our homeland. The Iron Crown.
It's not annoying at all, the game. God, no. Chad was a... He's a crayon eater. He's like, I'm hungry for crayons.
We move to new lands.
Do you think when they're going to parties they have like ground up crayons they just kind of like drizzle into their drinks?
Like, quart.
Right,
I do love me some cyan.
Oh my good, different marine units basically prefer different flavors of crayon.
I do like apple red very much, thank you.
No, it's even simpler. Where it's like, I like the yellow crayon, and then someone else is like, I like the brown crayon more, and they're like, I hate you.
I hate you.
I don't know why I made them all southern.
We're on the move.
They're not even just southern, they're fucking southern idiots. Like they're southern.
I believe the term is technically redneck for the type of dialect I was going for.
No backbone. I serve the Witch King. Take their heads. You'll do as you're told.
And then you get that like one like weird marine group that's like they like a obscure crank color that very few people get.
The Crayon Wars is what they were called. High Command had to struggle to...
Shadow Warrior says, as a marine, I'm laughing and crying at that crayon joke. You see, we have the marine crayon joke pass.
Oh my god.
Wait for it.
Damn it. Them and their fucking crayons. You know what brand it is too? Fucking Crayola. They're like mainstream normies. What's some offshoot brands of crayon?
feel my club? No
Oh, that's the Chinese of the Mexicans. I'm sure they have some off-brand ones.
We have our orders.
Troops are near.
I'm trying to clear the map for the units come in ahead of time, so they can just like come in and be fine.
Wait for it.
Sound plan.
A sound plan. What are you, a Warcraft 3 character now? He's like, it's literally just the most basic phrase. What the fuck?
Job's done.
Job's done. More wood.
It's like, you little shit.
More wood needed. Or lumber needed. I can't remember what it is.
Pick it up, you
Be happy to.
No standing around.
Yellow and Elmer's are high quality and reserved for officers and sorry, I'm just laughing at the that's just the thought. Crap. I'm sure there's a proper way to say this, but it's eluding me. SNCOC or OS. I'm sure in the military they have a just this is what you say.
Honor is for the weak.
I'm sorry, I clicked on the guy, and his catchphrase is like, honor is for the weak.
Power is great.
I serve the Witch King now.
Oh, staff non-commissioned officers. Okay.
We move to
Okay,
new
that makes more sense now.
We must take.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with just NCOs for that.
Honor is for the weak.
That's the acronym that I'm more familiar with.
The hills will be ours.
Waldo stands atop the royal barrow. The men of Cardamon cannot long abide this challenge.
I go.
Oh, Arc 5 says, no joke, the cheaper ones are called Crayoffs.
Oh my god, that's like the low brand. Like the hipsters are eating it thinking they're cool. Like, crunchy. They're really dry. The really good crayons are the oily ones you want. They go down nice and good. How do I make these guys attack? They don't.
They do spellcasters, or they just like debuff units.
My ears!
I might have to listen to that on stream just because you whinged. God damn it. I switched too late. Oh well.
We will overthrow the West!
Fine, don't worry about it.
What kind of Palantir P orders can we get? I think I should save for that one. I think the Shade of the Wolf is going to be overpowered.
We move to new lands. No backtalk, worms.
No backtalk, worms.
Where there's a whip, whoosh, there's a way. I can't believe Arch doesn't like those movies.
Because Arch is a femoid.
Like, I'd be willing to say that it's like, look, they're not great, but it's like there's something like just charming and endearing about it.
Don't forget that Barch is the same one that said Dune is dumb. He also said Starship Troopers, like the movie is better than the book. Like you're talking about Barchowski.
When it comes to like someone liking the movies over the books, I would be willing to accept that someone prefers one of the stories over the other.
We are so
I don't know what that does. I didn't read it. Oh, I don't know. That's good. but I'm having a heart attack.
We have held the barrow against Cardinal's first
Boag
faithful attack.
just says
Now
Archer
they will send more
reads
forces
isekais
to
and
the
enjoys NTR.
Archer.
Archer's taste is questionable.
Questionable is an understatement. They're inferior.
Also, Boag, don't you also read isekais? He's like, no, wait a minute, hold up.
Hold on, I'm a shepherd.
Panakkotis, from what I've heard about his opinion, it's not that he likes it per se. Like, you remember, like,
Yes.
actually, you talked to him about it. Like, what was it specifically that he said that he liked about it?
He just likes it. He claims a lot of things, and each time it's a different story. Just like, oh my god.
Like, the only thing I remember is, like, him saying it's like he was sick and tired of, like, a lot of, tropey anime stuff where it's like, oh, the guy always gets the girl, despite the fact that, like, she gives him ample chances to, like, actually go out with her. And in those stories, it's like, oh, nope, she goes for someone else, or, you know, someone else actually just takes her. And it's like, I mean, Arch, if that's what you're into.
Check your pockets. I swear to God, that's what he says. Check your pockets. There's something in them. I don't know what.
The Iron Crown.
My power is dead.
Okay,
That's
that's
the green
pretty
orc
powerful.
Where do they think they're going?
Hitting your own men, by the way.
Oh, that is friendly fire?
I'm assuming since they have the green aura on them, yes.
Great.
The enemy is attacking our forces.
We almost have enough pointeroos to call in something beautiful.
The light fades.
The forces come again.
But I am strong. Our power is
I like how they just like.
Battle is joined.
Oh, I coomed. Oh,
Uh-huh.
oh, hands. That's what it sounds like. Oh,
I'm annoyed because you're reminding me of a GIF. Or no, it wasn't a GIF. It was just a short, like, 30-second video. And I don't want you to like be reminded of it because you just wouldn't shut up about it.
oh, come on.
No, I'm not telling you.
What are the odds I don't remember?
Very. Considering as soon as I say the line, the punchline of the entire thing, you'll remember.
Hands, I really doubt it.
Oh no, you will. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, you're making it up.
I can bring thrall
Uh-huh.
to command. Who shall I bring for?
If you're not making it up, then say what it is.
No.
And say it.
No.
You will be bred at some point. Cat will fuck you, and you'll be fat, parted, parted. Yeah, parted. I'm gonna say retarded. You're gonna fart to death.
Alex Fahey says, "Quit these moans for future moons."
Oh,
I mean, he does it to himself.
No, my wizards do it. They're like, oh, they just keep cooming. I can't make them stop. They won't stop cooming shit. Oh, I must not have that unlocked. All right, well, this will be super useful.
It looks like you have to have at least one of the prereqs.
We have held off the Cardalani vanguard. The prince has taken up our challenge and comes fast to the field.
We spotted enemy troops. We must fight them off again.
Pay attention, stop.
Reguline says the only member of the bickering bunch that gets bread is you, Kibbles.
Okay. Well, I'll have access to all.
As your trolls just beat the ever-living shit out of the soldiers. I was gonna say Gondorian, but that's not technically right considering where we are.
Oh!
Men of Angmar!
Oh! Oh! Help me, it's retarded.
I know you are.
I'm a little concerned.
Archmagos just says, throws bread at Kibs.
Oh!
I have come. Let the fools of Cardaland join their fallen fathers.
Dude, like,
Doing a
I'm
bit
not
better
gonna
than
get to
last
that
time.
hill in time. Oh! Oh! They need to stop doing that. Oh!
So do you specifically need to hold that hill?
I think so, and if so, that's absolutely retarded.
Because I was going to say, if you fail, and one thing you could try next time is just moving your men closer to where the Witch King spawns in.
I mean, I'm trying, but these guys are not gonna hold this ground.
If they can hold out long enough for the Witch King to get there, it should be fine.
Get up there. Don't fucking stop.
Okay, there. You should be fine now. That was a jump.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
God.
I guess the Witch King didn't want to fight.
We beat him, but that was retarded. Oh! No! The fucking moans of the wizards of the game are fucking retarded.
The prince lies slain. All Cardaland now lies open to us.
Okay, so you swayed the prince and his army.
Once more, the Iron Crown reigns supreme.
We did it. We beat the baddies.
Everywhere the armies of Angmar march, death and desolation follow. Cardaland has fallen, and all that remains is the realm of Arthedain. Men have allowed this to happen. Their indecision and disunity have brought them to the brink of annihilation.
Oh, we did it. But only barely battered Skull Summit. We barely made it in time. I'm annoyed the Witch King like was stuck on the edge of the map, but whatever, we got him. Karn Doom.
Darn dumb.
Karn Dumb. Whatever Karn
Dumb,
did, he's
dumb,
dumb.
dumb.
Dumb, no dumb. Dumb, no. That's right. Dumb, no dumb.
I have to kill myself before this franchise becomes retarded.
Dumb was the smartest character. He didn't live to see the crappy sequels.
Arnor sits at the edge of the abyss. Rudar is the Witch King's. Cardaland is reduced to scattered bands of refugees. Only Fornost stands between Angmar and total domination of the North. Or so it appeared. The attack on Rivendell has united the elven strongholds. Now, the elves of Lindon, Rivendell, and even Lorien march against Angmar. They are intent to drive a sword into the heart of Angmar that would last an age.
I think the elves are sending reinforcements.
Me too.
Dreadlord, soon the fortress of Karn Doom will be besieged by the army of elves and men.
And as per your orders, Rogash and his forces await in the west for your signal. We need only light the signal fire, and he will come.
Not gonna lie, those look awfully similar to the same model as used for the Gondorian White Towers.
To lead the final assault against our fortress.
Okay.
Get back to work or you'll be thrown to the wolves. I have stone and iron to use for Angmar. You'll build for the Iron Crown. Build it strong.
All shall kneel before the Iron Crown.
He will overthrow the West. We search for the enemy.
Our new building is complete. Don't let the trolls see you slacking. Our new building is ready.
All shall kneel.
Get ready to build. Toil for the Iron Crown.
As little rocks get thrown up as they're building. Because that's how building works.
So if I go outside and they're throwing rocks up into the air, people just like watch from a distance, like, what is he? I'm like, what the fuck? As like a giant cathedral comes out of the ground.
We don't understand why this works. We just know throwing rock up makes cathedral go up.
Get ready to build.
It pulls cathedral from underground. You see, cathedral always there.
We've got a
Just
new
hidden
den.
underground. To walk up to lift up.
Can wear spiked collars
Big
now.
Pinky's hands.
Apparently.
That place is no good for building. I await the Witch King's command. Our new building is ready. Get back to work or you'll be thrown
I think
to the wolves.
AWO is a wee bit upset about the pronunciation.
You have to get over it, boy. He's like, eh. If I just kill
Our
you.
new building is complete. The Dark Iron Fort is ready. The Hall of the King's Men is greater than ever. Then it's deeper. Fighting has begun. We're done
Just
with
try their siege equipment.
I mean, it would be the biggest of dick moves.
Honor is for the weak.
Honor is for the weak.
Or it's the thrall hordes for you. Get back to work. Get back to work or you'll be thrown to the wolves. Work or it's the
Word of the
thrall
gaze wants
hordes
everyone
for
to
you.
know. Gow.
What?
I think he's retarded.
Here's
We
more
have battle for you lazy worms.
I know the hills.
I'll plead you, Word of the gaze.
We're on the move.
Is he being gay? Does he wish to procreate with the hands? He's like,
The enemy has reached our camp.
A tragedy for hands, I'm sure.
The Dark Iron Forge has been expanded.
He pleads yes. Well then, there you
Our
go.
forces are under attack.
That's how do you feel about this development?
No, he pleads yes to be
Or you'll be
retarded.
thrown to the
What the
wolves.
fuck?
Build it for the Witch King.
That's not funny. You're supposed to play yes to breeding hands.
King now.
A missed opportunity to be sure, but I don't even know what to say. That one.
Our new building is ready. Get back to work. We're done with that one. The Hall of the King's Men is greater than ever. Here's more
Good money.
work for you lazy worms. Build for the
Well, the guy
Iron
says
Crown.
gone. I think he's gone full Spurg. No, you never go full Spurg.
Potentially.
The Dark Iron Forge has been expanded. building belongs to Angmar now.
The building belonged to Angmar now. Before it didn't. But now, because we put a flag on it, now it does.
Archimagos wants everyone to know.
We finished that one. Don't let the trolls see you slacking. Weapons are ready.
Oh, droids are pretty
cute. Thrall hordes for you.
I was always partial to the mouse droids. And then Chewie yells at one, and then it turns around and runs away.
Build it for the Witch King.
I remember the part in one of the movies where a bunch of stormtroopers are just looking at their little mouse droid and just following it.
We finished that one. The enemy is attacking our forces.
Did that one get called from the edge of the map?
Painters ready.
But the ones at the bottom? Yeah, they're enemies are reinforced. We have to defend this place. Trying to get all the upgrades though. It's gonna be a little bit costly. That's why I'm trying to hold the low tiers, because low tiers I'm able to build these more resource buildings, which is where I'm pulling a lot of resources from.
Get back to work or you'll be thrown to the wolves. Cut it loose.
How many trolls trying to deal with it?
I mean, they do decent damage. Their targeting accuracy is something to be desired.
We're done with that one. The enemy has reached our camp.
We rule the forest.
Our new building is ready.
We serve the Iron
We are ready to strike.
How are we doing?
Our
2,000.
buildings are being attacked.
There, we have all the upgrades. Got all the ones I care about.
We bring silence.
Fuzzy's wondering if the AIs ignored your giants.
Don't let the trolls see you
They
slacking.
did.
The thing is, they're scripted to attack the fortress. Because this is a siege of, I forget what fortress.
Me too. I have no idea. A place. It's one of the Witch King's holdouts to the north of Angmar, I think.
It's an important fortress. I think that's about the extent I know of it.
Honor is for the weak.
Honor is for the weak.
Because the Witch King in the previous mission killed off the prince. So,
We wait for battle.
they're kind of angry.
Well, Prince of the Human Kingdom. The elves come to try to help the humans.
I know the hills. Let's get moving.
Harn Dum. Yes, that's it. That's the fortress. Interesting. That ability does not affect the siege units.
That rain will.
Our new building is complete.
We will retain our homeland.
Uh-oh. Jimmy Stifffinger says he thinks he might have the Rona.
Good. Stop! Not the response we were expecting, was it? If not, we will. Guess I'll die now.
Do you have a builder with your army?
There is a distinct possibility that he was with them and is now dead.
Because I could have sworn I saw someone with a cart in your army.
Right, you orcs are on a timer, so just go and fucking kill yourselves.
Our forces are under attack.
We wait for
Now Angmar must face the
siege engines!
I've been facing the might of your siege engines. Granted, not with the fire upgrade.
I know the hills. We will retake our homeland. The hills will be ours. I serve the Witch King now.
I serve the Witch King now. Herp, herp. Oh no, they're going over there.
The enemy is here!
Chief of Chiefs.
Our new building is
Hills
ready.
rise wild.
Not sure for how long I'm supposed to defend, but I know I'm supposed to defend.
The blood is starting to spill!
Their blood is starting to spill. You sound so sad about it. Mission.
They're through the wall!
That is not good.
We finished that one.
The Boig, no bueno.
The hills will be ours. We search for the enemy.
Get ready to build. Fighting has begun!
I think Jimmy Stifffinger is having fun at the idea of it's like, oh no, you're gonna die. Good.
Fire away!
Those are fucking nightmarish. Please kill them, please.
The enemy is here! The blood is starting to spill!
Don't do that.
We will
I think the
retake
game
our
wants to do
homeland.
that.
We move to new lands. Honor is for the weak.
Look out! Courage! Our forces are under attack!
It's always funny to me when you look at units in games and they're like high tier armor is gold, when gold is actually a really malleable metal.
Yeah, it's actually really soft, which is bad.
Great for like electronics and whatnot, but you know, terrible for, you know, protection.
No, the Witch King.
Fighting has begun! We're too low on resources!
He's expensive to revive now.
You don't say.
I serve the Witch King
We
now.
cannot build any more troops!
We search for the enemy.
Back up for but a wee moment.
bring silent death. Rangers, ready. We herald the
We
Iron
will retake our homeland.
Our forces are under attack!
All the buffos in the world.
The enemy's attacking our builder! Our builder's been killed!
At least it's not swords made of silver. Yeah, silver's another one of those metals that's not terribly great.
Yep.
At least for this. Or titanium. Titanium was one of those metals I remember when I was in like high school. People thought it's like, oh, it's actually super strong, and it's like, no, you can bend it. It's just relative to its weight, it's strong.
Yep. I mean, it's got the name titanium. Like, that sounds fucking like Titan.
Metal.
God.
Sounds metal.
Metal as fuck, bro.
It's like, oh, technically it is metal. It's like, shut up.
Ketchup's then removed from the source. Ketchup sitting there in the corner like, well, worth it. Well.
Keep quiet. Honor is for the weak.
Honors for the weekend.
Chad, if I remember correctly, the entire thing with like silver bullets and whatnot was that there was actually like this really massive wolf somewhere in Germany, and the hunter that ended up killing it, like, according to the stories, did so like with a silver bullet.
The power of Angmar will protect us! Our forces are under attack!
Oh god,
They
that's gonna
died
kill
out of
the whites.
nowhere, since no one mentioned werewolves. Just says werewolves are cool and shouldn't be considered furry.
Oh my
I
god.
think someone is a wee bit of a furry.
He's like,
Because I specifically said wolves. I did not say werewolves. Because the story that I'm referring to, it actually happened, and the wolf, it wasn't just a livestock that this wolf killed. It was actually a decent number of people. Like, if I remember it, it was somewhere around 30-ish people this wolf has killed.
The enemy is here!
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised with that either, that the Catholic Church basically spread tales about that to increase the value of gold and silver.
We search for the enemy.
Works.
Archmagos, I get what you're trying to say. It's just specifically with the words you use, that sentence doesn't make sense. He says, where, space, wolves come from? A genetic disease. Lycanthropy.
I think he's just Austrian. He's like, ah! A tragedy to be sure, but so the max amount of points that I can get from this militia is that many. So if I save up, I can get 25. Next.
Yeah, Adam Wakeman, that's a North and South America thing, way back in the day, in the Teutoburg Forest, and just the woods of...
Is it a South American thing?
We will retake our homeland. Let's get moving.
Yeah.
Bye.
I was reading. Adam Wakeman said, yeah, the whole wolves have never attacked people unprovoked thing, that's pretty much exclusively North and South America.
Oh, only that.
And I was saying, yeah, in Europe and whatnot, especially in areas that were heavily forested and just not that urban, wolves were not scared of people.
They'd attack people.
I know the hills.
There's a reason why Europeans kill those. Because they were people killers.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, the story with, at least that I heard, where, well, one of the stories I should say, that made people think, silver is good at killing, mystical things. Or just supernatural things, because this wolf killed, I think, around 30-ish people.
How many of these waves must have repelled? This is actually getting boring.
And that's sieges for you. Be grateful you don't have to sit here in real time and wait actual months.
That'd be awful.
Yes, Reguline, wolves are actually scary animals, especially when they're hungry.
Split them open. None can stand against us.
Battle is joy!
Adam Lakeson says, maybe try summoning the trolls.
What trolls?
I think he means the giants.
Or did. Survive the elves' attack. Yeah, like mission objective. Mission objective. Survive.
I serve the Witch King now. Rangers, ready.
Boop, boop, boopity boop a doop.
Honor is for the weak.
We are the elite.
Is the enemy near? I serve the Witch King now.
He says no, I mean the signal flare.
The signal flare.
That building that you captured.
What about it? It's just for line of sight.
I do remember in the cutscene he said it's like after a certain point, like do something with it. Like, is there a button or something? Or like an ability? Well, no, I meant like an ability attached to the tower.
Nope, that would be right there where I clicked on it.
Honor is for the weak.
The never-ending war is what this is.
Chief of Kibs, vengeance to the hills.
As we sit here and try to figure out what the map wants us to do.
Either it's supposed to be like, oh, it's a losing retreat, like I'm behind the third wall now, and it's super climactic, and I'm just at the front like, what am I supposed to do?
I know the hills. We're on the move.
Yes, this is capture revealed terrain.
Honor is for the weak.
Mr. Personality says build more grain.
I don't have grain. I just have mills. Like, oh my god, what do you think the mill's doing? Nothing.
Milling beer. On the bright side, that one hero is level 10.
We search for the area.
My god.
Prize spinning, that's a good trick.
Let's get moving.
24 minutes. I mean, Helm's Deep was 30 minutes, if I remember right.
We are under attack. Take their heads.
Yeah, but didn't it tell you that that's how long you had to hold out?
Thought so. Now this is mill racing. As you can see, no one's changed positions in the last 30 years, and they're still spinning.
Mr. Personality, Kibs probably could push to the edge of the map.
They
The
would
issue is that
instant
would
spawn.
probably cost him his army.
That would be a bad idea. Because that's what they spawn, and they spawn a new army every time the previous one's wiped out.
Quickly now. The hills will be ours. Battle is joy. Bringing death by fire.
It's getting a little absurd.
We will retake our homeland.
Our army can't get any
Quickly
bigger.
now.
forces are under attack.
We're the Black Rangers.
Check your pockets.
We're on the move. I know the hills.
It never ends.
The hills will be ours. We search for the enemy. We will retake our homeland. On to the citadel. Kandum falls this day.
Oh my god, it's a final attack.
Okay, that's it. It's funny, I was actually just starting to look up videos to see like what they did to finish the map.
I was thinking about it actually.
My axe sings. A legion of the hills.
The enemy's in our camp.
Get all the whites because they're dying. No.
Show our strength. Take their hate.
Vengeance of the Grogash has returned with his army.
I don't think this army is going to be necessary.
Grogash
Yeah, it isn't.
has returned with his army.
The legions of Angmar stand victorious.
Huzzah.
The Witch King's cunning matches his cruelty. The well-timed arrival of his lieutenants prevented a complete annihilation of his army. The Iron Crown has suffered a heavy blow, but Angmar has not been defeated. It will take time to recover its strength. Perhaps enough time for Arnor to rise anew. But the Witch King has no intention of allowing this to happen.
My good.
Still not at Varnost yet either.
And so the campaign can continue. I mean, that's probably the last mission in the game, though.
I suspect
The
as much
Dunedain
if they
of
are doing
Arnor
this much.
believe the Elven strike will provide them a chance to recover. Given time, Arnor can finish what the elves had started. But they reckon without knowledge of the depth of the Witch King's hatred. He sends his sorcerers among the barrows of the great Arnor kings. While the desecration of this hallowed soil might break the hearts of men, the Witch King has an even darker purpose. To unleash a malevolent plague across the lands of men and elves.
My God.
Again we visit these ancient tombs, this time to corrupt the souls of the fallen, and to turn the land against the remaining sons of Arnor. Our sorcerers must stand atop the barrows in order to taint the graves beneath. However, time is short.
Susan just says,
We will
they're
need to
taking
hold
the
as
Witch
many
King to the
barrows as
barrow
possible
downs.
to complete the ritual before the new day's sun rises.
The Iron Crown calls.
Get ready to build. I await the Witch King's command. Get ready to build.
Building, 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 hooray!
Our new building is ready for the Iron Crown. We finished that one in iron to use for Angmar. Toil for the Iron Crown. Men of Angmar.
Sequano has
Ritual
followed.
has begun on a barrow.
Excellent. All according to plan. Now that I've acquired Sequano chant,
Our new
we
building
can,
is ready. I await the Witch King's command.
I don't know, I'll figure something out at some point. He's like, whoa. Do to me.
Build it for the Witch King.
Soon enough.
The fire's burning our new dark iron forge.
The Iron Crown calls. Men of Angmar.
I have to like leave a dude there, I think.
I can bring thralls to command.
We serve
Who
the
shall I
shadow.
hang your banner?
Our new
Oh,
building is
gravel from
complete.
Gundabad. Come to
You're
our banner.
built for the Iron Crown.
You said I think I have to leave one there, so I was saying potentially.
The darkness waits.
Where's it corrupted?
Show our strength.
Fairly easy to do, science.
My power is dead.
It's at 14 right now. Yep, gotta leave one there.
We
The
are
enemy is attacking our forces.
Oh boy.
We have this barrow. Begin the ritual.
Or sorry, you're on Twitch. Viridian Winter.
I am first of the king's men.
We have completed a new fortress. Angmar must grow stronger. The dark iron forge
But yes,
is
Black
strong.
sent you some bits on Twitch.
We built a new hall of
Black
the king's
did?
men.
Speak
Well,
my hands. Radiant Winter's Black 1917?
He said so before, and who else but Black
Oh
says
my
that.
god, it's little baby Black. He's just a Viridian coon salute. It all makes sense now, chat.
There's your target.
The barrow is in our control.
is great.
We're done with that one.
Send them back. Disengage.
One of our barrows is under attack.
Barrows is under attack, hands.
That's fine.
The dark iron weapons are ready.
Legions, march!
The hall of the king's men is greater than ever.
We bring silent death. We serve the shadow. Our power is great.
It's weird, I just had a
You're
flashback
built for the Iron
to
Crown and iron to use for Angmar.
watching
Get back
one
to
of
work.
the Third Age campaigns that Bubbles
Here's more
did.
work for you lazy worms.
I am
It involved the
first
Barrow
of the
Downs,
king's
which is
men.
how it's relevant.
For Angmar,
But,
Because he did an Angmar campaign, if I remember right.
yeah. But the thing is, he had a general that spawned in the Barrow Downs. And, well, one of the things with the Barrow Downs is at that place, you can specifically get the Wraiths as a unit, very rarely, and they're really expensive. But because the general spawned there, his general's bodyguard was actually the Wraiths.
That's kind of great.
Yeah, that's what he said. It's like, I mean, not terrible, not terrible.
We don't have enough resources for that.
the Iron Crown calls. We go to war.
The dark iron armor is ready.
Battle at last.
Send word. We need more men.
Forces are under attack.
Oh, those forces might be doing a counter attack / defense thing.
We are ready to strike. They will never know. The
Yeah.
shadow guides us.
We have freezing arrows now.
The barrow is in our control.
Again.
The Iron Crown. We rule the forest.
Uh-huh.
You dishonored the souls of our fathers once atop these hallowed grounds! I will not suffer your foul presence again!
What? Bro, calm down, bro.
Pretty sure your men walked by that rock. I guess they just saw him there. He's like, "Meh."
We are the soul of
We have this barrow. Begin the ritual.
Captain Carthene.
My power.
You're not even a named character. You're some no fucking buddy.
I mean, he has a name. Just that one we know. Outside this game.
Oh, they're cooming Chetnap.
AWO says, God, fighting those barrow-wights possible, but not easy. A lot of Hobbit conscripts died that day.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because in that mod you can get the, what is it? The Hobbit Swingers, which are actually really good for what they are. And then, like, Hobbit Militiamen, which are basically little hobbits with sticks.
The objective. 1,000 souls? Fuck, game, are you high? Alright, well, whatever.
Get ready to build.
The game is like, no, but your kill count will be.
We are ready to strike. Our resources are in danger.
Yeah, money.
You'll build for the Iron Crown.
Let's start doing $5 say ketchup man, how goes it? I mean, hey.
He does. I'm alive. I'm living. More than I can say for some.
But I am strong. The enemy is attacking our forces.
We are the Iron. Fear the Iron Crown.
You'll do as you're told.
We serve
The darkness waits.
Don't let the trolls see you slacking.
Oh!
Get back to work or you'll be thrown to the wolves. Our mills are under attack.
Try to get more wizards.
The ritual has begun on a barrow.
I don't know.
Temple of Twilight or whatever.
Build it strong.
We are the heirs of Numenor.
We herald the Iron Crown.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you're still alive? Oh!
I await the Witch King's command. Our new building is ready. Here's more work for you.
I am first of the king's men.
Oh, sorry. Teuton has corrected me. Hobbits in arms, peasant hobbits, and sheriffs. They are rock throwers, not swingers. Still, I remember they could actually throw those rocks pretty far.
We have built a temple of Twilight. We're too low on resources. Our sorceress had the soul free spell now.
Yeah, Teuton, the hobbits do have a mean pitching arm.
Our new building is complete.
One of our barrows is under attack.
More forces to purge your stench from this land.
There you won't.
You can take this, scum.
We are ready to strike.
No mercy.
I've come to serve the
Waiting.
Call reinforcements.
My servants are
Our forces are under attack.
We have this barrow. Begin the ritual.
rule the forest.
We're on the move. March. Advance. Waiting for orders. Fear the Iron Cross.
I await the Witch King's command. Build it for the Witch King. Get back to work or you'll be thrown to the wolves. Don't let the trolls see you slacking.
Don't let that troll see you slacking hands.
How true?
We don't have enough resources for that.
There was a cat at my workplace named Ketchup. I blurted out, "You mean hand?" by accident. My coworkers looked at me funny.
We finished that one. We're too low on resources.
And then he corrects it to hands. So
I mean, hands. They won't understand.
The barrow is in our control.
they wouldn't.
He's like, I hate you. Let the hands flow through you. Whatever the hands may look like.
Sounds gay.
Hands. If you sound gay, the hands are going, wait, hold on.
No, you sound gay because you said let the hands flow through you.
Don't kill him. No, murderers.
It's not war crimes if you're fighting an evil faction.
We have this barrow. Begin the ritual.
Done.
The Iron Crown calls.
I bring darkness to the light.
The forces come again.
attacked!
Keep quiet and never We are ready to strike.
The light fades.
Our builder is in danger! I am first of the king's men. Battle is joined!
I serve the Iron Crown.
Waiting for orders.
I come
For Angmar! We fight for Angmar! The ritual has begun on a barrow. We march to in the name of the Witch King.
We must fight them off again!
But
Our forces are under attack!
As you just butcher people atop these corrupted mounds.
the light fades.
AWO is leaving us. He says, I just realized what time it is. Probably going to go to bed.
Right up. There, now we can summon our big bullshit monster thing.
I'm gonna laugh, it's just like one tiny wolf and it doesn't kill one of them. Oh, it's a furry.
It is of no consequence to me.
Yiff.
A tragedy to be sure, but a yiffy one. As I go.
We rule the forest.
My servants are weak, but I am strong.
We bring silent death.
Orcums, get him.
Blood has started to spill.
Yeah, Jimmy Stiff Fingers, that monster does look silly.
It does. It reminds me of Black and White.
It really does. It reminds me of the wolf monster, or pet creature. I forget what the title of it was.
I would like to play through Black and White. It's one of those games that I just like to revisit, even though it's not like that great. It's kind of unfucking finished.
We are the soul of Angmar.
Didn't you say like the most effective way to play that game is actually the good playthrough?
Yes. But if you do military, it is fun though. The worst part about it is limiting iron production, which is the dumbest thing ever. Especially because the AI just fucking cheats. There's limited
I have
resources.
more iron now.
Our power is great.
Waiting for orders.
We cannot build any more troops.
We have this barrow. Begin the ritual.
The Iron Crown.
Jimmy Stiff Fingers asks if anyone knows the game Dominant Species. It's very old and obscure, apparently.
We are the soul
I have not heard of it.
Angmar.
Waiting for
Oh, over halfway there. You needed what? 1,000 corrupted souls?
We march to victory.
Yep, and now that I have all of them, it's going up much faster.
My power
The
is
Iron Crown
dead.
calls.
The ritual has begun on a barrow.
We've seen the enemy.
Oh shit, battle buddies. Oh.
Keep in line.
Fighting has begun. I am first of the king.
They are
They are.
attacking our barrow.
He just ignores my dude. Nice.
We are
Oh,
the soul
oh. It's so funny that they come. And that's their like fucking attack. Oh.
Reguline is wondering, do orcs exist yet? Well, considering Kibs has an ability called Summon Orcs,
From gun to bad.
I
or
would
something
assume
like that.
yes.
my god, he just had infinite health. Another one of those annoying missions that it's not hard, it's just annoying. God, there's so many in this one. It's two whole missions that are just annoying to do.
Yeah,
not
Tootin'
hard,
Kibs knows he needs to hold them. It's just, it takes time. That's all this mission is.
The annoying thing about this guy is he just goes around and kills them and then runs away. Like I said, annoying mission design. Not hard, just fucking annoying. Don't do that. Like, that's just fucking annoying, developer. You idiots! Ah, why would you do that? Nothing about that's fun.
Reguline, as mentioned earlier, Tolkien used the term goblins and orcs interchangeably. They're the same thing.
There are no differences.
Keep in line.
Oh! What fucking awfulness.
We serve the Iron Crown.
We must fight them off again!
We are the true men of waiting
Our
for orders.
forces are under attack!
Fear the Iron Crown.
I bring darkness to the light.
Annoying mission design. Fuck.
The ritual has begun on a barrow.
Crush them!
All will perish.
Fear the Iron
Our
Crown.
resources are in danger!
Keep it moving.
Battle is joy! Only the strong survive! Our hordes can grow no larger!
The twilight.
Reguline, the Uruks are a Sauron thing.
Pay attention, scum.
The blood is starting to spill!
Urix, yeah. Well, not
Because-
necessarily. You might want to ask Bubbles. Bubbles is an expert on this shit.
Barrow is in our control.
Oh, because the thing is, like, they're both, like... Okay, because, like, what the Uruks were tortured souls of... Well, actually, souls, the physical bodies of elves, like, deep down in the earth from, effectively, their Satan.
Yeah, Morgoth,
For, like,
or whatever his name was, the big.
Yeah, for, like,
demon god.
for a stupid amount of time. I forget the exact amount. And
Our
that's
forces
the
are under
Uruks,
attack.
but I don't remember if orcs have the same origin.
Answer missions, I tell you. Answer missions. Blacklet says, the age of man is over.
Begone,
Now is
filth.
the age of
I
the
will not let you
Kibs.
taint the spirits of our kings.
The captain of Arnor has proved a worthy and persistent adversary. Forget the moldering spirits of Arnor's pathetic kings. Let us reward Captain Carthian by completing the ritual with his soul instead.
For orders. Fear the Iron Crown.
I have a feeling he's going to be the first super white.
Silent death. Waiting for orders.
No backtalk, worms. You want to live forever?
Yeah, Reguling, I don't remember if orcs have the same origins as the Uruks.
I do not fear you. You can only kill me.
I am the Whisperer.
Hey look, he's a big bad wraith.
How perfect is this man's punishment? His dedication in life will be matched only by his devotion after death. Let his tortured soul hunt the leaders of our enemies.
My God.
The Iron Crown's ultimate victory is assured.
My God.
Though he fought with a valor rarely seen among men, the young Arnorian captain paid a price beyond death, and now serves the Iron Crown. Angmar's great plague stretched far and wide, striking at the heart of Arnor, and weakening the already fragile Dunedain defenses. But the Witch King will not be satisfied until Arnor lay buried in the bodies and blood of its youth.
That's not good though. Means that might be bad heat.
You're forgetting that I actually
finally.
can't hear the voice acting or anything like that because of how you're capturing it.
Yep. Discord does not recognize the game. It's
Nope.
code.
Tootin, with a name like the Witch King of Agmar, how could that
Many
not be
years have
anything but
passed
edgy?
Since the Great Plague devastated the north. In great secrecy, the hosts of Angmar have been reforged, and the final stroke is ready to fall upon the last bastion of Arnor's power, Fornost. With its beautiful spires and unyielding walls, it alone stands between the Witch King and total victory. But the Dunedain will not fall easily. They have gathered all of their host and all of their allies for this battle. The last and decisive battle for the North is about to begin.
My God.
Fornost, the capital of men and seat of Isildur's heirs. More than that, it is a symbol to men. It is a symbol that must be destroyed.
Hey look, you got a new hero. I wonder who that is. The guy you stabbed last time, with an edgy name.
I am first of the king's men.
Evil will never enter Fornost. Charge!
Our forces are under attack! Cavalry, guard the flanks!
We shall prevail!
Oh jeez.
Retreat! Back to the city! Let them face the walls if they wish to come further!
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Let me guess. There's a squeakered entrance right there.
We must fight them!
What I thought.
Men of Angmar!
Exactly what I fucking thought, game.
I await the Witch King's command. You'll build for the Iron Crown.
The end of the West is at
The Iron Crown calls.
The Witch King's new fortress is complete. We're done with that one. More calls for you.
Bippity bappity.
King's men to battle. I am needed at camp.
Our new building is ready. Get ready to build. That place is no good for building.
Annoying, annoying. There you go.
Build it strong.
You eventually got it figured out.
We built a new hole of the iron to use for Angmar. We must fight them off again. We finished that one.
Just gotta knock down these filthy little towers.
It does help when you're assaulting.
I see what the problem is. Yeah. No.
Don't let the trolls see you slacking. Build it for the Witch King. Work, or it's the thrall hordes for you. The Dark Iron Forge is ready.
Let's see. What do we miss?
Here's more fighting has begun. You'll build for the Iron Crown. Build it for the Witch King. The enemy is here.
Just need to annihilate them, if you know what I mean.
We're done with that one. Battle is joined. The wall of the King's men is greater than ever. We finished that one. Our wolves can wear spiked collars now. Hobbits,
Our wolves can wear spiked collars now. I still think that sounds stupid. It's like, wow, spiked. Wow. It's like, oh.
It is certainly special. Shadow Warrior sent you bits.
Shadow Warrior gives us 2 bits to say, Kibs, would you rather play Dragon Age Inquisition or more New World? I mean, New World just grinds on endlessly. Dragon Age Inquisition at least has an ending.
But New World, you can make other people suffer that with you.
Yeah, but I don't want to play New World anymore. I like Barch, I like Disco. I don't like New World.
It was a matter of time until they
Fucking
gave up on us.
I was like, what's going on over there? Little shits are attacking.
With sticks.
With literal sticks.
Versus, you know, figurative ones. Coconut Tackle argues you can at least laugh at Inquisition.
That's true. I own Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't really know if I want to play that though. For the right price, I could be convinced. It's like, you sick son of a bitch. We have too many games to play. Don't donate for that. It was a joke. We gotta do Fortnite. We gotta do the drunk streams. Like, it's a busy month. And I'm waiting on the thumbnails. I don't need to commission a Dragon Age thumbnail. Tragedy. Now, destroy that barracks.
I'm waiting to just bully you into playing System Shock 2 for your spooky stream.
But I want Hanse to be there. In case I get stuck on something, so Hanse can get me through it.
I just want to be there for a very specific part.
Let's see, we get the last ability that we are missing.
Building is complete.
Shadow Warrior is reminding you, and you still have Witcher 3, which you haven't. Have you touched that yet, or have you not?
I played the prologue. And a little bit of the beginning, I was like, I should stream this. Because I've never really played through that.
It's a really long game,
I killed the griffin, and I went to a city, and then I ended.
The ice munitions are cold enough now.
I am, though. Just don't forget the games of Dota as well.
Those are probably dumb.
You'll do as you're told. Men of Angmar.
He's like, nah.
Don't let the trolls.
It's like the thing is, you can only face off against bots before it's like, okay, everyone has the
Disco doesn't want to play against people, and I don't want to play against people.
Yeah, it's one thing
like,
to play.
Only Arch is the only one I think who's having fun with that game. Everyone else, at least Disco, as far as myself and Disco's concerned, like, eh. Like, I don't mind it, like, I can endure it, but if we're gonna play a MOBA, why don't we play something that's actually fun and skill-based? Like Smite. I'd rather play Smite. I wouldn't mind Smite. Here's the Storm I wouldn't mind either.
Vengeance is mine.
No back. Our new building is ready.
Dog's wondering how much money would it take to get Arch to play Heroes of the Storm.
The darkness shall triumph.
They'll do it.
You'll do as you're told.
End of the
I just need to persuade him.
Jimmy Stiffinger's like, no more MOBAs, please.
MOBAs aren't very fun though. Smite is
If
actually
you like
interesting to watch though. Smite
Yes, I
isn't
would say-
too bad. Like it's actually interesting to watch because it's actually actioning and up front.
It's
Dota's
like,
just
it's
boring
also
to look at.
You have to be a specific type of person to like watching
Here's the
Dota.
Storm is also kind of fun because at least there's more than one map. Just like in Smite, there's variety. There's things to do and stuff like that. The problem with Dota and League of Legends is they're both like one map. They're like basically one game mode, pretty much. Like it's really boring. Yet those are the popular ones.
No, the thing is, like, I can see why people like it. It's just like I am not going to put in enough time to be even decent at the game.
What's this do?
That is indeed an avalanche.
From heaven.
Fighting has begun.
Newton says, God, my eyes hurt a lot from binge reading Overword books. Maybe I should go to bed and read the next one.
What books?
Overword.
They're attacking the mills.
Call the pack. Oh, okay. That's what that is.
Shadow Warrior, it's not just that the matches take long for Dota or League. Like with Dota, you literally can't surrender.
Getting to 8 of them. That's kind of cute.
So, like, if your team is losing, you just kind of have to sit there and wait for them to just finish the match. Because if you leave, and all of a sudden it's like, ah, you abandoned a game.
Elves, evil must not be allowed to triumph this day.
That's one of the reasons why I like just games like Battlefield. It doesn't require too much skill to be half decent at it.
The darkness waits.
Then again, I am kind of biased because those are the games I did play when I got home from like middle school and high school.
The enemy is attacking our forces. I am first of the king's
Why would
men.
they do that?
Can stand before my
The den is deeper.
Probably because they hate you. You're gonna destroy their civilization and their way of life.
No, I'm not. And so,
The enemy is attacking. Hanse must grow
I'm
stronger.
only talking about he.
You'll build for the Iron Crown. Dark Iron armor is ready. Get ready to build. Our builder has been killed.
Run, little builder, run.
I think Tootin is reading that Overlord series, the one that they made the anime about.
Oh, I heard that's all.
Are in danger. We must fight them off again.
Couldn't tell you. I
The anime's not very good.
watched a bit, I read a bit, then it's like, eh.
I'm a bad guy, but I'm not a bad guy. It's like, okay, your point. He's like, derp.
For Angmar and Khan. Battle is joined. The den is deeper.
I'm starting to think we need to erect walls of our fucking own. Christ.
Attacking the mills. Our camp is under attack. We're too low on resources. We're done with that one. They're attacking a forge. building has begun.
We really need to erect a wall.
The darkness waits.
Our builder has fallen.
Fight without mercy.
We don't have enough resources for that. Forge is under attack.
Look at the situation, maybe more than a wall is called for.
The enemy is attacking our forces. They're attacking the mills. The enemy is here.
I build for the Witch King's
destroying
glory.
our buildings.
I am first of the king's men. The Iron Crown will prevail.
Hate those cunts.
The Iron Crown
Our
calls.
forces are under attack.
There we go.
I have stone and iron to use for Angmar. Build it for the Witch King.
waits.
Just build the wall there. That should be fine.
I build from stone and iron. Angmar must grow stronger. Build it strong.
We have pretty much all the upgrades.
Yeah, it's nice to fill out the powers list, though.
Our new building is ready.
Buildings passively repair after a time, if I remember right.
I have stone and iron to use for Angmar. Here's more work for you lazy worms. We're done with that. Angmar must grow stronger.
Fuck.
The Iron Crown calls.
At least your heroes are getting a lot of XP.
Vengeance is ready to kill.
Get ready to build. The enemy is attacking our
Build
build
now. I am first of the king's men.
You're built for the Iron Crown.
The Iron Crown calls.
I await the Witch King's command.
I am first of the king's men.
Fuck's sake.
The darkness waits.
Alright. This is mildly annoying.
I am first of the king's men.
We finished that one.
All shall
The enemy's returned.
kneel before the iron
Build
crown.
building. Basically force them to go there.
Angmar must grow stronger. Our resources
The
are in
Iron
danger.
Crown calls. Do not hesitate.
You'll build for the Iron Crown. Build it for the Witch King. I have stone and iron to use for Angmar.
We're almost there. We do need to get rid of the siege things over here.
Shall kneel before the iron crown.
Rid of those T-words. Those T-words that they say.
Our forces are under attack. Our new building is complete.
Crunchy walls, crunchy towers, the huge.
Yep, towers are going down pretty fast. To be fair, these giants are really good at it.
Yep. Just knock down one more.
Angmar must grow stronger. I am first of the king's men. The enemy is attacking our forces.
We're gone. Wimp, wimp. Alright, we just need to get rid of that last tower.
The end of the West is at hand.
They're attacking our mills. Battle cleanses. Battle is joy. Our walls have
I think we need to bully Teuton. Why? Because he's a Teuton. And he's dead. That was how Teuton perished that day. Sometimes I forget Teuton's alive, because Teuton is never on when I'm on, you little shit. Teuton, beg and grovel for forgiveness or die.
I await the Witch King's
Like a
command.
whelp you are. A bit of a squeal.
Angmar shall prevail.
Men of Angmar.
I just need to get that last fucking wall up.
Then you can start building concentrated defenses.
The blood has started to spill.
I can stop fucking sneaking into back of my fucking base.
Build it strong.
Yeah, it's just a little sneaky squeaky, yeah? No, no.
We've got a new den.
Teuton says, homework, work, tired, books. Been kept pretty busy of late.
Not good enough, Teuton. He's like, what the fuck?
Fighting has begun.
Oh my god, the amount of defensive towers this goddamn place has.
You know why they did it too. You know exactly the reason.
Make it grindy as all. Oh well, we'll tear it apart, piece by piece.
Exactly as the designers intended.
Come in there. Let's rebuild that one chunk of wall.
Our forces are under attack.
That should
I
take
await the
the
Witch
fuck
King's
care of
command.
that.
We must fight them off again.
God fucking damn it, that wall wasn't complete.
We're done with that one. The enemy is attacking our forces.
How it always goes.
Our builder is under attack.
It's always something.
Our builder has been killed. I am ready to build for Angmar. Our camp is under attack. Toil for the Iron Crown. Get back to work or you'll be
We
thrown
lost
to
our
the
bricks.
wolves.
Yeah, you can rebuild another one.
Our resources are in danger.
The Iron
The blood
Crown
has started to
calls.
spill.
We move to strike. Do not hesitate.
We'll only be able to come in one way now. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god.
We finished that one.
So annoying.
Sad tower. I guess the catapults will have to deal with the Jefferson.
We built a new hall of the King's men.
To be fair, the Avalanche seems to be really good against structures and units that aren't walls.
Battle is joined.
It's actually higher damage if you get the center.
Well, still, like, you put that pretty close to the wall, and the wall didn't do much. Or didn't take much damage.
This guy doesn't do a lot of damage to the wall either.
I think he's meant to clear out armies, not necessarily deal with buildings or walls.
They heal him instantly.
Wow.
How the fuck did they get in? You guys even defending my fucking base? Christ.
Oh, is it possible
You
that
can't
you're...
get around the edge. Already know.
It's the only thing I can think of, though.
I already know because I tried.
The Iron Crown calls. We go to the enemy's attacking our builder. Build now. I await the Witch King's command. Build it strong. The darkness waits.
That section just has to rebuild itself. Oddly annoying, but
You'll build for the Iron Crown.
it is unfortunately what it is.
Angmar must grow stronger. Build it for the Witch King. The enemy is here. Our new building is ready. Get ready to build. Here's more work for you lazy worms. The House of Lamentation is complete. Our builder is under attack. We're too low on resources. You'll build for the Iron Crown. The enemy's in our camp.
Yo, build for the Iron Crown.
Build it strong.
But if I don't, then
Angmar shall prevail.
The den is deeper. The Hall of the King's Men is greater than ever. We finished that one. The blood is starting to spill. Stone and iron to use for Angmar.
all the blood in the world spilling everywhere.
That happens. Especially when you get two armies that really don't like each other.
You'll build for the Iron Crown. Here's more work for you lazy worms. Battle cleansed. The enemy is attacking our forces.
He's gonna die.
Pull back! Dark King mighty.
Possible to leap him out of there?
We made it. Gosh. Now, to
We're
eliminate
done with that
any
one.
remaining
We
fucking
finished that one.
hours there. If I can just go to the towers, they don't have any reprieve.
Plus, he says walls with mass defenses are so useful against the AI. Be right back. Try not to die in the meantime.
No, they died.
The Witch King will rule.
We're doing spam towers here. Get all the freaking upgrades.
Our resources are in danger. We don't have enough resources for that. Get ready to build. Toil for the Iron Crown.
Look out there, my might.
We've got a decent foothold now, I think.
Our forces are under attack. The Witch King's sanctum is complete.
Oh, super spiky, chat. Just the way God had fucking intended.
For land of iron! Trolls of the north!
Battle is yours! The spikes are sharpened. Tear it down! I am first of the King's men. The Iron Crown calls.
Are you ready to kill?
They're attacking our mills.
For the Dark King!
We are one with the blade.
They are weak for the scythe.
Well, man, cut!
I have stone and iron to use for Angmar. We're too low on resources.
Oh, what a grindy level.
The Iron Crown will prevail.
Fucking freaking epics, or fucking.
King's men.
I don't know, I said fucking. Fucking, not freaky. He's freaking epic sauce. Say, what's up, Kibs? It's your boy Sauce. I'm afraid I lost my job due to not wanting the jab. Anyways, love you, and I'm gonna start working on an anime game in Unity.
Are you ready?
What? Are you serious, or are you just mucking with me, boy? Also, if you're gonna start working on a game, I don't want to be mean, but like, if you need money, that's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that.
Legions march!
Okay. I'm afraid to lose my job due to not wanting the stab or jab.
The Iron
I mean,
Crown
if you don't feel comfortable taking the, shot, don't take it.
Are you ready?
Because the repercussions, who knows? Could be harmless, could be really bad. I know that the medication the doctors wanted me to take for my ADHD when I was a kid, basically makes you, basically killed off a part of your brain, making you retarded. Like, it just made you less of a person. So I'm glad I didn't end up doing that, because I feel like I would actually be fucking brain dead right now. But, yeah.
Men of Angmar!
But that's not to say that's the case for everything. If you don't want to take the medication or take the drugs, don't do the drugs.
The darkness waits.
Your body, your choice.
We move to strike. Men of Angmar, do not hesitate.
I'm getting really annoyed at this fucking map. Are you even upgrading? Like, fuck, you're so slow.
The enemy is attacking our forces. They're attacking the mills.
Only the strong survive.
Only the strongest will survive.
I'm back.
We need a heaven where we die. This mission's fucking annoying. Like, I'm actually annoyed with it.
The whole of the King's men is greater than
I don't mind the expansion effect. I think the expansion does a lot of fun stuff, but the mission design of this is just annoying.
The Iron Crown calls. Stone to dust. The darkness waits.
It's like, attack this base. You have no space to build. It's like, okay. Okay.
I mean, they give you a okay-ish amount of room, but it's not a lot.
I move to better ground.
The blood is starting to spill.
Like, they just don't stop attacking. The pacing is wrong. And that weird bug keeps doing it.
We are the elite. We wait for battle. We serve in silence.
The enemy is attacking our forces. The enemy's in our
The Iron Crown calls.
Slay them all!
I'll simply say this, you know it's a grindy map when you notice that when you started this map, a hero was level like what, 4, and now they're already like level 7.
Essentially, yeah. It's just not a very good map. Like, this map sucks.
The King's men.
We rule the forest.
Our forces are under attack. Getting bigger.
Like, it's just no.
Yeah, I can see it.
Just like, I don't know. I want the map to be over now. Because the problem is that the map's doing kind of like another one of those cancerous things where it's just like spam, 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 and it's like it's just, I don't know. It's not a threat at all, but it's just like, it's just annoying to fight.
It's a slow map, and that's basically it.
It took so long to do your thing, you just killed yourself. Fucking bravo, dude.
All shall kneel.
The darkness waits. We move to strike.
Our mills are under attack.
At least they can't rebuild buildings. Yeah, at least they don't, because that would, oh, that'd just be such a slog. Like, it's actually just bad. It's not the worst thing
So
ever.
basically,
It's not
we're
good.
just sitting here waiting for your avalanche ability to come off cooldown.
It's either that or just attrition, basically. And the problem is they have so many production buildings that killing the production buildings doesn't do anything. Like, this is just fucking boring. Fuck. Oh my god. They fucked up this level. Cool looking level, but not fun. Ignore them. You'll never kill them in time anyways. Go for the towers.
Because, what is it, 3 boulders, and then the tower's gone?
You got that one. That was his big contribution to the war effort. Basically, I'm trying to get rid of the towers so that when I go through there, it's not as much of a massacre.
Waiting for order. We're on the
move! Fighting has begun! Our buildings are being attacked!
What is annoying me is the constant little bastards doing that little attack.
We march to victory.
The idea of these games is some of the better in a game of this kind. What do you mean? That
Waiting for orders.
you're gonna actually have to speak if you want to make sense.
Our forces are under attack!
Like the fact that it has copyrighted music, or what?
Trolls of the North!
Because audio quality it's about on par with most of the games made by EA. EA has never had a problem with their sound quality being really good.
I serve shadow.
Peter Jackson was the composer, and I don't think so. But I think you're attributing things to the wrong people.
The blood is starting to spill!
No, the audio's kind of on par with any other game, really. Like, EA RTSs generally are like this because, well, big budget. And also, if the audio layering wouldn't have anything to do with Peter Jackson, because Peter Jackson wasn't involved with the game's development as far as I know.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he worked with it.
Rangers ready.
Let's see.
He wasn't the composer, he ultimately chose it.
We need more towers. That way when they run alongside the walls, they won't be a problem anymore.
They'll be nickeled and dimed.
Here's the hope.
Keep shooting!
Man, this level's just
Our forces are under attack!
We are ready to strike.
Rangers ready.
We must fight them off again!
Clearly, we don't have enough towers. That doesn't take care of that. I don't know what will.
Battle is joy!
Man. This is
I think you have to get all the way back there.
not a fun mission. Problem is, it's like they have so many
Later,
production
Tootin'.
buildings, I can't even slow them down. Good night, Tootin'.
Ingmar must prevail.
Best you can do is just jump in, do a tiny bit of damage, and then wave.
And my pop cap's so pissy small, like, fuck. Like, it's absolutely nothing.
The Iron Crown calls.
The end has come for the West. Nothing will remain but ashes and dust.
Battle is joy!
I mean, when you say layered, like, you do realize, like, how do I explain this? So, settings. There's different tracks that are playing. There are ultimately only 4 audio tracks. This is nothing special. This is nothing unique. There's music, sound effects, voice, and ambient. Those are the 4 tracks that play in game. Movies are specifically related to cutscene tracks, and you can adjust each track. So if you're referring to how they're layered, that's simply the sliders I've set up. There's no specific layering here that's special or anything like that. It's simply that. All I have simply enabled is high quality audio. That's not anything new. That's not anything fancy. That's just run of the mill. Like, nothing about this is particularly amazing. Like, it just has high quality sound effects because they had access to EA's resources. And they had access to the movie track. But even Generals had some really decent sound. But yeah, no, nothing here is unique.
Vengeance is mine.
That's not to say it isn't bad or it isn't good or whatever. It is, but it's nothing like that hasn't been done before. They got all their stupid production buildings, I guess. The sloggiest of slogs.
Sadly, yes.
How remarkably annoying.
Attacking our forces.
Slay them all!
They have no hope.
I mean, you could just turn down the audio, Scully, and that probably won't hurt your ears.
My hour has come.
Rogas never fall! Too much! Not fight now!
The darkness shall triumph. Vengeance.
Man, I'm really fucking pissing the bed with these fucking things. Like, fuck, they're just annoying. Ah! I just wanted to be over. Come on. Faster.
The blood has started to spill.
You've gotten through the first layer now. For the second painful layer, says Fuzzy.
They cannot
I haven't even gotten through it.
might.
They're still building standing.
True.
They are weak.
We cannot build any more troops.
They have
Battle
no
is joy.
hope.
We're getting there, cheat. We're tearing it down.
Taking an age and a half on its own, but hey, it's happening.
Kill it. Instinct based. Hanse's hatred of Borkingtons is legendary. Hate my dog so much. Literally Hanse's words.
Uh-huh.
Something special?
I'd be interested to see the average playtime of this map.
Probably much higher than what I'm going to be doing. Or much lower. Because I've never played this map. In fact, I've never played this campaign if I remember right.
It's attacking our forces!
I Rogash.
They're attacking at distance! We found an enemy camp!
Yeah, we could just get line of sight over there. That would help or something, I guess. Alright, so let's see.
Obey.
Gelthorn says I must embrace my hatred of elves. All elves.
Dark King strong.
Thing is, at least for me, dwarves and elves are kind of overhyped.
They're fine in Tolkien stuff, but anywhere
In
else,
other,
I
like,
don't like
yeah, in other universes, it's like, oh my goodness, look how cool they are. And it's like, I was always the type of person who it's like, what about the humans? And then you get the people who are, it's like, if you play a human, you're just boring. And it's like, fuck off.
Arch. Okay. He says that a lot.
Heaven forbid a human in a fantasy world has different cultures or values.
Arch has a very interesting view on science fiction fantasy. He's like, humans are boring, and I had to have a conversation like, you know, all aliens and all orcs and all elves and all dwarves and all these races you think are cool, even the Skaven, are just based on humans.
The thing is, it's superficial. That's honestly it.
It's just the skin. Like, there's really no difference. Except normally the alien races are normally extremely one-dimensional. And not every setting, but in a lot, where they're just not very well written. Or they're just humans.
Basically humans, yeah.
That's why when we did Legend of Terrestria, I said fuck elves and fuck dwarves and fuck orcs and stuff like that. Because doing elves, dwarves, and orcs is literally just copying Tolkien. At this point.
I was gonna say it's a gift. Like, okay, who has the most... not even necessarily interesting, but like... ones that don't just seem like one note, and it's like, oh, Tolkien.
Okay, I think I'm done with all the siege things over there. My god.
Mostly so he prefers the evil races.
I mean, it is what it is. But honestly, whenever I see orcs, like when I look at Warhammer Fantasy, I see orcs, I'm like, uninspired. Like I see them in 40k, I'm like, uninspired. Boring. Get something fresh, and then they're like Necrons. I'm like, they're just Tomb Kings, get out of here. Necrons are actually worse. Tomb Kings are actually cool. Tomb Kings are actually kind of cool.
The War of the Tomb Kings, I actually really dig. It's like, we want to be immortal.
Go there now.
They go through the process. We're undead. We didn't fucking set up for this shit.
Yeah, you know, the Tomb Kings in Warhammer Fantasy is good. The orcs are just lazy and uninspired. But the Tomb Kings are solid. The Necrons are bad in 40k because they're just Tomb Kings recycled.
It's kind of annoying
with,
because
like a really bad backlore. Like their backlore is even dumb. It's like they're born on a planet that's so
you don't even need to.
bad.
To be fair, that is actually horseshit because if they've been living on that planet for generations, their bodies would have literally adapted to that situation. But putting all that aside,
The writers
looking at their,
don't know that though, Hanse.
they should be strung up, but that's another story.
Waiting for order.
Necrons are just trash. Tomb Kings are Chad.
Land of the West is at
Okay, no, I remember where I was. It's annoying because, like, aesthetics-wise, I do like the Necrons.
Oh,
It's
I think
just-
they look stupid. Every time I see them, I burst out laughing with their dumb little
That's kinda why I like 'em.
faces. They're like,
Yeah, that's kind of why I like. That's why I like them.
Boo, beep, boop, and it's like, stop it. You're almost as ugly as the Eldar. Honestly, the one thing that Dawn of War 3 did right was actually make the Eldar look interesting on the cutscene. And then you play the game, and they don't look anything like that. Like, in the trailer, the elves... Yeah, you know what? They're basically just space elves. Christ, they are creatively bankrupt. But
They actually are, though. That's the sad thing.
That's the sad...
Victory.
It's like, no, even down to, there's two factions. The super fucking edgy / horny ones, and then the super uptight ones.
God, that's so lame.
Skull Throne, you say that. The thing is, because of the newest installment of the Aliens movies, xenomorphs are interesting. They're just bioweapons.
Oh God, don't. We don't talk about the new movies. The new movies are bad. And honestly, do not represent what Geiger's vision was.
Nope. The thing is, actually explaining what the xenomorphs were was one of the worst things they could have done, because it wasn't even the point.
Demystifying something is never a good thing, especially when it's a horror setting. Certain things need to be left vague. You can elaborate on certain things, like I've set that up even in our own lore. But the thing is, when you start to elaborate and expand on... Oh God, we got donations. Oh no. Alex James donates $2 to say, people of Middle-earth, I know this might sound crazy. In Mordor, there is a tower with a giant burning eye on top. Everything it lays its eye upon, it seeks to corrupt and conquer. Where did it come from? It's a fallen angel. It's the spawn of Lord of the Rings Satan. Alex Jones donates another $1 to say, ladies and gentlemen, Beardling and Knife Ears, I have a very important announcement. The goblins are invading. Where are the rangers? What are the kings doing? Mankind needs to fight these hordes. Do you understand that? No more hiding. Pick up your swords. No. Alex Jones, take the wigging out. A little spurg. You notice how the AI broke and stopped attacking? See, now it's just become like silent.
It's because you got to the that part of the map where you got to their production buildings, and it's like they don't know what to do.
See, now it's doing the opposite. It's not annoying. Now it's just not doing anything. It's just as bad as like being annoying with your attacks. Ugh. Like, at least poke at me. Come on, AI, do something.
And Skull Throne, I'm sorry. Those are, as far as the owners of the IP are concerned, the new Aliens movies are canon.
I mean, Disney says it for Star Wars. I know you're just trolling. Hans doesn't even agree. Hans is like, you leave me to my fun. Just as quiet.
Skullthorn, technically, you brought up the bad movies.
Look at that. Hans is getting smug now.
I was perfectly happy not mentioning the new Aliens movies, but then you had to go say that it's like, oh, these xenomorphs are so interesting. It's like, well, buddy.
You have to say they were interesting to make Hans happy, because he's a little moody today.
I'm gonna pull up Bubs.
Gonna pee your pants or something? Big Bubs doesn't do that. See?
I mean, he might. I don't know.
The uncertainty. We're just killing stuff.
As Skull Throne wants to go to war with the idea of the state.
He's like, not my cornfield. You're just gonna run away? Oh, go ahead. Run away. I don't care. Oh, so you are gonna fight me.
You see, Skull Throne, it's all fun and games until the cornfield starts speaking hillbilly. How long have you been on this map? Fuck me. Almost an hour.
It's a long one. It's gonna go faster out the porked itself, but now I'm just... It doesn't fix the issue, it only compounds it further. Could be worse though, I guess.
Now you have to do the exact same thing to the other side.
First of the king's men. The shadows fall.
The shadows fall.
Actually, do you technically need to do that to the other side? Because you just need to destroy the keep, right?
Battle is joined.
You just need to destroy the keep at the back, right?
You might be right. Big if true.
The darkness waits. We go to war.
Fuzzy says if this is like every other siege, all you need to do is destroy the keep.
Fighting has begun.
Of the West is at hand.
The Iron Crown calls. Do not hesitate.
We'll tear it down eventually. Oof.
The darkness waits.
We'll get him. Eventually, you know. Eventually.
Eventually. In 30 fucking years.
Yeah, pretty fucking much. I don't mind the tower down there, but the tower up there's gotta go, because I think it represents a threat to Kibs' sanity. They are still tagging. It's like the scene from the movie Return of the King. Except there's a wall and there's no way they're getting through. There's tragedy.
Look, the enemy.
Come, my brothers, ride out and vanquish this foe!
Right out, Creed! How terrible.
Our forces are under attack.
Skullthorn is wondering how did this game make more realistic siege battles than the Total War Warhammer.
I mean, the siege in this is better than Total War Warhammer. Like, this is a lot better. It was just mildly annoying.
Watched the video that they put out regarding their revamped
Oh, the
sieges.
rework's so bad. It somehow makes it worse. I don't even know how they managed to do that. And the sellouts are like, yes, yes, it looks glorious. Oh, fuck. I just don't care anymore. I'm just gonna watch it burn.
It's weird, because, like, one of the things they said is, like, it helps the flow of battle. Yet if you pause the video and take a screen cap of the settlement layout, it's, like, there's so little places for you to actually, like, move.
Yeah, there is.
And it's like, when I was actually talking to a few people on a different Discord server who it's like, oh, I think it like looks good, and I'm just like, is CA or fucking lazy? And there it's like, what do you mean they're lazy? It's like, okay.
They're fucking lazy.
And I just basically listed off a bunch of the mechanics from older Total War games, like, you know, let's see, off the top of my head, the forts being not forts and just glorified cities. The unit upkeep, because it's not tied to models, it's tied to the card.
Itself for a second. I saw that game.
It tried to. Oh. Story time. It's temporary on hold.
$2 say. Oh, never mind.
Ingmar's hammer fell, and down came foremost in ash and fire. Arnor never wakes from its age-long nightmare. Thousands lay dead in the streets. The Witch King's malice can now spread throughout these northern lands. Evil had come to Arnor, and evil prevailed.
Nice. Based. Now,
Is that
Alex
the
Jones
last?
needs $2 to say, if you see a goblin, kill it, cut it down, stab it, crush it, burn it. You see a baby goblin, kill it before it answers the call of Satan. Ah! There is no such
sounds
thing
about right.
as a good goblin. I am the goblin slayer. I will exterminate them. That is the end of the campaign. We've done it.
My goodness, that last mission, fucking hell.
That was slow and kind of boring. But, honestly, Rise of the Witch King campaign, the campaign's alright. It's alright. It's not as good as the first or the second. It's alright. But, it had some downs. Got the War of the Ring campaign, which is the Conquest map mode. And then it's got, you know, Angmar as a new faction, which is kind of cute. The Goblins, Mordor, Isengard, Dwarves, Elves, Men. Honestly, it's got better resolution, screen resolution, which is kind of nice. And the thing about the heroes thing that's kind of cool is it adds more heroes. There's one last battle. No, we didn't. We checked solo play. What do you mean? Epilogue? Are you fucking kidding me, game? Kim's like, nah, bro. God damn it, you little whore. Thank you for the donations, by the way.
After the Witch King's bloody final triumph over Arnor, the Kingdom of Gondor can look away no more, lest the Iron Crown dominate all the lands of the West. Elves and men come together to drive evil from the north forever. Eärnur of Gondor would lead the men. The elves call for Glorfindel, Elf Lord of Rivendell and Gondolin, to lead them. And so it is, at the will of my people, that I change from storyteller to blade bearer once more. I ride, Elrond at my side, under Eärnur's banner. Elves and men together will drive evil from the north forever. We will not merely push the Witch King back to his lair of Khand Dûm, as we had foolishly done before. We intend the total destruction of Angmar. And this time, it will be so.
My God.
After much bloody strife, the Witch King has fled before us to the distant barren reaches of Angmar, where he began his quest for vengeance. It is here that he and his servants will make their final stand.
Together,
Men and elves will bring an end to the reign of the Iron Crown.
Yeah, I kind of figured for the epilogue you would be the good guys.
You have come far enough, Princeling. I will spill your life's blood upon the ice of Angmar!
The loyal hound growls. His master will be most disappointed.
Stand together!
Oh yeah, one of the mods improves the textures. I think. 'Cause, like, the textures in this game, you know, when I look at it, like, they're pretty good for the time. I think that's because it's a mod.
Fight with courage!
Suppress them! Hold them here!
Wait a minute.
Watch the flank!
Are these the Knights of Golem Roth? They are, and they're dead.
This way, Lancers!
They have no way to recover their lost youth, so.
Ride out!
I wonder how Bubbles would feel about the Knights of Golem Roth being in the game.
This valley.
I think he
He'd
likes
probably
them.
just say they weren't there.
Many beeps, and then he dies.
Be quick! Come! Reclaim these lands.
Unless they just refer to the spearmen as the Knights of Dolomroth.
There is work to be done.
Coming through!
Where are we building? Clear the land!
Bubs loves that ability.
I'm not gonna lie, the one that's second to the right, I always enjoyed the portrait of it. Because it just looks like this hand is just smacking this guy upside the face.
As the hand is coming towards him.
Hell, demon!
Who needs some structures ready? There's a good place.
I need something built. Oh, it's me built. Oh. Who needs something built, chat? Do you need something built? Or No, desires.
We've completed this one.
Additional pylons. Fuck, camera, why did you do that? I didn't
Where are we
trust you,
building?
you son of a bitch.
Build it quick.
There's not a lot of it. Here. Didn't the elves get their butts handed to them? They did, but this is the Kingdom of Gondor and some more elves basically coming to stamp him out for good this time.
This structure's ready. Let's get working. Time to start building.
Rivendell does fall behind.
There they are!
My master bids me silence you.
Our people are
Come
in danger.
with me.
Oh no, he did the ice thing. Do that. That'll fucking make him panic. No, my man froze! They're making their cooming sounds when they die. Oh! No matter how much you coom, you will not be safe. Oh, they have an elf base and a human base.
suffered long, and now goes to his rest as a true captain of Numenor. We have done a great thing this day.
We put that guy to rest.
May our weapons be
Draw
true.
your weapons!
The eye is fixed on Rivendell.
Don't fall behind. Building materials. Build up this land.
Let's get working. We'll need to find a better place.
We must build building street. Noldor warriors, Mirkwood archers, Midland sentries, Lorien archers, Lorien warriors. I do like how Gondorians have Rohan spearmen. What about it? Glorfindel died. Glorfindel fan club says rest in peace, Glorfindel.
We've improved the barracks.
He's just sleeping for, you know, the rest of eternity. Okay, when will we be awake? You know, never.
Where should we build?
Oh, the tragedy of Darth Glorfindus.
Rally together, elves.
Hurry.
Rivendell must not fall.
Take this area. Ready your tools. The enemy has settled here already.
May our weapons be true. This way,
We must
elves.
be quick.
This way, elves.
It's the
You must
enemy.
not delay.
They're here. Where should we build?
Ha! I cannot fight them alone!
Coming through.
We got work to do.
We got work to do. And
Straight away!
I didn't see that.
Rally together, elves.
I did see that.
Did you say what?
No, I did see that.
You did see
This
that?
way, elves.
Yeah,
Why?
because
He's
How
just kind
long
of girl.
enemy holds these lands?
He's like, yes. Wait,
Reclaim these
no.
uh-huh.
Hanzette.
Building materials.
Hanzella. Hanzella. Yay. What do you think that hands?
We've improved the archery.
Sounds really dumb.
Sounds like you have a new nickname.
No.
Hanzella, no. Hanzella. It's a good nickname.
Sounds like Godzilla.
Ah, the elfin archers. Specifically the... Wait, what?
Don't let them through!
Noldor warriors. Ah, okay. They're basically the other archers, except they have absolute bullshit range. Kinda beautiful.
Ruin these trees no longer!
Kinda great.
We completed this one! They must fall!
I mean, it takes them a while, but they do get it down eventually.
Where should we build? Coming through.
Where are we building?
Don't worry, chat. The King of Angmar will be King of Deadmar.
Rivendell must not
We
fall.
must be quick.
May our weapons be true.
All according to plan.
We've improved the barracks.
We have banner carriers now.
I think that's the enemy there.
Our people are in danger.
By the way, humans get a new nice super cavalry unit. Yeah, the Knights of Dol Amroth, right?
They were really great in the Medieval 2 mod.
The mage.
No, unironically, to the point where if you play as Gondor, you start with one general, if I remember right. Is it general or is it just a regular unit? of Dorm Amaroth Knights. And do you want to know how many men are in that unit?
How many?
Just barely double digits from what I remember.
12.
Yeah, if that, even. Like, Dorm Amaroth Knights are really good.
Ow.
As you stab yourself.
He'll wake up in time to get his movie role stolen by Arwen.
The forge is finished up with the blades.
That's gonna try
That's sad for him.
Glorfindel. He screams.
That must be the
My
enemy.
movie deals.
They have attacked.
My Glorfindel game. Bruh, I can afford my Glorfindel. What? I can.
Where are we building?
Not sure what.
We must find more resources.
Actually, why? Does it tell me why? I mean, I had the resources earlier.
Building materials.
No, you can't be close to your pop cap. No.
700 or 100. It only takes up 70.
1,000. 700 over 1,000, not 100.
Shut up. 10, 20, 30. You know what I mean, bro?
Off by like a power of 10, yes.
Hands, I don't even know what power 10 means. It's goddamn good.
It is literally the extra zero you were referring
I know,
to.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, but you were in Common Core, so I never know for sure.
Draw the box.
You shut up. Common Core ruined my life.
It did.
Come on. Where should we build? Build up this land. Who needs something built?
Who needs something built? Please, mate. I need me bussy ache.
Stayed in White City. Rogas show you strength of trolls.
Your strength is great, Troll of the North. But even you will not hinder us so near your master's den.
No. Yes, I can.
He was a most dangerous adversary. We can only hope
Come on, boys. All around, kid, all familiar faces. Just like, how many though?
Yes.
Don't answer.
Bootcat asked. Still alive. Yes.
Yeah.
I am in trouble. Cleanse these lands.
We were almost finished, but then people in chat were like, epilogue, epilogue.
One person, but yeah.
Nah, there was two.
Oh, that's I get.
Yeah. Maybe even three. Not much more than that, though.
Oh, we've killed all our heroes from the previous campaign.
Building materials.
They deserved it.
There is much to do. May our weapons be true. Summon
I'm gonna
forth
check
your
back
strength.
here. I'm pretty sure it's empty.
Nothing shall stand before us. Hurry.
We got work to do, Hanse.
Straight away. The heavy armor is ready. We can use the flaming arrows now.
That's the enemy there. Where should we build?
Need more trees.
I have building supplies. Build up this land.
Rally together, elves. Engage them!
Almost there.
We've improved the barracks.
We can use the stables. We've upgraded the fortress. There they are. Time to start building.
Building materials. Building supplies coming.
There we go.
We've improved the stables.
We have the new workshop.
I saw Giggles talk about his D&D game and fucking Victory Bunch thing, and I half expected him to say he fucked another dragon.
He would do that.
If you haven't seen it in Scribbles, there's a loot he drew a while back. You have to scroll up. Apparently in his D&D game, he seduced a dragonkin or something like that. His character, he might have had walking troubles for a while. Glorfindel fan club followed. He is crashed. Well, I don't think Glorfindel can come back. He looks like he's dead forever, bud. Like, maybe perpetually dead. You know what I mean?
We've improved the workshop.
I hope you do, because I don't even know what I mean.
Moving.
Somebody has to know.
This will not do. There
This
is
will
work to
not
be done.
do.
Build up this land.
Can't build the Entmoot. To be fair, it would be really weird for the Ents to show up here. Like, so, hello. It's like they don't let you build any of the Rohirrim. Let's see.
Rivendell must not fall.
Hey, it's the enemy. They're here.
Clear the land. We must act now.
Our enemy.
For the free people.
My sense ranks.
Minions of Saruman here. Servants of darkness. We've upgraded the fortress. Fight them alone.
Middle Earth depends on us.
We've upgraded the fortress.
We're under attack.
Our people
The
are in
enemy
danger.
has settled here already.
Go back to the shadow.
Take it out, boys.
Show them no mercy.
The enemy is
Get
near.
rid of those first, and then we'll deal with the towers. We'll run away, and then we'll deal with them in a bit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Nice, the charge got messed up. Stupid AI. Let's press that button.
For the free peoples. Where are we building? Stand together. My wounds are deep. May our weapons be true.
Run, run. Run away. Flee. Flee for your lives. He's not doing a lot of damage. He's doing a very pitiful amount of damage.
We must act now. Working.
Might need siege equipment hands.
Ready your tools. Rally together, elves. Ready. May our weapons be true. Who needs something built?
I was just waiting my turn.
Let's go.
The Witch King must be defeated.
Ready with the new fires,
Or whatever his name is. Glorfindel. Did you know Glorfindel is a lad? Where's Glorfindel? Where do you think he is?
Where do I go with this?
Besides dead. That's weird though, you can't resummon him.
Where are we building?
Very weird.
Where should we build? It is time to build.
The forge I have to upgrade for the elves.
We've improved the workshop.
We've upgraded the fortress.
All right, the trebuchet is ready.
We've
Trebuchets.
upgraded the fortress. Where do I go with this?
The elven upgrades are separate. Oh, that's gonna cancel. You'd think the banner thing would at least be universal along with the armor and weapons, just because, you know.
We've upgraded
I was curious, but that solves that question. I mean, to be fair, it's not often you actually capture the
Let's get this trebuchet
builder
where
or
we can
whatever.
use it.
It is what it is, I suppose. Glorfindel is sleeping with Valar. But why? Why would he do this? As the meme goes. Are you still playing, says Lazy or Soda? Yes. We haven't beaten the game. You know, the old school Bickering Bunch streams went 12 hours plus. We'd probably still do that if I didn't have the job. But hey, the job makes us money, and the money can dump into the game's development, which is very good. Well worth it, even though it is regrettable.
Be on your guard, men!
But to be fair, we only did like 12-hour plus streams like twice a week or 3 times a week, if I remember right. It would be like normally like 16 to 17 hours on average for those streams, and then we did our regular like recordings. It was an hour every day. Now we do it every single day, 4 hours minimum. Just kidding, 4 hours is maximum. But this one's going over because I know for a fact this game isn't long enough. But honestly, it's boiled down to 6 hours. I didn't realize it was this long. Andrew, you feeling okay? Oh, I don't even hear hands. Grant doesn't hear me either, if I had to guess. And his mic is making. Well, let's go check Discord. Settings, audio. We'll just cover it up to make it look pretty. How about that? Weird. Hans, are you saying something? I just start, I'm just spamming hands in his DM. That'll teach him. I'm gonna restart my Discord. That might address the issue.
No, sorry, it's just Cat was doing something dumb.
Oh.
So yeah, I had to pay attention to that.
I just had to kill his cat instead.
No, Cat was moving something around that probably shouldn't have been moved. "25 minutes into the match."
Don't worry about it, brother. I've decided and elected to build every single building.
Uh-huh. Why?
It's so cool that we have an animated fucking 3D CG fucking intro. Like, we're so high budget, I don't even know. We're like a no-name little tiny channel that has access to absurd art quality and production. And we're so heavily suppressed by YouTube's algorithm, it's not even funny. To be fair, I do swear to an extreme degree. I need, if I want to really grow, I really need to come up with like a new cringy way of swaying, like, oh, mother squeaker. Oh, that's too much for me. Out the window you go, Hanse.
Building materials.
So
I mean, you're the one who does it first, so hey.
Our resources run low.
Siege catapults up here. Oh, they are.
Set the balance. Move in. Move in.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down those towers.
Or just cause them to fall, one of the two.
Get it loaded. Hurry.
It's so weird seeing your catapults. Well, one, have fireballs instead of ice balls for so long, and then two, them actually doing a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, no, Angmar's siege equipment sucks. Which is weird, because like trolls are the things flinging it.
That doesn't really affect the
Or is
projectile
Angmar's
itself.
defenses maybe not as good? I don't know. I think Angmar's defenses aren't too bad.
Couldn't tell you.
The Numenor stonework is in place.
Just let the picking sounds.
Certainly is special.
Upgraded the fortress. We've upgraded the fortress.
Why am I building these defenses, chat? I have no idea. Absolutely not. But I've elected to do so.
I was gonna say, because I'm pretty sure this map is basically designed for you to pretty much raffle stomp. Glow in the Dark has a little message for you.
That one was painful. That's going to be painful to read. He says,
I know.
What? The Bickering Bunch is a YouTube channel? Oh, mother squeaker. I just thought it was a private videos we sub-squeakers got.
Not the
It's
most
too
cringe it could
much
have been.
squeakins, too. Mother squeaker. See, that sounds a little better when you say it like an ingrate. There. Fully upgraded this building. Maybe that will allow Glorfindel to come back.
You know it won't.
Oh! You have to activate that ability. That's kind of cool. Burning oil.
mean, out of all the things that, like, for a building, that would make sense that it's an activatable. And that also said, little automated things, if it's like seeing like oil getting dumped over the side, that'd be nice too.
You're like there's a guy in the forge back there, like.
I like there's that and just chilling out.
And it's just two of them. Really excellent. I like to imagine a dry season as all the trees are like fucking shriveled and sad looking.
It probably has happened a few times.
A tragedy, to be sure.
Especially considering how long Ents lived for.
Linden horse archers. You know, that sounds dumb.
I'm assuming it's just literally going to be horse archers.
The Knights of Dolam Roth. They're right here.
Wow, eyes, that's a way to reinterpret that. For a second, I thought that said clockwork soldiers. It's like, wait a minute, what?
Okay. Interesting.
It's like, oh, nope, Gondor. It's like, ah.
You know, we played Rise of Legends. Rise of Legends. Yeah, I'm retarded. Rise of Nations, Rise of Legends. Or is it,
I was about to say, I know Rise of Nations is a game series. I played the demo for it a long time ago.
It only has one other game, which is a spin-off called Rise of Legends. Kind of good. Kind of weird, though.
I played the demo for one of them. Probably Rise of Legends, now that I think about it.
That's the 3D one.
I remember mystical creatures and whatnot.
Yep, Legends.
Reclaim these lands. This way, elves. There they are.
It wasn't terrible from what I remember.
Rally together, elves.
Cleanse these lands!
That could turn.
His minions fallen, his realm in ruins. The Witch King deigns to show himself.
The legions of Arno's dead sing silently of my vengeance forever. Now their fate shall be yours.
Lancers! Hit up!
Friends, I will need your help.
Don't die, run. He's dead. Those priests need to die. Sorcerers.
They do. They're kind of bullshit. Squishy, but bullshit. As they do fucking pirouettes as they die.
They're booming as they die. Or did I lose?
I think you killed him.
Nope, lost.
Oh, nope, there's the Witch King.
Oh my god, that's actually so stupid. Oh my
I mean,
god.
On the one hand it makes sense, but on the other hand...
always come back in every other mission except this one. See, that's the...
You did kind of have a hint about that because of Glorfindel.
I know, but still, I should have realized. I just assumed it was bugged. I just assumed it was bugged. Kodora donates $2 to say, hey Hanse and Kibs, how do you feel about the Sqeking RP? Is it going places you guys like? Any expectations waiting to be met? Arch being too railroady? Opinions go. Hands first.
The Witch King has fled before us to the distant barren reaches of Angmar, where he began.
How do I think
his
it's
quest for
going?
vengeance. It is here that he and his
I think it
servants
is
will
going.
make their final stand.
If it's going somewhere good or bad,
we'll bring an end to the reign of the Iron Crown.
It's going. It's not my favorite. The thing is,
We must act now.
I got bored with Sqeking. Like, the Sqeking gimmick is like, they're just Sqeking. But it was fun.
His master will be most disappointed.
Like, we got to do some Mimi stuff, but now we're like... We're not really Sqeking, to be honest. That's kind of what it feels like to me. But that's fine. We're Sqeking-like. Couple of bad guys. Orvendale will live this time, I guess. Maybe.
With a bit of micro, hopefully.
The absolute bare minimum, but yes.
Wretched beasts!
Roll your weapons here!
I know these parts.
Put an end to this!
Maintain range! Keep up the pace! Middle Earth depends on us! We must be quick! For Gondor!
Defy this evil!
Alright, so don't take the heroes with.
Show them no mercy! Cast them! Back to the shadow!
We have slain the Witch King's right hand. Great matter, greater danger stands.
We must stand as one.
No, you can take the heroes with you, you just need to actually ensure they don't die.
No, it's not about that. Like, it's better just not to bring them. Bringing them only adds unneeded risk.
I mean, they're still powerful units.
They are, but not worth it. Why bring them? Why risk a game over state?
I just
When I
not
can
have
easily
to go
not.
first. I'm hearing excuses not to micro.
Why risk a game over state? Because the thing is, you can micro all you want, but like if they focus on ranging or spelling them down, they will not make it back because they can just get frozen. It's an unnecessary risk for no real reward, other than you save a little bit of time. Is that really worth it? No. Well, you might save a little bit of time, or you might have to restart.
To be fair, you did see that he was or that Elrond was wounded, and it's like, it's fine. So I would say that was just one of those things the map didn't really clearly state that
Yeah, no.
heroes are gone for goodsies.
It should have. Let's see if it does in the objectives. If you check the objectives, it's listed. But that requires you to open up a window. It should be a little bit more obvious, like, the heroes really don't want to die today. Wink. No.
I know what we need.
Oh, it's just one of those things like the entire campaign has taught you that with enough resources a hero can come back. So why would you bother checking that?
It's
today?
a 180-degree flip. Well, that's our opinion of the camp. Hanse didn't really give an actual opinion, but I did at least.
I gave it an opinion.
What was it?
We're done building over here.
It is going.
Yeah, how? That's not really an answer, Hanse.
Hey, it's a neutral answer.
How do you actually think it's going?
Must not fall.
Building materials.
I'm not answering, I'm thinking.
I know. That's why I didn't say anything. It's worried that I would have jumped to a conclusion.
Well, no, because you do sometimes.
Hanse, this is your fault.
No,
you can
not
apologize now if you want. But he didn't. You notice that, chat? You notice how he didn't apologize?
Now, the thing is,
There is much to do.
it's one of those things where it's like, the campaign itself is fine. It's just the initial part of the campaign. I think Arch had different expectations than we did.
He wanted us to do one thing, and gave us the illusion that we had the decision to do something else. There was no actual decision to make there. My mistake was thinking that there was a choice we could make, when that was actually just a red herring.
I'm still mostly annoyed at the fact I literally asked the party, hey, so should we do this thing or not?
You did. I do like how, if you watch the comments on that, like, people towards the end are like, oh my god, like, Kibs took all the blame and Hanse is just sitting there getting away with it. He's like, that was funny. I still get people that fucking message me about it. Sometimes.
Supplies are coming.
Not very often anymore. There was this one dude who's like, I can't watch this anymore. It's like, and he, no wait, that wasn't a message. He came into the recent stream, but the one we just did, like episode 20. He's like, I'm on episode 6 right now, and I can't watch this anymore. Like, okay, goodbye. Like, did you come all the way up here to complain about a game someone else is playing? That's quite pathetic.
Stay focused, elves. Ready, elves. Watch your footing.
I don't know. Honestly, after streaming RPs, I've only learned one thing. You really learn real fast who the unbearable people are in chat. I think Disco even agrees with that, because after that, like, because the thing is, Disco and I got into a little bit of a spat, and we kind of, like, we got over it, like, literally the next day. Not even the next day, literally after the RP. Like, we moved on. And then everyone else is all, like, so hung up. And not everyone, but, like, just a handful of people. And they start warping it and, like, bending it and, like, twisting the truth of what really happens behind the scenes.
No, the thing is, that's people.
It was quite disgusting. And honestly, like, at that point, I was like, I remember talking to this, like, yeah, sometimes I wish we did an RP or stream the RPs. Because, like, honestly, it's people like that just sort of suck the fun out of it for everyone that's playing. Because they get so obsessed and so absolutely toxic towards the players, it's not even fun. You didn't do what I wanted you to do in campaign. Like, it's like the whole, like, Regs backstabby thing. It's like, you didn't do the thing I wanted you to do in the campaign because I thought it was this way. Well, the GM said it's this way, so you're just some fucking nobody watching the stream. Like, calm the fuck down.
Let's go.
You're not playing. If you were playing, that'd be a different story altogether.
Rivendell must not fall.
I will be your guide. Let us go.
I don't know. It's one of the reasons
Oh,
why
Mangle one was a hell pit abomination when the tower happened.
we need more squee, says Brother Shadow for $5. But that more or less boils down to that.
Tools ready.
I'm honestly just annoyed. Like, Arch is nothing wrong with Arch. Arch does everything fine. But some of the people that watch the RP, some of the people in Arch's audience are so disgusting. Like, they genuinely are. And that's a minority. It is.
I told Disco, and you told her, don't read the comments.
Yeah,
I
I know.
don't.
I only looked at them because Disco told me that one time. Because after that session, I actually looked through them like, Jesus Christ. Like, that's why I've always had a policy of never looking at them. Even with the regs thing, like, sometimes I go in there to stir the pot when I'm finding it funny or something like that. But by and large, I normally don't go in there because I don't care what anyone else's opinion is unless it's devs, Hanse, Discos, or the GM, aka Arch. Their opinions matter. Anyone else's doesn't matter. If Hanse has something about something, you know, then that is what it is. But no, actually, honestly, after that point in the campaign, like, that was at the point when the campaign sort of, like, railroaded to the point where it's like, it's not really super interesting anymore. Like, you're just sort of sitting on a roller coaster ride. We have a lot more decisions now, which is good. The campaign is opening up, so it's not boring anymore. But I'm not gonna lie, I was bored, like, for the entirety of, like, ever since... Actually, since the beginning with Zephyr, because Zephyr was kind of boring. There was no real choices there. But after we got out of Zephyr's, after we finally just left that place and went way the hell over to called the Hell Pit and got our own little like setup going, like, the campaign's opened up and it's actually gotten better. It is way better now, but it was not very interesting. Honestly, it pales in comparison to Lurking Hunger still. It's just, I don't think, honestly, even if we did another Lurking Hunger, it would have to be like the players from that. Like, it wouldn't have the same magic. Like, it just wouldn't. The issue is also I can't play characters I like to play.
Let's go.
Though I am warming to the Gracier's powers a little bit.
That's the entire thing about the mage classes in that rule set. They start out weak, but by God do they get powerful.
I'm warming into it a little bit. Like, the warp table system is whatever. I personally think
Thing is, like, the
Warhammer's
minor
magic
ones,
system is
they're
not
just that.
good, though.
They're minor. Like, honestly, like, 9 times out of 10, the minor table manifestations are no big deal. It's just a question of, well, when are you going to accidentally roll on, like, the, like, medium or big boy table of bad things that can happen. But, like, honestly, like, now that you actually have a AoE spell, like, you can see you're actually starting to be effective. And I think, honestly, here's kind of the issue with how, at least I see, how Arch was looking at it. He was expecting us to, like, dip into different classes and whatnot, and it's like, the system itself is not set up for that. The system itself is set up for the, you start in the initial career, then you go to the midpoint, then you go to the end point of the career.
I know.
It's not set up for
how it works, but Arch doesn't. The one thing with Arch's campaigns, why I don't read the rule books hardly ever, is because I did that with Rogue Trader, and that was my mistake. Because we don't really operate by rules, and the rules aren't really concrete. Like, you've seen it happen where the rules sort of flip-flop here and there.
Not necessarily. It's like the way that the rulebook is set up. It tells you.
Not the rulebook. The campaign's rules.
Oh, okay. Those are two separate things then.
Yes, they are.
Because I was gonna say, yes, the rulebook is actually fairly consistent, where it tells you the general rules, and then it tells you the specific, like, caveats to it. I specifically remember the whether or not warp tokens are edible or not, and what their specific thing is, and that entire thing.
Yeah, the warp tokens don't work at all. Now, to be fair, Arch did nerf the warp token penalties by a lot.
Yeah, no, you should have been rolling for addiction, not for.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, that is nice.
The thing with Arch is he generally tries to balance it to try to make it fun. Like, he's not actually not trying. He's actually trying his best. And he does actually pull off, sometimes it turns out quite good. But sometimes you have those incidents, you know the ones, where it just turns out sort of like the Maxim one, where it's like, there's an easy way to deal with it, but, like, it locks up. And honestly, simple way of dealing with the Maxim thing is just saying, like, okay, you know, you bring it with, but, like, you don't know how to operate it, you need this skill. Or you investigate
or he just could have said that they broke it during the fighting. That would have been the easiest.
It was destroyed during the fighting. Like, it just doesn't work. You can take the parts and sell the salvage, but, like, it's not really any use, sadly, regrettably. And you can say something like that, you know. It's like, okay, you know, whatever. It's broken. But, and then the players also. Like, Arch locked up with that, but the players did too. Because they didn't just move on. Where it's like, okay, he's clearly not going to give it to us. Arch should have said it a better way, but the players are also at fault because now they're also locking up in the game. It's like, look, okay, whatever, just whatever, roll past it, get through today's session, and then after session, let's discuss it, and then we can, you know, solution. Problem is that never happened. Every time after session, like 99 times out of 10, everyone would just leave. That's why I also don't like playing with, like, big YouTubers. Dev's actually alright, but Dev never has participated after session. That might just be because of his scheduling, and he has been honest with that, and actually said up front that he's actually busy and stuff like that. And I prefer that because that's actually honesty, rather than, you know, like, let's talk about it, and then no one ever does.
They do attend to my swing pool.
Yeah, that was honestly the most annoying one. Where it's like, dude, if you don't want to play, just don't fucking show it. Like, it's one thing if you're not interested in playing or not having fun time, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like, hey, you know, this isn't really my thing, or maybe it's like, you know, I kind of want to start doing some other stuff. I'm gonna drop out of the campaign. All right, cool, whatever. Like, you got some stuff to do. It's not like you have to play if you don't want to. But if you need to drop, you know, just let people know, because you're playing with a team. It is actually a commitment, and if you can't show up for the commitment, you're letting everyone down. You're letting the GM down. You're letting the players down. GM sets up the combat counters to be balanced around this. So now he's got to try to quickly fix it, you know, and make changes on the fly, and do his best to make sure that the boss isn't going to absolutely floor the party. That was the problem with Jeremy ordering, because he just clearly didn't want to play, and that was fine. But the problem was is he just didn't say that, and he kept dragging it out, and that's what was annoying. I just wish he would have said, you know, hey, I don't want to play. I'd be like, okay, that's cool.
There they are. What should we do?
There they are. What should we do? We'll kill them. I'm just gonna get all the upgrades back here, and then I'm gonna save. Once I have the upgrades, so that way I have all the upgrades taken care of.
We need more resources.
Well, Strato, welcome to Disciples of Sqeek. Wow, thanks for the extra mon, Strato. Appreciate it, bud.
It's the enemy. Take cover, men.
Glow in the Dark donates $5. Say it's fun to pick on Arch. Maxim gun was funny. Same. Well, see, the thing is, it might be funny to watch, but like, the players are like getting on at the GM's throat, and it's getting like kind of nasty. Like that was kind of bad. Because the thing is, like, I don't think everybody in that group likes each other. That's just my observation. I'm not gonna say the specific names, but you know what I mean. Like, some people just don't get along, and that's all right. But like, if you don't get along, you know, I don't know. Do something about it. Fix it. Get along somehow. Easier said than done, I know, because certain personalities just clash. Thank you for the donation.
You didn't finish reading it.
Oh yeah, if there is no after session talk, it shows little investment, doomed campaign. That is pretty much every single campaign that I've been a part of with Arch, except for like Lurking Hunger, and that's it. This gave an RP, also as well, in regards to being with the Lurking Hunger section, which you'll notice both campaigns run for a really long time. Now I know it's a joke and stuff that people say like, oh, Kibs kills RPs. But there's one issue with that. Well, I don't mind that joke, and I think that's actually kind of funny. But there's one actual thing that sucks about that. Is there are some people on the internet that are actually retarded and believe that. And so, yeah, you get them where they actually actively dislike you because of a joke in our just, like, fandom. That is annoying.
Build it quick.
It's like, okay, dude, like, let's say, hypothetically, I do kill all these campaigns. That makes me kind of a terrible person. But the thing is, would Arch continually invite me if that were true? Probably not. Probably not.
No, you could take the other stance that he intentionally adds you so that you can ensure, or so that he can ensure that the campaigns do not go on too long.
See, the thing is, he brought me in with the specific intention for the
Vampire.
The vampire one to save it. Like, he brought me in to basically save it. And I'm like, Arch, like, I'm not that good of a player, firstly. Like, All Dog is way more advanced than I am, in my opinion. Or Meowsy. Now, Meowsy has health conditions at the time, and has basically disappeared out of our friend group. Good guy, but not around anymore. He might actually just be dead. I have no idea. I don't know.
I thought he was also just like super busy with work or something like that.
He no longer plays the games. His life changed. He became a normie. Cringe. Meowsy was cool though. Remember Meowsy as he was, not as he is.
Ready your tools.
Middle Earth
We're gonna also need.
Building supplies. The blacksmith is finished with the heavy armor.
We've improved the stable.
We should have all the upgrades, I think. Now I'm gonna build troops, so I can actually bolster the army a little.
The forged blades are ready.
We guard the White Tower.
The workshop's ready.
We will keep the forests of Gondor safe.
Steel yourselves. Let us claim this field.
Be watchful.
Brother Strato says hands squeak more. The thing is, Naro's not really a squeaker. He stabs. And murders. With great efficiency. It's funny. If Arch let us abuse the systems that he did, or he basically tweaked, technically Naro could never miss if I got to the end point.
I'm very curious if Arch designs a game, how it's going to turn out, like an actual game, like if he actually made a game. I'm curious to how he would make it. Because there are a lot of things that I think he has interesting ideas on. There's a lot of things where it's like he clearly needs to tone it down.
Or it's clear that it's just that, an idea.
I mean, it's okay to experiment with concepts, but or maybe tell the players when you're going to do that.
Our people are in danger.
Because, yeah. If Naro got to... he doesn't even need to get to clan chieftain. Like, he could easily get to 100% weapon skill before that. Or pretty damn close to it.
We must be quick. Captain there. Take this area.
I don't think I have enough food. I think I could use a more.
Keep your wits sharp. Mirkwood.
Oh, Strato, Naro, I honestly think hands down, if you just look at the stats, he is the best fighting combatant in the party. Because the thing is, you need to remember, he has 2 swings.
Yeah,
No.
Hands can out-damage almost anyone in our party.
But like, the thing is, Dev,
when it comes to single target
he's
damage.
been really good, but the thing is, he's an alpha striker.
We must stand
Like,
as one.
if we were to let combats go on a lot longer, you would actually see that Gnarl easily outpaces him.
Also, my ability to do the AoE attacks with the Warp Storm is really good. Like in the previous combat encounter.
Oh,
I was
you know,
able
if
to
you're
keep
talking
them
like just
pinned.
raw damage output, now that you actually have AoE, I think you take the spot for most damage dealt.
I don't really care. Like, as long as it's actually useful.
No, that's the entire point. The spells are useful.
My master bids me silence. Come with me, and I.
Strato, Gnarl confirmed those Ulrich's Furies when he needed to. I will say though, I'm going to be concerned because, and to be fair, Arch even said this, that he doesn't know how he's going to try to make a challenging fight without it being absolutely stupid in either direction. Because that Ogre Hunter was intended to be the damage dealer for that entire fight, but he couldn't do anything because he got stunned.
In line, archers. Rivendell must not fall.
But Rivendell will fall.
We're done building over here. Let's build the fortress.
Our enemies claim these lands. We're attacking!
Rivendell ain't dead yet. Because Arch has its obsession with never letting us have allied NPCs. In any game, hardly ever. Actually, never. I don't remember a single time when we had.
I don't necessarily have a problem with just the parties controlling themselves.
It'd be one thing, but like we never get anything. Also, I don't know how I feel about him controlling other people's pets like he does.
The eye is fixed on Rivendell.
Is that how that's supposed to work?
From the few other, like, RP groups that I've watched, typically the DM doesn't do it unless it's like, oh hey, they noticed something over here. But typically it's like, it's their pet. Therefore it's, like, what they do.
That's why Nerfy hated playing Denatop. Like, as much as people in chat laughed at, like, haha, Rocket funny, haha, Franklin funny, the player who played them was absolutely miserable, if I remember correctly.
That's the enemy there.
Like, there goes my only defense. Arch has an obsession with self-insert pets. Well, not self-insert pets. Well, kind of. They always has the same personality. The meme, trolly kind. You'll notice that in almost every campaign. Any campaign that has a pet class.
Where are we building?
Have you noticed that, Hanse? Hanse!
Yeah. You'll fight against a champion of Nurgle. I don't think that's the next big thing we're going to fight. I think the next big thing that's being hinted at is the necromantic ship.
We're done building over here.
Why?
Trebuchet on standby.
Because of the list of things that that caravan was carrying. Why else would they get warhammers and pendants of holiness?
Let's get this trebuchet where we can use it.
Freeman has his rock, he's happy, yes.
Get those boulders ready. Line up the counterweight.
Glow in the dark, I would say this in regards of disobedient pets. If it happens like once in a while, it's fine. But when it becomes like a habit of like every session, that can get very grating very quick.
It's every session.
Mr. Personality, we technically haven't made a decision on that yet. He asked how many boxes are we going to steal.
Well, no, we said we were not going to reveal it until next session. Well, Direct Noise Generous 10 bucks say Kibs the campaign killer. I think problem with most of Archer's campaigns is our decisions by committee when PC turn and no one wanting to take the players are too cautious to be wild, make mistakes. I mean, I tried doing party leader, but like, honestly, like, any time in this party that there's like something and it doesn't go like perfect, like it's all just point fingers. And so I was like, nah. Like, we didn't do that when we did it with Alldog, when Alldog was a party leader, and we didn't do that with... actually, that was the only one. We didn't do that no, I guess we didn't do that with Looking Overseas too. Like, we didn't just point fingers, we just sort of played the game. Bubbles did that silly thing with the sulfur, Arch messed up with the sulfur. It was funny, you know. Here, it's not so funny, and here I don't want a party leader. Like, I tried doing party leader, but anytime I make a decision, like, everyone gets mad about it. So it's like, fuck that. And then, if you ask them for their opinion, they'll say yes, and then they'll just, you know, not do the thing they said they would. So I don't give a shit. that's my opinion. I actually don't care. I do not care.
Ready your tools.
That is what it is.
Move the cart.
To be fair, it also really doesn't help that Sqeking society is as stratified as it is. Which means if another person in the party would want to take control of it, it's like well, Skavens are, it's like, well, no, right? White rats on top, then black, then brown.
Show you strength of trolls!
Your strength is great, troll of the north, but even you will not hinder us so near your master's den.
Stand together!
Wow, you got that ability twice. That's worse shit you know.
Game does know it's worth shit, which is why it keeps doing it.
Four times. Game, that's on cooldown. I'm sorry, but fuck off.
Hurry.
5 times.
Come on.
Game.
They will not gain this field.
Game, fuck off.
Force them back.
That has like a 3-minute 6 times.
I cannot.
He was a most dangerous adversary.
That's horseshit.
There'll never be another like him.
You not care to take some of the fun out of it? No, I'm not talking about not caring about the campaign. I mean, I said I don't care about being the leader. Like, I don't want to be the party leader.
I'm trying to have Gnarl like assert himself, but it's basically running into the same issue of it's like, okay, so does anyone think anything? And then it's just crickets.
Because anytime you make a decision, Hanse, you're running the same problem I had, where nobody actually has any ideas and they just want to be a meme. Like,
I'm not gonna lie.
It's
thing with the
nothing to do
dog.
mean
The thing with the
once in a
dogs, like,
while.
almost got me to be fairly pissed off, like in session.
The dog thing was nothing.
People are in danger.
The cart thing, on the other hand.
I actually felt the other way around. Like the cart thing, it's like Dev let that go fairly easily.
No.
Keep your wits sharp and arrow ready.
Didn't. It took way too long. Nah.
We must stand as one.
The cart thing was pretty bad.
Let's go. Now our weapons.
Like, it's so bad I still remember it.
It just didn't seem like he was that invested, but like the dog one, it's like, oh my fuck. That one, I was actually starting to get annoyed and agitated with that one.
Why?
Because he just didn't let it go.
Who's he?
Dev. To be fair, you did too.
What didn't he let go?
The dogs. He wanted them dead.
I mean, that's fine.
Ready your tools.
That's,
and then,
again, not a problem, because they needed to die.
Archers of Mirkwood.
They didn't.
They kinda did.
Not really.
And he couldn't get in there and grab the item.
There was no item in there.
Yeah, no,
that's the thing.
To explore, like, he couldn't do it.
Yeah. Okay, to basically back it up.
No. You're kind of like being dumb. So
no, I'm not. To back up the reason why that session
is it didn't matter because that was finally a point in which the party actually got to do something. Sure, it was a dumb little thing, but it was a dumb throwaway thing. Nothing really bad happened at all.
To explain why that irritated me as much as it did, it wasn't even the purpose that we were there because we basically knew, okay, this is the way we can get in.
Yeah, but that's fine.
And then what happened happened.
That doesn't matter. The party finally got to do something of their own accord. The reason why we were there is linear railroad. That was why we were there.
From what I remember, we were there looking for a place for the Warren.
Yeah, which is part of the linear railroad. What we were doing was actual exploration, which was kind of cool. That's the only time in this entire campaign we've ever explored of our own free volition without having to be told to. The only time.
But based on that logic, we were
tragic,
there because of the railroad.
But that's it. Yeah, but we actually explored something that was new, that was off the beaten path. And it led to an alternative outcome, which was good. by and large, the dog sequence was a good thing. We need more instances of that.
Build it quick.
In the future, hopefully we'll get more of that. Because the thing is, the ability to actually have something happen that's off the beaten path, that sort of has a little bit of ramification for like a side quest spin-off, where we actually do something and it changes the story, is not only novel in this campaign, but it's a goddamn rarity. So honestly, Dev didn't do a bad there. It was one of the few times Dev's done a good.
I strongly disagree with that.
Yeah, but that's because you just like going on the road, like the linear path. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But it was finally the first time we actually did something interesting. And it wasn't silly, like sending our cart burning down there. It was a Sqeking decision. So kudos to Dev.
I would
for
disagree
doing
with
the
that. I would say
right
that was a Dev decision.
It doesn't matter even if Dev would likely do that, because it was a Sqeking thing to do. Sqeking are intelligent. They're conniving. They're
Where should we build?
smart in a way, but they do things that screw themselves over. If a Sqeking manages to be competent all the time, that's fucking boring. Like, you have to actually play it up. You need to do incompetent things. You need to not make all the right decisions, because if you do that all the time, that's fucking boring. Now, if we're doing like as a human campaign, sure, that's fine, because that makes sense. But if you're actually a Sqeking, please, for the love of God, do something dumb once in a while. That's kind of why I dropped it when Dev killed that one dude on the fucking thing. I was like, yeah, we kind of need a prisoner to interrogate, but like at the same time, we couldn't even speak his language, so it's like, well, whatever.
Like, that's the biggest reason why I said it didn't matter.
And it was
literally
fine.
couldn't speak his language.
That's a good point of an example of when, you know, I wanted the campaign to go a certain way, but I realized that that was better, that it went that way instead. And so I agreed and let, you know, Dev fucking drown the poor bastard in the water, rather than teleporting Dev back. Sadly, we don't do that nearly enough. Shame. We'll have to somehow squeak it in somehow. It was kind of like the guard situation. The guard situation kind of counts, because we were doing something that was off the beaten path. Though, to be fair, that was so railroaded it wasn't even funny. It was kind of impressive. Kind of impressive. But we did what Hanse wanted. He tried to assassinate the dude. And to be fair, it was an interesting path. And it was a Sqeking thing to do. In Hanse's defense.
Where should we build?
We need more buildings. You know, the PNG for the effect of that is super low res.
Surely
Always
there's
been
a
low
better
res.
place.
I know it's always been low res, I'm just saying it is. Now I need to retreat, I can. I can do so in relative safety. In regards to players backseating the game, like, I don't know.
Upgraded the fortress.
Like with video games, I don't mind somebody's like got a suggestion or something, but like in the RP, it actually annoys me that people... Actually, you know what? It does annoy me that we stream it. Not that people enjoy it, but I think streaming it makes it worse. Now, it's better for money for Arch, because he makes more money from it, but I think it's actually really bad to stream it. Like, I've actually long since changed my stance on it. Like, sure, it makes a fuck ton of money, but like overall, the RP, like when you have people backseat gaming a little bit, and worse when you have players that read that, that's bad. That's very bad.
The eye is fixed on the enemy.
Very, very, very bad. Because people, then the players stop playing the game, and then it's just some random schmuck that nobody knows about. Like, I actually dislike when people backseat games, especially in RP. I find them extremely annoying. I don't mind if it's like help with the rules. Like, okay, you know, you make a mistake on a rule and somebody's got a page number with that, that's fine. I'm talking about the kind of people that are like, want you to play a certain way, and you don't do the way they want to play it. That's the kind that's just insufferable.
It's the enemy! Big cover!
I'm gonna die.
Let none get away! Watch out! This way!
We've upgraded the fortress.
Be still!
Let's get working.
Our builder is under attack! We've killed one of our
There. Would our ping be better if it be recorded, released on instead of streamed? Probably. I think that would go a lot better. That's why Lurking Hunger Season 1 is probably one of the better campaigns. And probably will remain the best campaign that Arch has ever done. And Arch probably ever will be. Because the thing is, to recapture that magic, like, it's literally impossible. Like, that's where I'm at now. I've done enough campaigns now to go, like, there's literally never gonna be another campaign that's that good. Ever. Like, it's literally impossible. The atmosphere was right, everything was perfect. If we did it again, it wouldn't be right. Like, it might be fun to revisit the idea of the campaign, but, like, it just wouldn't be the same. That's kind of where I'm at with RPs. Like, that one was the fun one. Every RP since has kind of not been as exciting or as enjoyable. And what's funny is that one was the most railroaded, but it made sense. We were in a horror situation, you know, we couldn't actually do anything anyways. Because if you, I mean, you could, you'd just die. You would not make it because the Wallapalooris, or how the fuck you pronounce that thing's name.
Keep on your guard! Ready to trebuchet!
Yeah, I remember the things from that. I remember those things like they happened yesterday.
Where should we
build? If I think of the Skaven RP in the first episode, I can't remember shit. Like,
move the cart.
There is not another campaign that is as good as this.
They won't find us
It's
in
tragic. Tragic. And it makes me sad because Hanse wasn't there for that. I think Hanse would have had a lot of fun. Hanse, you should have met me earlier, you little piece of shit.
Rangers.
Meh.
What's your excuse?
Together. Watch your back.
Rally together, elves.
Wife.
Wife?
Let it go.
Wife.
Wife? I'm kidding. Hanse, man, you should get a wife. That'd be weird.
Sounds like effort.
It is effort. Release it on live stream? God, it sounds like you're just trying to milk it for money. In that case. Like, I get it. If people really want to give money, they can just donate.
Reposition.
I don't know, it just seems scummy. I've tried the premiere thing, and I'll do it maybe again, but I'll only do it if it's actually something good. Like Dankula might be doing something high-end production or something like that. But, like, just a regular thing and then just upload it, like...
I really don't like the premiere feature because it's a recorded video, yet it plays live. And it's like, okay, so I can't fast forward it, which is how I like to watch videos on
That's
YouTube.
why I only do it for our music pieces, because number one, it pops up in people's feed, and number two, it's like 4 minutes long. It's not like an hour Let's Play or something like that. The premiere function works well for those little things, but anything bigger than like the little lore thingies songs we release would be an absolute waste.
There! Aim it there! May our weapons be true! Keep it coming!
So, Sans, have you had a really good RP campaign? Here's the thing. My best one and my worst one is the same answer, because this is the first campaign I've done.
This is Hanse's first time. Hanse will develop a better opinion of how RPs are once he's done a couple more.
The thing is, I still stand by my statement, at least with the dog.
How is that relevant to what I said?
Let it fly!
It is regarding the RP.
What? How is it in regards to, like, RPs as a whole?
Fire!
I thought that's... You know what? Don't bother. We thought we were talking about two different things, and clearly that's not true.
Clearly, because I have no idea what Hanse is all about. Let's try that again. What are you talking about so I can figure that out first?
Did you hear something? Ready, elves?
I thought you were trying to say that I should not be as bothered about the dog thing as I am.
What have you talked about the dog thing? Hanse, man, do you think I'm a... You're just like people that think Hitler was obsessed with Stalingrad. I watched a whole documentary on it now. I understand more. Hanse thinks that I've just fixated on the dog thing. I honestly keep forgetting the dog thing even happened. You know why?
No, I know you don't think it did.
You know why? Because we did the dog thing. I'm like, okay, just you're gonna use the dog's head, and she's like, yeah. Like, good. That way we can have funny art of it, so it'll be like this cool thing that happened. He still hasn't put the stupid dead dog's head. You know what's probably happening? There's probably maggots in it now. She's never gonna put it on, is she, Hanse?
She wasn't going to put it on her. She put it on Mayo.
Was it on Mayo?
Yes.
Rally together,
Where's the updated art?
Our people are in danger.
Where's Dantart's updated art?
This way, elves.
I don't know. Ask him.
Hanse?
She said she put it on him. It's not going to give him any additional armor because he came with that. I forget what type of armor. I think it was just like a leather skull cap.
It's like a pickle house helmet, or whatever it's called.
Make ready the trebuchet.
At least that's what he said. I don't know if he's actually keeping track of if Mayo has armor or not.
Stand as one.
Don't fall behind.
Tighten the rope.
Maleficus donates €2 to say Elves Master Race. Also, it's my birthday. Hugs. Thank you for the €2 donation.
Happy birthday, when you're closer to death.
Happy birthday to Mally. Happy birthday to Mally.
Don't let them get close.
Happy birthday, little Mally. The goddamn it.
It's funny, because that song was actually never copyrighted, yet the people who claimed they did, it's like, please, don't look into it. We want to get paid money.
We're hungry.
At last, his minions fall and his realm in ruins. The Witch King deigns to show himself.
The legions of Arnor's dead sing silently of my vengeance forever. Now their fate shall be yours.
Take this area. The enemy is upon us, men!
That scream, I swear to God, is so... It's special.
Start the barrage! Keep them off balance! Be still! Line it up!
If they're not moving, you can just recruit more. Oh, never mind. They're active now.
And get new sluts.
Remember right, someone in chat from one of the other games was saying for Gondor, basically Gondorian archers are the meta.
That was it. Scythian Rangers, but not.
No, it's because of the cost effectiveness of them. Like, look at the cost of the Rangers versus the Archers.
Oh my god, we were able to kite him all the way over here by himself.
Because the,
really bad
the only real bonus the Rangers get is they can shoot from wooded areas and not be seen.
Is he dead yet?
Not gonna lie, going a lot better than last time.
Because he left his army like a Mongoloid. He came all the way over here. I like how he's supposed to die, but he's just standing there.
The Witch King is finally defeated. A new peace has come to the land.
We did it.
And then the bad guy was slain. So you were actually really fucking close last time.
Heroes of Middle Earth are victorious.
So we killed the baddie, and you know what we did? We killed him.
Trail
good.
of blood and suffering is over.
Instead of letting him keep his
Angmar
castle,
is defeated.
burned it down and then stabbed him.
Like so many cities of Arnor, it lies in ruin. Its hopes for a final conquest of the West gone. Middle Earth rejoiced. In his final stand, the Witch King sat upon his black horse before us. As we rode forward, he realized that all hope was lost. His terrifying scream of rage sent the chill of winter down our spines as he turned and fled into the shadows. Erna struck out to chase him down, but I then realized his power. We thought him but a powerful black Numenorian, but he is Nazgul, first of the Nine, most fell servant of the Dark Lord Sauron. I put up my hand and called out to Erna, "Do not pursue him. He will not return to these lands. Far off yet is his doom, and not by the hand of man shall he fall."
We run away.
You see, because in this context, it's implying, like, man as a race, not like men.
That problem is the Lord of the Rings trilogy movies came out during that whole, like, women empowerment thing, where they had to just insert a narrative element into there. It actually really, like, I didn't even care when I was a kid, but now that I know that, like, that just kind of, like, desaturates that. I wish I didn't. Like, oh, that's not as cool as it was. I thought it was cool that the lady stabbed her in the face, and now I know that he did it because of some contrived political reason. I'm like, that. Why couldn't they just do it for other reasons?
It's not even the fact that she did it, but that's the reason that she ended up doing it.
Like, it just ruins the whole thing. Now it sounds stupid.
Yes, now we finally completed every mission.
We did it. Poor bad guy. He, in the end, all those missions were for nothing because he just loses. Men the race versus men the gender is exactly the kind of thing that linguistic nerds like Tolkien would get excited about.
Well, the other thing you need to remember is that Tolkien was actually really enamored with, what would be the proper way to word this? Not yes, myths, but also like how stories were worded and whatnot, and what that kind of meant. So it's like, just because a myth is like what the text actually says, it's like, okay, yeah, that's great, but it's also like how it's supposed to be said. That also is an important part of it. But a lot of people just kind of read the words and it's like, ah, yeah, so this is what it means. So some of the context for what it's supposed to quote unquote mean is lost.
Well, our captains, I missed the lore books you would get in the older video game boxes. I think everybody does. Problem is they got rid of them for an actually reasonable reason, because most people don't read them. Yep.
And here's the thing. When I was a kid, I saw them, and you know what I did? I thumbed through them. I didn't actually read them. And that was only if, like, the little art on the first page is, like, caught my eye.
I was one of the few kids that did read them. And I know that because I actually liked reading the lore books. And I knew that that wasn't a lot of people. To be fair, it also helped that my dad would read them, because, like, when we were installing it, because it would take, like, 30 years. What was always cool was when the installation of the game had, like, some sort of installation lore thing, where they'd talk about the story. Like, Red Alert 2 had it. I think StarCraft has it. Like, a lot of games had it, where they just talk about the story of the game. That was kind of cool. Like, building it up, the hype. He did destroy the kingdom of Arnor. All that's left by the Third Age is a couple of towns like Bree, a few scattered rangers, and the hobbits. Poor kingdom of Arnor.
Tried so hard, and in the end, it got completely wrecked.
Tragedy, to be sure. Coconut Text says, I remember Rogue Picture in the original Diablo booklet made my pee hard. Damn, Coco slut. Also loved the little blurb at the start of the StarCraft manual. My God. But yeah. Oh, in regards to the campaign. So we'll be going for the rest of this month. And then the campaign will be entering a probably 2-month hiatus until January. Now this one should be a real hiatus, unlike the other ones, to my knowledge.
Like those other fake ones that are permanent.
Those ones were... The thing is, the first Lurking Hunger one was because a certain player had life issues that they had to go deal with. And at that point, Arch didn't want to keep doing it anymore. It was actually Arch's decision to end it. Lurking Hunger Season 2 was Arch's decision to end it as well. The one Skaven one we did with Dev, that was basically Bubbles and me backing out of the campaign. Though when we backed out, Arch decided to end it as well. For the what was it? What was the one after the vampire one? Like that one, I don't even remember. Why did that stop? Oh yeah.
Wasn't that because like Uzulu like threw a hissy fit?
Uzulu, Regs got mad. Hey, the rumors got it, huh? But they got mad. They threw like a tantrum or something, and they basically just quit. So I was like, okay, like it was weird on how they did it, but I'm not gonna go into details there because it's just something dumb, and I think it should stay buried because it's stupid. But kind of cringy, honestly. The thing is, what's the other thing? The B one, that one ended because I think everybody was kind of bored. B is a great guy, but he is not, in my opinion, a very fun GM. It's very on road with B. B's nice though. I don't want to sound mean because I actually kind of like B after talking with him. He's kind of cool person to talk to, and I think he's a good person. But I don't know. Stargun didn't even seem like he was interested like Dev was. Dev was struggling to even Dev his way through that one. Was Dev there?
I'm sorry. I just noticed something and it bothers me, so now I have to share it with you.
What's that?
So, this box art, right? Look at the top of the Witch King's helmet. Notice how the spike behind it, you can actually see through the helmet? Near the tip?
Yeah, you can.
See right there? No, your cursor was right on it.
I know, right
Notice how, like, the curve... Yeah.
For the building, yeah, you can see it right there.
I just noticed that. There. Now, Chad, if you haven't seen it, you've seen it. Suffer.
Accidentally made it a little too transparent. The art's pretty good, though.
You know, the art's fine. I just noticed that, and it's like, there. Everyone else must suffer. Also, Giggles. I doubt we're going to be going on for much longer, because it's 1:20 in the morning.
How about Giggles pops in BC so we can hear his giggly voice? Giggles is like, Giggles scared.
Giggles just laughs to himself. Tee-hee.
Adam Lakeman says, I always thought it was weird that Uzlu and Regs never really got the whole Nancy vampire thing. Kept trying to play heroes. It was weird. I remember one of the things I remember complaining about with everyone was like the moral plaguing was annoying. Where people were like, we're the good guys, and I'm trying to do evil stuff, and like they're trying to stop me.
Kibs is over there. It's like, but Joseph Goebbels.
But I'm the bad guy. Well, actually, my bad guy had like his own like fucking thing.
No, you said your character was from the Great War, right?
Yes, he became a vampire in the Great War, but so he's not that old. He's actually relatively young. He's Nosferatu in terms of vampires.
Yeah, I remember he was Nosferatu, and he was serving down in Africa, if I remember right.
Yep, he was in Africa when the war happened. He fought. He was super disgruntled with the war ending, kind of like a lot of the Nazis were. However, his views of the rise of the Nazi Party is he hates.
He was a monarchist, right? Like a diehard monarchist?
Yeah, he's like a diehard, like, traditionalist. Like, absolutely conservative to an extreme degree about, like, German monarchy and Prussian, like, culture. And, like, he wants the Reich, the Deutsches Kaiserreich to return. And his long-term goal was to kill Hitler and to take out the Nazi regime and reinstall the Kaiserreich. And then help the Kaiser restore the borders of the Deutsches Kaiserreich, including the annexation of Austria and all of Austria's territories, or former territories.
Ambitious.
Basically, he had his own vision of a greater Deutsches Kaiserreich, kind of like Hitler had the greater Deutsche
Just
Reich,
not the Nazi one.
but it based Bruno's like ambitions and motives off that. And like, if Kaiser Wilhelm was like retarded or something, or let's say he didn't go along with it, he'd view him as like, you know, oh, he's been tainted by, you know, the capitalists and of the West. He's like, he's gonna, you know, be mad with, you know, evil stuff. So he's gonna be like, then I must be the new monarch, and he would assume direct control. That was his big long-term like plan, scheme, if you will. Not to say that he would actually make it to it, but basically it was to undermine the Nazi Empire, while also making sure that the Germans didn't lose at the same time. That there'd be a transition of power in like a sort of Operation Valkyrie style thing. That was the goal. That was Bruno's ambitions and all his motivations. Bruno is actually a relatively complex character that was kind of cool, but no one roleplayed, so I didn't really get a chance to play as him at all. I've only got to play as him like once or twice, and like, because everyone was so out of character. And here I get to actually play as Karsnicket, but the problem with Karsnicket is Karsnicket isn't a particularly complex character. He is a racier and the truest of fashions, and I made him to be basically like, kind of like thankful, except absolutely like retardo greedy.
For Gnarl's part, and I guess maybe explaining like how I think Gnarl views the world might help explain why I felt somewhat frustrated, like with how not necessarily how the campaign's been going, but like I do agree some of the waffling that Dev can get in is really annoying. But basically, Gnarl wants the Warren to succeed. And that's basically where his thought process is right now, is just get the Warren up and running, and then from there find opportunities to try to exploit. So if we can get to like potentially a risky payoff, Gnarl would absolutely be down for trying to push the Warren to doing that. And so it's basically at that scale that I wanted to basically kind of get into Gnarl's like general ambition. At least that was my idea.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Boog typed what he did, and I caught that out of the corner of my eye. I listened to what you say, but I'm frowning not because of what you said. Just frowning for other reasons. I mean, I don't watch Regs' content, so I have no idea. The one person that Regs like associates or works with or is friends with that I actually kind of like liked to watch a little bit of was Mahler. He seemed pretty cool, but like the EFAP stuff I just found absolutely unbearable to watch. Not because they're bad people or anything, and even though I have my disagreements with Regs, he's actually, the thing is with Regs, like he's just socially awkward. Like that's fine. Some people are, you know? He has a hard time.
Rifford, I've actually said this before, although I guess you're wanting a more proper explanation. All Mango's ambition was basically just, in general, what Clan Mulder does. He wanted to make something, in his eyes, was perfect, which was basically the Hell Pit Abomination. That's basically what Mango's grand ambition was. So he didn't necessarily care how he got there. He just wanted to make, in his eyes, what...
This is not really related, but is EFAP, is Mahler's content EFAP, when he makes his reviews, is it on the same channel as EFAP, or is it a separate channel?
I would have to check.
Because I do know that when certain channels appear on my channel homepage, I just click do not recommend channel again. And I know I pressed that for EFAP, but I was wondering if I never see his content anymore, is it because they're connected?
His proper Mahler channel is dedicated to his actual videos. So, like, for example, on his on Mahler's channel specifically, like the last video he uploaded was Black Widow and Unbridled Catastrophe a month ago.
Okay, I'll probably never watch him again. But the thing is, what?
It's the Mooer channel. That's where the EFAP stuff is.
I mean, I'm probably never gonna watch him again. The only reason why I watched him was when he had his breakout, when that was at the Star Wars thing. Because I was curious about it, but I didn't actually want to watch it until my birthday rolled around on December. Rise of the... Or was it... No, not Rise of the Skywalker or something. It was like... The Skywalker something. I don't remember. It was bad. It was the last Star Wars movie. And that was my birthday present. I was gonna say that.
Happy birthday, Suffer.
I was very, very devastated.
But yeah, getting back to the question about Mangle. So honestly, yeah, I intentionally made Mangle fairly apathetic to a lot of things not pertaining to his ambition. Because basically I didn't know how anyone else wanted to do their characters. So I didn't want to give him any like strong feelings about stuff the party would or potentially wouldn't be doing.
Sonic Killer says live stream is then unlisted, but it does occur on there. And then it's archived on the other channel. Yeah, I blocked his channel in that case. Or no, not blocked it. But I clicked do not recommend because they were live or something. And I didn't want it in my feed, so I was like, I don't like even. I was like, remove that. And I was like, huh, that's weird. Normally, like, it takes a while for, like, you to actively, like, not click on something for it to be removed from your feed. I guess it just got removed from my feed because of that. That makes sense then. I was wondering why YouTube just sort of did that. Or my YouTube specifically, because everyone's YouTube is different. Because it's got like an algorithmic thing that bases it off what you watch. Now here's the question. What's the motivation for Desco's and Dev's characters? I have no idea.
Like, I legitimately couldn't tell you. Like, at Disco, I could kind of guess, like, just be successful. But, like, for Dev, like, I have no idea with, like, what direction he wants to take his character. Or even if he's wanting to actually play a character.
I mean, he does. Like, not to be rude, but he hasn't played as his character. Like, what I find weird is Arch always, like, goes on and on about, like, Dev's really good at this, well, like, good at planning, but I'm like, yes, he participates, but he doesn't...
But he's not there.
He's not quite there. Like, you need to stop head-patting him if you want to help him improve, and, like, actually help him improve Arch, because all you're doing is I think you're annoying everyone else in the campaign, because you're going out of your way to promote, you're going out of your way to head-pat one player who's putting in the bare minimum while everyone else is trying, but you're blowing it out of proportion, which makes everyone else, like, who's trying going like, okay.
The most recent thing that, like, really comes to mind is when Disco and I were trying to have in-character conversations, and it's like, in character, it's like I asked Dev,
Yeah, I
or
remember
I should
this.
say Ratatata. It's like, hey, can you hide this corpse? And he's like, yeah, sure, I can hide it. And then all Arch is asking is like, can you just do it in character?
Not that hard.
That's the
like. Listen, I get that, right? It's hard at first to break into character, because like when I first did it, like it wasn't easy, you know. He still has yet to actually role play, like he's playing the game, he's just not role playing, and that's hard. It's not easy. Like for me, it took quite a while. And the problem is he's not been playing with a good group of like actual players, because in the vampire campaign that was just bad, and I'm glad it's over. But if we ever revived it with like actual proper players and not like YouTubers, like I told Arch several times, like there's a reason why Alldog and a lot of the like core friend group don't play the RPs anymore. And it's kind of because they're kind of sick of YouTubers. And I don't really blame them. Like, Alldog doesn't show up anymore, and I've talked to him seriously about it. He's like, Arch just keeps inviting YouTubers, and they don't try, and like it makes Alldog disconnect. Like Alldog tried with Lurking Hunger Season 2, he did, but like he just couldn't do it anymore after playing with Regs. Like Regs broke Doge. Doge couldn't handle his tisms and just tuned the fuck out. It's sad, but that's just how it is. Helps Rat follows. Welcome aboard. I keep forgetting how many animations we have, and we still need more. Now I'm no longer tired. This is most unfortunate. What other
yeah,
things?
sadly, at this point, my Mountain Dew decided to kick in.
What else should we talk about, chat? This is like the long-winded ending. This is a Minnesota goodbye, as we call it, where we just ramble. Yeah, Dev
So how do
seemed
you feel
oddly
about trains
distracted
getting here on time?
during the game? I say that as someone who's usually a big Dev fan. I like Dev a lot, actually. Dev is one of the few big YouTubers I've met who is actually a decent guy. Though here's the issue with Dev. Dev is still a big YouTuber. He's got the big YouTuber problem. And if you're not familiar with what the big YouTuber problem is that Kibs always complains about, it's the feeling of they don't have time for you. Like to even bother responding to you or bother giving you a courtesy of anything. Like I like talking to Dev, and I like playing the game with him, and I hope he actually continues to play. I hope he starts to role play, and I hope he doesn't leave. But one of my concerns is that he's a big YouTuber. And it's not the fact of like, he's successful. It's the fact that the successful YouTuber mentality changes people. There isn't very many YouTubers I know that actually got bigger that didn't change in a negative way. And one of the negative effects I think Dev has suffered from is either he doesn't look at online contacts as people, or he doesn't, which is something that a lot of them do. But I don't think that's Dev, honestly. Or he just doesn't like seem to care. Like it's this almost dissonance towards like other people. And he's a good person. Like I haven't seen too much of an ego from him. He's actually pretty rational when talking to him. But he's not, like, you can tell that something bothers him when playing the game. But the issue is I can't figure out like what particularly bothers him, because I've seen him get mad at a time or a couple points. Like you can tell based on his personality. The more I've interacted with him, the better I'm kind of able to read him a little bit more. But I'm trying to figure out like why doesn't he just communicate those things? And maybe he's because of all the drama he's stuck in. I don't know. Like I know that those big YouTubers have to deal with that crap all the time, and I can't even think about it. I don't even like to think about that shit. But it can probably make you jaded to the point where it's like, oh god, I don't want to say anything to piss off this person because they're gonna like spurg out about it. That was the purple rat, yeah, one. The literal rat-a-tata. Now, why did Chunkum send me a DM?
Probably telling you to go to bed.
Did penis?
He just says penis.
Scared Bubbos. You need a little Bubbo hug. Maybe Bubbos needs a Bubbo hug. What do you think, chat? See, what annoys me about our streams, though, is like we talk about stuff that's not related. That's actually a big pet peeve I had originally when starting this channel. Let's talk about that for a moment, because that actually bothers me and makes me mad. So,
hold on, before you go on that tangent. Giggo says, I want a tabletop, and honestly don't know how you guys do it with an audience. It's quite easy. You don't look at chat.
Yeah, you generally don't look at them. But
And then occasionally you hear stories about people reeing, and you go, that's funny, and you continue.
The problem is Arch needs to find dedicated moderators for the chat. But the problem is we need to find people, and I think I should find some. Like, I think I could find a couple people that I know that I could trust to moderate his chat, because Arch doesn't know a lot of people who are on that time. If we could just find a couple people, because if they could do the moderation, then I could stop having it open, because I have to glance over it every once in a while. It doesn't really bother me too much. I see some stuff, you know, occasionally. The most I ever saw was like during the Sqeking RP, where it was the episode 6 or whatever with the first tower, which has some of the greatest fan art and is one of the greatest moments in the campaign. But some of the fucking gosh darn things from that, it's just like, wow, like special. I don't want to look at it anymore though. I grind my gears, Kibs edition. Yeah, so back to grinding my gears. Like many things in this world. The biggest fucking thing, right? The biggest fucking thing with my channel. I hate the fact that I keep referencing things that are relevant to that time period. Like, people who watch that down the line are gonna be like, God damn it, what is he talking about? Like, what's this RP thing he's talking about? Like, I feel like I need to make a stream just talking about the RP, so that if anybody ever comes and stumbles upon this channel, like down the road...
The thing is that it's
they'll
also going to run into the same issue, where you're going to talk about something tangentially related, and then it's like, oh, well now I need to do a reference to a reference stream, and it's like, you're just going to go down a rabbit hole with that.
That's the problem. Like, I hate that idea, because, like, you can't just pick... Like, picking up Bickering Bunch content is like, you know, reading a massive lore tome of Tisms. Like, you have to be brave, you have to be strong. And only the bravest and the strongest can survive. Not very many people make it. Like, there's a lot of dead bodies, you know, in the backyard, and there's nothing we can do about it. Smell's getting bad. Boog, that does not work. It said ground rules in the descriptions. Yeah, no, you know that doesn't work.
Okay, Boag, you know this, but I'm still going to tell you it anyway. You know that's going to mean that literally every single person at some point is going to get banned.
Yeah. The thing is, a lot of those people always wig out, and they're like, oh my gosh. I think the 2 times was when I betrayed Ragu. But the thing is with betraying Ragu is, I was never on Ragu's side, okay? Ragu was always one of those people that Bruno would look at. And I say Ragu because Bruno wasn't role-playing with a different character, he was role-playing with a self-insert. And so Ragu, character, quote-unquote, had, like, the dumbest ideas. And so Bruno's like, this man will die. Also, he had several dozen other reasons. One of the biggest ones. Don't tell Bruno when he can and cannot eat. Literally the stupidest thing you could say.
Especially, not just considering you were Nosferatu, but you had the malady that your bite didn't cause them to go into that, like, sedated state. So you literally just had to eat them.
And I'm an organ
while they were
too.
unconscious. Makes for a bad combination.
Problem with timeouts is it makes the chat log look like trash, though. When you see just nothing but timeouts because all the comments have been removed. Like, that is the problem. The thing is, that means you have to actively look at it in police chat. Like, who the fuck wants to do that in an RP? Not me.
Sure, Bubbles at some point would just say, ban them all. There. No chat, no problem.
Can't
Like,
get banned if you
that
just
would
lurks as
be
Spiky.
accurate.
Spiky, you little lurky son of a bitch. He's like, Spiky man, hide. Listen, you little 1996 motherfucker. You will talk more, or you will die. Yeah.
Oh, damn it. That fucking reminded me. Remember when I was trying to set up my World of Warships account and it didn't like 1988 being in my name?
I don't even know why.
I don't. I'm assuming it has to do with some, like, one of those. It's like, that's a bad time period because of this thing that happened in history.
So
like,
if I do September, 20 or 11, like, it's gonna freak out at me.
Maybe. Who knows?
That's when 9/11 happened, right?
I was in elementary school when that happened. What year was that?
2001.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Wait, Art still doesn't have memberships on this channel. Nice.
I still remember the thing I was most annoyed about was for like 2.5 weeks I couldn't watch my cartoons after school.
Oh god, is it possible for YouTube to set it so only YouTube members can chat? That would be so cancer. Let's do it. Everyone else is like, no.
I know Arch has suggested, at least in regards to
Not
dealing with
YouTube
bots.
members, subscribers.
No, that's what I was going to talk about the subscriber
I'm
thing.
going to try to resist doing that purely for the sake of, yeah, sure, a lot of people don't hit the subscribe button, which sucks, but the thing is, I feel like it just makes it more difficult for them to enjoy the content. If they don't want to subscribe, I don't want to punish them for not hitting the subscribe button. That's their prerogative. That's their choice. But at the same time, those bots are really annoying sometimes. But honestly, it's only when we do certain games. So if that remains to be the case, or it's only certain games, like, I'm just gonna live with it. For now. Tolerate it for now. But I'm telling you, if it gets to a certain friggin' point, I'm gonna turn that on. Oh my god. Oh, those bots are so... Especially when you're solo streaming and there's no mods on. Like, fuck, god damn it, they gotta ban them. Like, it's terrible. I heard the Italians cheer when it happened. But that's pretty fucked up. That means we need to kill the Italians. We should just bomb them. See if they cheer them. They're like, be like, look at you, your spaghetti now. He's like, oh, my spaghetti is all over the carpet.
Yeah, how you like this spicy meatball?
Arch's chat normally isn't that bad. The thing is, if you actually look, even during the vampire one, or in episode 6, the Sqeking one, like, it's like 5 or 4 people that are actively, like, trying to stir chat up to basically, like, mob people over a campaign.
Part of me legitimately wonders if
I mean,
they're a part of, like, one of those groups that it's like, I hate Arch. What can we do to try to stir shit up?
entirely possible. But that means that they'd literally be watching every single stream. I mean,
yeah,
I wouldn't put it past them.
Never underestimate the power of hate watching just to screw someone else over.
You're not wrong. Like, people actually do hate watch. It's kind of sad and pathetic, but also mildly amusing, and at least it, is profitable. But the thing is, like, God, that is true. Like, that's fucked up, but that's true. Like, that actually exists. Like, I can't even say that that doesn't.
The thing is, like, to me, that's the most reasonable
like,
explanation.
we know that works that way because we have squeaky wheels from certain groups that leaked us information about them doing stuff like this. Not just once, not just twice, not just thrice, but like over a period of time since we started doing YouTube. Like, the amount of crap, and to be fair, the vast majority of people are good people. It's always important to remember that because the rotten eggs are really rotten smelling. You know what I mean? Like, it can be intoxicating because of how awful they are. Like the ones that tried to recently cancel us, which was funny. Like, yes, we're gonna sit in their VCs when they come in after the Bickering Bunch streams and record their conversations while pretending to be people that were not, because we were banned on this server because we did bad things, and we were banned on Arch's server because we did bad things. And like, they sat in there and they recorded the conversations. And the best part about the squeaky wheel is when we found out, like, the stuff, like, it was hilarious. They were complaining because they couldn't find anything. That was the best part. It's like they're just talking about fucking guns and stuff. And then the one time they're like,
it reminds me of a meme.
Yeah.
It's like the CIA agent. I don't understand. We put all this bait out. Why is no one like trying to like cause anarchy?
Like it's almost adorable. Like what was the other one that was super funny? Oh god, like it wasn't like the recordings. Like it was. Oh yeah, they were trying to complain about something, and so they started complaining about like the naming scheme. And then they're like, oh look, Kibs calls himself Invictus Kibs, and Bubs calls himself like something. Because there was the REEEEEEEEEE meme. If anybody was part of the Discord server at the time, you'll remember. Because Greek boy goes on his Greektisms, where he talks about how the Byzantines are great and how Greek-ooboos are Byzantines, aka Eastern Romans, and it was hilarious, right? And like, oh god, what was it? They were going on like they were just complaining about our names. Because I was called Invictus Kibs and Bubs was called something too, and they just complained about that. Like, that was all they had. What else was another one? Oh yeah, I've got actual like screen caps and stuff of this one person. I'm not gonna say their names because honestly, like maybe they've moved on, maybe they've grown up, and I don't want them to actually, you know, get any crap because like they're bad peeps for doing that. But who's to say people can't change, right? But the one thing that was funny was this one person in DMs. I'm like, dude, I know who you are. Like, quit trying to pretend. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, I know who you are. Don't do that. Come clean. And he's like, the FBI sends its regards, fucko. And I'm like, firstly, that's cringe. Secondly, like, I actually work with the FBI, and I'm pretty sure that they're not going to come get me. Not for that, at least. They're going to come get me because they're like, Kibu didn't take the vaccine or something like that. It's time for Kib to get it.
No, they'd only come get you. It's like, yo, so the IRS told us you haven't been paying your taxes.
Oh shit, they know. You'll never take
Like, say what you will, the fucking picosecond that you become big enough or you bother them, that's when the IRS is like, fine, time to pull out the fine-tooth comb.
To find all the dirt. Pretty much.
I mean, people joke about it, but the IRS is literally the reason the mob ceased to be a thing. Well, still probably a thing, but nowhere near like what it was.
Well, Dark donates a generous $2 to say, or no, you donated $5 earlier. Say you should ask your fellow VTubers how they deal with chat and moderation. Firstly, we're PNG tubers. We're ahead of the curve. Secondly, I only these donuts on the $2 say only record your VCDs and memes. I mean, that's fine. Honestly, if you want to record like a conversation in chat and like use it for memes and stuff, odds are you could probably clip it into something funny. And if you make it funny enough, you might get a digital cookie. I do like user fan created content. Best part is if they even tried to cancel Kibs, like it wouldn't matter. Thing is, my audience already knows that I only shitpost. You can't stop me. What's the thing I could be canceled for if I could be? Can't help me out here. What's a big no-no thing I do? We all do something wrong.
Well, there's always the quote-unquote disparaging people in Minecraft.
What? Are you talking about the clay?
No, I was trying to do a funny and you did, like, it's like, whoop,
I thought
right
you were
overhead.
talking about a real thing.
No, you fucking idiot.
Like
I was making
clay,
it up.
Like, that's not something you can cancel over, gets canceled over clay. Oh my god.
I was making a joke about, you know how some people say, it's like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if I murder and stab you in Minecraft? And they use the in Minecraft as a, oh, see, I was only joking. I was trying to make a joke about that. But no. You fucking idiot.
Kibs, if the IRS... Quiet, Hanse. I'm done listening to your snark. If the IRS starts looking into you, how am I gonna smuggle you some special tacos? The fuck is a special taco? Boog, I don't want any drugs on my tacos. I don't like drugs. Oh my god, that reminds me of the time I was driving in my little Grand Cherokee when in high school, and I was all like, beep beep, you know, the usual beep beeps down the road. And one of my friends at the time, not gonna say names because was like, pulled out a bag of weed, and I'm like, no. I'm like, come on, man, just like let's just smoke. Like, not my fucking Jeep. Like, I'm taking you home, and then you're going out. Like, if you fucking open that bag, I'm stopping the vehicle. I'm gonna forcibly remove you from my vehicle. Like, you're not doing that in my vehicle. I absolutely loathe that. Kibs, the only drugs Kibs does is, I think I'm talking to the person.
Caffeine.
Yes. The only drug I do is caffeine, and a lot of caffeine. And that is the only thing I will do. Save for alcohol, but that's only for drunk streams.
Coconut Tackle, I'm not even surprised that that's, like, potentially where it came from.
Minecraft came from Hassan Piker, where he started saying he wanted to kill Dan Crenshaw in Minecraft.
It's fine. He basically steals other people's content and then says, "What? I'm doing work."
Bro, imagine not being Kibs. Like, Kibs is literally better than whoever that guy is. I don't even know who that guy is, okay? I'm better than them. Why?
Oh, I can almost guarantee you know who it is.
I can tell that Hanse doesn't like them, so therefore they're probably a bad person.
Oh, no. So here's basically a sampling of the type of person
don't worry,
he is.
I don't actually care who this person is.
No, you're gonna hear the story.
Oh, God.
Basically, there was a soldier who got injured during, what was it? I think it was the Afghan War.
Oh, no,
and
I know
basically,
who this
is.
I know who this is. I know who this is because I remember who they look like now. All I know is that.
And so basically, this individual basically said that this soldier should have been skull fucked in the eye by a mujahideen.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, he's one of those people who also said that the U.S. deserved 9/11. He's that guy.
Kind of dumb. He's also the guy. See, I know him now. He hangs out with that one fat dude that doesn't have a chin, who looks kind of dumb, and he has a really dumb face.
And yes, Bo, it's almost 2 a.m. now.
What's
if I
his
remember,
name?
he's also doing a thing with H3H3 now.
Is that the guy with the dumb face and the no chin?
No, nothing. Why don't you? And yes, Coconut
Like,
Tackle.
He's got a
He is.
big neck. Like, it bothers me every time I look at that guy's neck. I get scared. I'm like, dude, your neck.
And yes, Coconut Tackle. He is Jenks, or Jenk is his uncle.
Like, dude. Like, I get uncomfortable. Like, I have to feel my chin just to make sure I have a chin when I look at that guy. Like, fuck, do I have a chin? Like, fuck. Like, look at his neck. Like, I'm not even picture up. And like, his neck, dude, his neck face. Like, it's just a neck, a mouth. I don't even watch this guy's content. I just make fun of him. Like, dude, I know this is low-hanging fruit, but like, it's late and I don't care. Like, look at his neck face. His little neck face. Okay, we're pulling up a picture of his face. I gotta see this. My memory is telling me that it was absolutely dumb looking. Like, we need to base a character off that guy's face, like, and like just have him, and just his name will be Neckman. H3H3. Neck.
Oh, if you're talking about him, yeah, he does look like he's special.
He who has a neck.
Letterbug.
Problem is the pictures. He's trying to hide his neck by leaning forward.
He knows.
Stop leaning forward and just hold your neck up like a normal human being. Neck man, neck man, neck man. See, neck man sounds kind of bad, actually. Oh my god. Help me. They made a DLC about him in a game. I remember Bubbles telling me about that. Neck man, neck man. But I make the picture bigger. Neck man. Neck man. Look at that. Neck man. No, neck man, run. Oh, no. That could be just the 3D model, but that actually looks awful. Neck man. Look at neck man. He's scared. Neck man.
That does look terrible.
Neck man. It's a neck and a face. With a little lumpy chin. Little bump for a chin. And some dude to his left or right. That dude kind of looks like a chick. And it's just like, what the fuck, Kib? I'm just being mean now for fun. But yeah, I remember seeing this picture and going like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, it scares me. It scares me. Neckman. See, Neckman could be cool, okay? Neckman could be like the protagonist in a video game. Well,
Also, just to give you a heads up, Kibs, you have 3 minutes before I'm going to head off to bed.
It's fine. We can talk about Neckman for 3 more minutes. On the Dark donates 5 to say, I'm going to be Bubbles. You're getting political, Kibs. Shame. How is talking about somebody's neck political? Also, I wish I was.
No, he was referring to Hassan.
We haven't even talked about. Oh yeah, we did a little bit. Hands bad. Spray bottle.
I already just told you who he was.
Black 1917 say, Barry Arch Christ, Kibs, you're still awake? Yes, I am. And where have you been? You were supposed to be sitting here watching me rant about Neckman. Where is his neck, says Strata. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. No, what do you mean, where's his neck? His neck doesn't end. It goes all the way up, and then there's air at the top.
Maybe he's the wizard man Alex Jones is warning us about.
Like, he just looks sad. Now, to be fair, that's a video game face. Where's a real picture?
It shouldn't be too hard to find a real-life picture of him, considering he literally does videos on YouTube, or the internet at the very least.
These are very photoshopped. I think that's a painting. That is a painting. But it looks pretty accurate. Look at that man. Right, that's enough being silly-willy on the internet for one day. I don't want to look at people's necks anymore. See, yeah, no, that neck actually does scare me, though. I'm a little bit insecure now. Like, I need to check. Hold on, because I have facial hair. Yep, still there. Okay. Was worried it disappeared. Oh, fuck, what if it did, though? Hands, I'm scared. Hands, what if my chin disappears because karma? Because I made fun of somebody with a neck head. Chin,
no, that'll be like Total Biscuit when he got ass cancer.
I'll be like, I'm just a neck now. Help me, I'm just a neck. He's like, I hope you get ass cancer and dies. And then you know what happens? Total Biscuit gets ass cancer and then he dies. Like, I can't lie. That's just fucking hilarious. In a very dark, awful humor kind of way.
I'm sure before he went insane, he would find it funny.
Would he?
Probably.
I don't know. I didn't watch his content.
That's the reality I choose to believe.
Maybe. Maybe he'd be like, lol. And they'd be like, I'm gonna die. I'm scared now. Because I'd be scared. It's actually sad, though. Nobody should die before their time. Memes
that
aside.
Implies there's a actual time that it is acceptable.
Yeah, when your heart stops. Because old age. When you reach that biological clock endpoint. You know what I mean? Which channel I came in at Neckman, actually. Good. Egoraptor also doesn't have a neck. Egoraptor is kind of this weird dude that looks kind of super abusive and kind of cancerous to be around, if I had to be honest. It actually scares me. Like, that's the kind of people that, like, set off red flags when you just look at them, because you can tell they're abusive. Like, you can just sense it on the ethers of the internet. You're like,
Maybe that's why Kibs doesn't want to see pictures of his face around. He's like, you shut the fuck up or I'll stab you.
Looks at my face like, oh my god. And then it's just a picture of Hitler. Oh my god. With the fucking toothbrush mustache and everything. Like, that's why. It fully looked like Egoraptor confirmed. Actually, no.
You have a little bit of money.
A little bit of money? What about a lot of it? No. The Dark Noise 2 say his wife cheated on him with beard drama guy. Excuse me? What? Who are we talking about?
With that baffling quote, I will note that it is past 2 a.m.
Wait, Hanse, before we go, clarify this one thing.
Okay.
Who cheated on who with whose wife? Or man or something?
I'm assuming He is referring to Ethan because to my knowledge, Hassan